Chapter 51. Dixie also wants to become stronger. Hold the future in your own hands. Inside the ruins, there was already chaos. Dixie originally planned to look for Kusura first, but she didn't know the inside of the legacy of the God King at all. The ruins are surprisingly large, and it's easy to get lost. It didn't take long for her to come in when she found the people from Akmar's beard rushing in. Their combat effectiveness, in front of many mercenaries of the legacy of the God King, seems a bit weak. Strong is strong, but 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Seeing the situation, she rushed to help. At this time, the mercenaries of the legacy of the God King are constantly coming up to pester them. Dixie, what are you doing out here? Go to the leader first. Stop talking nonsense. I can't find Kusula, and he may be dead. I can't just watch you die too. At least, save the person in front of you first. Dixie took out a 2-handed sword, like a god of war in the crowd. Those mercenaries who used giant axes couldn't resist her few blows. Only in critical moments, she would pick up the long sword. At this time, she can't care so much anymore. As expected of the blazing mane lion. But no matter how powerful you are, can you hold up so many of us? The commander of the legacy of the God King snorted coldly, and ordered the subordinates behind him to attack like Dixie. Dixie's offensive was as fierce as fire, but she soon felt a little tired. She can fight 7 or 8, but 70 or 80, even if it is a miscellaneous soldier, she can't bear it physically. At this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the hall, it's not good. The archive room is on fire. What did you say? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. A fire in the desert is almost a catastrophe. Because there is no water in the desert. If you want to put out the fire, you can only rely on sand. Miss Hill, who was standing on the high platform, immediately ordered, hurry up and get someone to transport the sand. Hurry up. No, Master Miss Hill. There is not enough sand in the headquarters, and the road to the outside of the hall is blocked. It's Alyosha. Miss Hill-sama. It's Alyosha who's back. What the hell is going on? Why the lion with a blazing mane and Alyosha came to make trouble together? Upon hearing the words Alyosha is back, Miss Hill's face turned pale. He knew that Alyosha had come to seek revenge on him. Hamza is dead, he is Alyosha's last mortal enemy. Lord Miss Hill. Alyosha is coming in soon. You should retreat. As long as Alyosha comes in, the exit will be unguarded. We can escape. Master Miss Hill, temporarily abandon this headquarters, while the brothers are still alive. Otherwise, the fire will spread, and the brothers will all die here. Hearing his subordinate's proposal, Miss Hill also felt that it was reasonable. No matter how many people there are, it is impossible to fight with Dixie and the others while putting out the fire. And for legacy of the God King, talent is the most important thing. Withdraw. Let's withdraw quickly. Under the escort of a group of people, Miss Hill fled towards the gate of the ruins. The other side. After Dixie cut off the enemy's arm with a single knife, she looked in the direction of the thick smoke on the second floor. Khaenri'ah should have done it. He's still alive. I don't know if he escaped or not. Dixie, let's hold these guys, you go up to rescue the leader. Although Miss Hill fled, there were still a steady stream of people rushing up in the hall. Dixie wanted to rush up immediately, but was worried that they would be surrounded and wiped out as soon as they left Bashar. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from behind. Dixie, I'll come here, you go find Kusura. Alyosha showed her double blades and took a sharp breath. 3 types of breathing of water, flowing and dancing. She silently recited the sword skills and moves in her heart, recalling those smooth and flowing movements. In an instant, the double blades in Alyosha's hands were covered by waves. She moves. The movement is fast, like a fish swimming in the sea. She was walking among countless crowds, and in her eyes, the movements of those enemies seemed to be slowed down 100 times. Even facing the enemy's sword, she can easily dodge it. And her knife light is like a water dragon parade, meandering through the crowd. When she stopped, she had already come in front of Dixie. All the enemies in front of the Akmar's beard mercenary group behind them fell to the ground in an instant. This scene stunned everyone present. What happened? How do I feel? A gust of wind suddenly flashed in front of me, and the person opposite fell down. God. If this knife is cut on me, I don't even know how I died. So strong. The girl next to Dixie is so strong. Look. There seems to be water surging in the air. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened. Sure enough, as long as you look carefully, you can find that there is really running water in the air. What's going on? Why are all my men dead? What the hell did you do? Alyosha. You traitor. BCH. Monster. The commander was in disarray. In his eyes, Alyosha just moved directly from a distance to the front in an instant. Act like a ghost. Then in the next second, my subordinate fell to the ground with a thump, thud, thud, unconscious. This is horrible. He didn't even see how his subordinates died. And Dixie saw it clearly. She has the eyes of God. After so many battles, her eyes are very sharp. In her eyes just now, Alyosha's movements were almost gone. She saw that Alyosha swung his saber at the mercenaries quickly without any delay. One after another, the movements flow smoothly. The most important thing is that she saw the light from Alyosha's body. Alyosha, do you really have the eyes of God? But, how did your sword skills improve so quickly? It's impossible. After she had the God's eye, it took her a long time to master the use of the fire elemental power. Even now, she still can't keep the flame attached to the weapon. You can only use the contact of your fists to hammer the flames on your opponent when you swing your fists in melee, that's all. This feeling was like being left far behind by Alyosha overnight. Before that, she still had the confidence to draw with Alyosha. But now, she felt that if she couldn't resist 3 moves, she would be defeated. Alyosha was panting violently. The blow just now had exhausted her enormously. Hearing Dixie's exclamation, she said in a deep voice, of course it's because of Master Yexi. Okay Dixie, go and save people. I'll talk about other things later. Water breathing type 1, water surface slash. Alyosha swung his knife, and the 3 mercenaries who rushed forward had a groove cut in their chests, and blood spurted wildly. The strength of this knife is like an extremely heavy 2-handed sword sweeping across. But Dixie was no longer in a daze. She punched the miscellaneous soldiers who rushed up, and then rushed towards the second floor. Looking back at Alyosha behind her, she once again felt the desire for power. She also wants to become stronger. Get stronger. Take the future into your own hands. Euro brothers, don't be afraid, do it for me. Do it. The commander found that the men around him were afraid of Alyosha. Because in just a few seconds, the brothers who rushed up were all disemboweled. This is simply a harvester of human lives, and if you go up, you will seek your own death. Knowing that there is a pit of fire ahead, who would have the guts to jump? The most important thing is that the opponent always looks tired, but the strength of the attack has not decreased at all. It feels like it's just pretending. Don't be afraid. This BCH has no strength. Do you want to watch your dead brother's sacrifice in vain? Master Chuang will not abandon any believer. Listening to the commander's inspiring, those younger brothers are ready to move. But at this moment, Alyosha suddenly appeared in front of the commander. Ugh. The double blades cut across, and the commander's head fell to the ground in an instant, and he lost his vitality. Alyosha continued to breathe. Although when he first came in, he had already consumed a lot of energy. But as soon as she used the Xianjia breathing method taught to her by Yexi, she felt that her body's energy was recovering rapidly. So much so that she doesn't feel tired at all now, but feels more and more excited. Seeing that the commander was dead, the frightened mercenaries froze in place. The winner is already divided. My target is only Miss Hill. If you want to seek death, I don't mind fulfilling you. Hearing Alyosha's cold words, the mercenaries looked at each other in blank dismay. Suddenly, a person dropped the knife in his hand. Seeing someone surrender, others also dropped their weapons. Seeing this, the people in Akamar's beard were relieved. If the fight continues, they really can't bear it anymore, and many people have already been injured. Just at this moment, a loud noise came from the second floor, startling everyone. Alyosha looked up and saw that the fire had spewed out. Euro. Chapter 52. The Horror of Black Flame. Those who can meet are all familiar people. After Dixie came to the second floor, she went straight to the archive room with thick smoke. At this time, there are no more people from the legacy of the God King here, and Miss Hill has already fled with his men. She hurriedly searched for Kusura's figure. Seeing the archives room where the stone gate was closed, Dixie had an ominous premonition. Could it be that those people deliberately locked the door in order to burn the father who set the fire to death? Thinking of this, Dixie hurriedly looked for the mechanism to open the door. But there are all stones that are integrated with the wall, and she has no way to find a way to open the door. I am afraid that only those who often live in this ruins know the location of the mechanism. That's too late. Dixie clenched her gauntlet tightly and exerted her utmost strength. In an instant, the eyes of the fire element god burst out with dazzling light. Boom. The fist landed on the stone gate, making a dull sound. The next moment, dense cracks appeared on the stone gate. Dixie was about to punch again and break down the door completely, but suddenly there was an explosion sound inside. Boom! The stone door was instantly shattered by the air pressure, and extremely hot flames gushed out from the door. Dixie looked into the house, and sure enough, she saw a figure in the raging fire. That was Khaenri'ah who fell on the ground. It seems that because he fell on the sand, the flames were still burning around him and did not spread over. Father. Dixie wanted to try to enter the house to save people, but the blazing fire blasted her out. The fire elemental power can indeed resist part of the fire damage. But in the face of such a burning fire, it is impossible to save her. If you forcefully go in to save people, I'm afraid that you will be trapped in it and unable to get out. The only way is to put out the fire. Dixie saw the wooden barrel on the side, picked it up immediately, and poured the sand on the side into it. As long as the sand covers the flames, the fire can be extinguished. However, Dixie found that she poured several buckets of sand in a row, the flame hardly changed, but the sand was not enough. It's just a drop in the bucket. Dixie. How's it going? Alyosha went upstairs with the beard of Ikmal. Seeing Alyosha, Dixie hurriedly said, Quick. Find sand to put out the fire. Kusura is inside. What did you say? Bashir rushed to the door, and when he saw Kusula lying on the ground inside, he was sweating profusely. Brothers. Quickly find Shazi to save the leader. Seeing this, Alyosha said, Let me do it. After finishing speaking, her eyes of the water element god burst into light, and a jet of water sprayed towards the raging fire. Soon, the fire in the house weakened a lot. Dixie, hurry up. My strength won't last long. Despite the restoration of the immortal breathing method, Alyosha felt extremely tired. This is different from using sword skills, the water column is the purest elemental power. She has just obtained the Eye of God, and she doesn't have much elemental power. Hearing this, Dixie rushed into the flames. As soon as she came in, she felt a burning pain all over her body. The hot flame seemed to evaporate all the blood on her body. She lifted Kusura, who had lost consciousness, and rushed out of the flames. Captain. Commander, wake up. Bashir shook Kusula, but Kusula didn't respond. It can be seen that the skin of his body is severely burned, and his cheeks and arms have turned into charred black. There is still energy. The leader is still alive. But, such a serious injury, if he doesn't get treated quickly, he won't be able to bear it. There is no way to heal in the desert. You must go to the other side of the anti-sand wall. No, it's too late. We don't have pack animals. If we want to go to the city, it will take a day at the earliest. The leader can't hold it. What to do? Tell me what to do. Bashir and Idris were anxious like ants on a hot pot. They are all people with criminal records. Once they leave the desert to go to Sumeru, they are very likely to be arrested by the disciplinary officer. However, at this moment, they have completely stopped thinking about whether they will be arrested. They just thought, How can they take Kuzula to the woods and find a doctor to save him? Dixie was so anxious that she suddenly thought of Yexi's relic guards. We have relic guards. As long as you ask Yexi, the guards of the ruins can take Dad back to the city. The guardian of the ruins is very fast. There should be time. Hearing Dishia's words, several big men looked at each other in blank dismay. Okay Dixia, get out of here first, otherwise the fire will spread and we won't be able to get out. Alayusha's reminder brought everyone back to their senses. That's right, no one can run away if you stay here. Go out first and then talk. Dishia carried Kusura on her back, followed the crowd and fled towards the exit. Ayuro, the gate of the headquarters of the legacy of the God King. What's going on? What a big fire. Why is it also on fire here? This flame, why is it black? What is going on? No. Why is it burning? This is impossible. Without firewood, what is this flame burning? Miss Ho led the crowd and fled out of the door in a hurry. However, I didn't expect that as soon as I came out, I found a black flame burning at the gate. And this flame is very strange. Normally, a flame needs something to burn. Like trees or clothes. But they found that under these flames, there was only gold like sand. Nothing to burn but sand. How could the sand burn by itself? This scene was very weird. For safety, Miss Hill didn't let anyone get close. Just when they didn't know what to do, the flame seemed to be deliberately arranged by someone, and made way for them. Seeing the flame recede, Miss Hill was overjoyed. The flames are gone, let's go. Everyone rushed out of the gate and ran towards the endless desert. At this moment, everyone is grateful for the rest of their lives. However, some of the escaped crowd suddenly left the team. Where are you going? Hearing Miss Hill's questioning, those who had left the line stopped. Lord Miss Hill. The case is gone. We are free. Yes. Finally, don't worry about the handle. Miss Hill, I won't do those dirty things. Miss Hill, you guys should run away too, we won't miss our old friendship if we do it here. Seeing these traitors, Miss Hill closed his eyes in despair. Let's go. Anyone who wants to go, let's go. However, legacy of the God King will never disappear. It's sure to come back. Hearing this, some wavered people left the team. The rest of the people stood behind Miss Hill. Lord Miss Hill, we will continue to follow the legacy of the God King to do great things. That's right. If you are a coward, get out. What a waste, how can you earn more of faster by accepting the entrustment than by snatching it? The two groups of people broke up immediately and parted ways. Miss Hill looked back at the ruins shrouded in fire, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Why? Why? How could the archive suddenly catch fire? Lion with blazing mane, why did he suddenly appear here? Also, why did Alicia suddenly become so strong? In any case, the blow that legacy of the God King faced this time was too serious. Without the criminal file, many members would take the opportunity to flee. This is the loss of the precious power of the legacy of the God King. Lion with blazing mane. Alyusha. You wait. One day, the legacy of the God King will settle all of this. Just as Miss Hill was thinking in his heart, an exclamation suddenly came from his ear. Flame. It's flame. Lord Miss Hill, the flames have blocked our way. What? Miss Hill came to the front and found that the damn black flame stopped them again. At the same time, the flames on the side suddenly disappeared, making way for them. It's as if someone is deliberately manipulating these flames to make them follow the path set in advance. Damn it, who the hell is it? Miss Hill began to feel fear in his heart. Who can control this black flame? How to control the flames? Go this way first. Miss Hill wants to see who the other party is. The group moved forward quickly. Suddenly, not far ahead, a relic guard appeared. And surprisingly, there was a young man sitting on the hand of the ruin guard. Boy, are you playing tricks? Get out of the way. Believe it or not, we'll kill you. Who the hell are you? Hearing the chaotic voices below, Yexi jumped off the guard of the ruins, and asked with a smile, don't you know who I am? Yesterday, you were clamoring to steal my money, why did you treat me as a stranger after meeting? How hurtful is that? When Miss Hill heard the words, he was suddenly struck by lightning. Are you the Khaenri'ah man? He had already received word that Hamze had been killed by Alyusha, and then became a plaything of the Koreans. That Kerriyan is not an old monster at all, but young and strong, with impressive strength. Hello. The name Khaenri'ah is too foreign, aren't we old acquaintances? As he spoke, Yexi flicked his fingers, and he flicked a black flame onto a big man. In just an instant, the black flame completely enveloped the big man. Ah! Fire! It's fire! Save me! Master Miss Hill! Ah, I'm scalded to death, I'm scalded to death. The big man struggled and reached out to Miss Hill for help, but the intense burning sensation made him lose his footing and fell to the ground. Slowly, he lost his voice and turned into a piece of black coke. Seeing this terrifying scene, everyone was too scared to speak, and all stared at Yexi. They have never seen such a strange flame. It's just a little bit of flame that can be extinguished at will, and it can burn people alive in an instant. Observing the effect of black flame, Yexi was very satisfied. It must be very interesting if black flame is stained with the doctor's slice. Yexi applauded and said with a smile, look how familiar we are, Ayuro. Chapter 53, Spring is here, and it's here again, seek first order. 3. Spring is here, and it's here again. Seeing Yexi's calm and unchanging expression, Miss Hill couldn't help cursing, monster. You monster. Yexi was not angry. You are Mr. Miss Hill, aren't you? Sorry, I don't have that much time to listen to your compliments. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and focused everyone's attention. First of all, welcome everyone from Legacy of the God King to participate in my experiment. Everyone is willing to give their lives to help me, and I am very grateful. As soon as these words came out, the faces of everyone in the audience changed. What? Experiment? Ghosts give their lives. Get out of the way. Hey. Brat. Don't fart me there. Miss Hill's eyes lit up when he saw the enthusiasm of his subordinates. He raised his hands and shouted, "Brothers, he's only one. We have dozens of brothers. This man is a Kerriyan. Kerriyans have no religion. He is not like us, who has the blessing of Lord Kai. So, fear not. The time has come to keep your vows." Miss Hill's words, like a spell, inspired the mercenaries of the legacy of the God King. Hearing his declaration, the blood of the people behind burst into excitement. For Lord Red King. Poor Kerriyan. Let the Red King redeem him. Kill. Turn him over. Looking at the brainwashed appearance of those big men in front of him, Yexi was not affected by those words. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. "Oh, that's right. Miss Hill, you cannot participate. Your life is for Aretha." Saying that, Yexi waved his hand. The ruin guard behind him suddenly stretched out his hand, slapped the loudest man next to him to death, and grabbed Miss Hill casually. The huge mechanical palm seemed to have caught a loach, and gathered Miss Hill high above his head. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. The one who yelled the most was actually shot to death by the guards of the ruins. This scene is horrifying. Everyone looked at Yexi with horror on their faces. They can feel that this young man with a relaxed and indifferent expression is very scary. It seems that he is not angry at all, but his actions convey a kind of anger all the time. This kind of moody person can never guess his mood. Seeing the dense white bones and blood stains on the ground, everyone's throats couldn't help but gudong, as if they wanted to swallow the heart in their throats back into their stomachs. The person in front was even splashed with blood, and his legs were trembling with fright. Suddenly, there was a plop. The bloody men knelt down in front of Yexi, scared out of their wits. "I was wrong. Please let me go. My lord. Spare me the life of a dog, please, spare me. As long as you let me go, I will give everything. Faith, brother, I don't want it. Permit me to kiss your toes, my lord. Lord Kerriya." These terrified words, and the tone of sincerity exude a frightening and strange atmosphere. Let the mercenaries behind listen to it, and they also have endless fear. What they are afraid of is not the guards of the ruins, nor the terrifying black flames. What really made them tremble was the icy aura exuded by Yexi. They could feel that standing in front of them was a tyrant possessed by a demon. It seems that in Yexi's eyes, they are not even weeds. For a moment, everyone's hearts were shaken. The people in the back wished they could come to the front and kneel at Yexi's feet begging for mercy. However, suddenly a cold light flashed. The head of a big man kneeling in front of Yexi rolled down. Immediately afterwards, a machete protruded from the back of another person's heart. The man looked astonished and looked back at his brother. "Traitors. All must die." After speaking, the scimitar was pulled out, and the begging man was killed on the spot. The big man with the scimitar snorted coldly, and shouted loudly, "A bunch of trash. Wake up. The people in the desert won't be afraid. He only has one person. No matter how strong the flame is it possible that it can burn dozens of our brothers to death in an instant? Aren't there too many relic guards we cut down and scrapped?" This sound suddenly woke up everyone. They seemed to respond. "That's right. There's only one person. Why should we be afraid? Damn the traitors. They actually disturbed the morale of the army. Being led astray by them." The mercenaries who came back to their senses once again regained their strength and pointed their swords at the evil. "BD. Let Miss Hill-sama go. Brothers, fight him. Lord Miss Hill, we are here to save you." A group of people picked up their weapons, their eyes full of ferocity, and rushed forward. Yexi made a pause gesture. "Wait a moment. Okay, I can let Miss Hill go." Hearing this, the people in front stopped. "However, I have one condition." As he spoke, Yexi took out a shiny golden mora from his pocket, held it in front of him and said, "I bet a piece of mora. It's in your gun." Wrong a euro. He suddenly remembered that only fools have muskets, but these desert people don't have them. Yexi felt a little pity, he really wanted to say that line once. Seeing Yexi like this, the mercenaries of Legacy of the God King became impatient. "What on earth do you want to do? Let Miss Hill-sama go. Otherwise." Okay, I've thought about it." Yexi ignored the person who spoke harshly, picked up the mora and said, "I'll throw this mora, and when it falls on the ground, we'll start fighting, how about it? If you defeat me, I will obediently let you go immediately." As soon as this remark came out, the leader of the big man cursed angrily, "If you lose, you will die. Who wants to listen to these broken rules? I'll screw your head off right now." Just as he was talking, the younger brother next to him whispered, "Shah, don't provoke him. Master Miss Hill is in his hands now. If he makes a move, Lord Miss Hill will be crushed to death." Upon hearing this, Shah asked back, "What do you say? Pretend to agree to him. Before more lands, we will all attack the relic guard. As long as we kill the guards of the ruins and save Master Miss Hill, aren't we killing that kid randomly?" These words made Shah very much agree. "I gave you time to discuss, now I need an answer." After hearing Yexi's words, Shah said, "Okay. Just do as you say. When more lands, it's your death date." After finishing speaking, all the mercenaries bowed slightly. Their eyes were all focused on Emola in Yexi's hand, but they all had sinister smiles on their faces. They're not going to wait until more lands. Yexi is very satisfied, very good. He tossed mora away. The golden mora turned over under the shining of the setting sun, flashing a golden light. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Mora, and Mora lost her lift and began to land vertically. The mercenaries held their breath in unison. When Mora rolled down and was about to land, a shout came from the mercenary, "Now, do it." All of a sudden, all the mercenaries from Legacy of the God King rushed up. At this moment, a blue-purple electric current suddenly appeared on Yexi's body, making a crackling sound. The next moment, Yezazeo flicked his finger. Boom! That Mora was instantly accelerated to 3 times the speed of sound, like a cannonball. Above the empty desert, a golden light shot out, turning up the sky and blowing sand. At this moment, the entire desert was illuminated by the flash of light. When the smoke and dust dissipated, it spread from Yexi's feet all the way to the end of the invisible desert in the distance, leaving a deep ravine. This is the power of the railgun. Yexi's clothes were rattled by the wind, and the shouting people in front of him had turned into stumps and arms, and returned to the yellow sand. Demon! You demon! Miss Hill, who was held high, was frightened by the scene in front of him. His brothers. The last power of the legacy of the God King. The most powerful elite among dozens of mercenary regiments. After that wave of light, it turned into flesh and pieces all over the ground. Seeing the yellow sand stained red with blood, and the scattered limbs, Miss Hill was terrified. At the last moment, those brothers were wiped out instantly before they even had the thought of resisting. Miss Hill couldn't believe that things would turn out like this. He cursed in despair, "You insidious villain! You don't follow the rules." Yexi smiled, and his face darkened. "There are no rules to deal with you people. In fact, if those people are just willing to wait until Moral lands, Yexi can consider playing for a while." They didn't want to breathe the desert air a few more times, so Yexi couldn't help it either. He waved his hand and said, "I gave you a chance just now, but unfortunately, you couldn't grasp it." The reason why he killed these people so exaggeratedly was just to play with their psychology. When they escaped from the ruins, Yexi dispelled the black flame, just to give those who were forced to stay in the organization a last chance. Those who choose to leave the legacy of the God King can still be saved. And those who stay and want to continue doing those dirty things will naturally have to pay the price. Judging from the current effect, these people are still too cheap. People on the trajectory of the electromagnetic gun were directly blasted into pieces. And the people around were instantly smashed to pieces by the strong wind brought by the super electromagnetic gun. On the whole, the super electromagnetic gun driven by elemental force is amazingly powerful. Master Ayuro at this time, a delicate call came from Yexi's ear. When he turned his head, he found that Alayusha had fallen to the ground like a soft-legged shrimp. "Master, you are so strong." Alayusha blushed, gasping for breath, her eyes were full of admiration. When she just came out, she saw the moment Yexi launched an attack. Horrible. It only took one blow to leave a scar on the entire desert. What a powerful force this is. If life can be conceived with such a powerful person, how powerful the children will be. Thinking of this, Alayusha felt a sense of impatience. Evening? This woman, wouldn't it be spring is here, and? Forced to calm down, a chill made Yexi relax. He looked down at Alisha's watery eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Alisha, you gave everything you have in exchange for my promise. Revenge. Miss Hill is handed over to you." Yexi glanced back at the ruin guard. The giant hand of the ruin guard slowly lowered it, and pressed Miss Hill into the sand, leaving only one head exposed. This was one of the culprits who killed Alayusha's parents in the first place. Alayusha put away her tenderness and stood up slowly. She showed the double blades in her hands, and came to Miss Hill step by step. "Alisha. As a citizen of the desert, you are a follower of the Red King. You actually sold your body to the Kerrians. Now, you are going to point the knife at your fellow countrymen." Miss Hill struggled hard in the sand. It's a pity that the desert gave birth to him, but also imprisoned him firmly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out of the sand. Alayusha sneered, "When you and Hamza pointed the sword at my father and mother, did you ever think that they are your compatriots? Your parents are traitors." Miss Hill's eyes were full of pride. "I'm judging them on behalf of the Red King. It's an act of justice. And you, Alayusha. You swung your sword at your compatriots for the sake of the people of Khaenri'ah. Your soul, Lord Red King will not redeem it. Let me go. Lord Chiwang will forgive you." There was a trace of sadness in Alayusha's eyes. She did not expect that Cai Shale would be so ill. Bringing oneself into the gods is just ridiculous. She didn't believe in the Scarlet King for a long time. In her heart, Yexi is the god. My soul has long been redeemed by Master Yexi, and it's not the turn of the Scarlet King. Miss Hill, I really don't want to kill you just like that. Alayusha took a deep breath. What she wanted to do was torture. Torture Miss Hill to the point of death. But, I don't want to waste my time with the master because of you. Before the words fell, Alayusha raised the knife and dropped it. Instead of killing Miss Hill, a gash was cut in his neck. The blood sprayed towards the sky like gorgeous fireworks, dyeing the golden desert red. Alisha turned her head without the slightest bit of nostalgia, and leaned towards Yexi. She didn't want to waste any more time because of Miss Hill. Miss Hill's blemishes were torn apart, and he howled crazily, but the rapid loss of blood made him feel dizzy even more. At the last moment, he only had Alayusha's back in his eyes, drifting away. The voice behind her completely disappeared, and Alayusha felt that she lost her shackles. She looked at the red clouds in the sky and prayed silently in her heart, "Father and Mother, your hatred has been eliminated. Please pay for the money, protect me in the sky. Let me give birth to the luckiest darling for the master. Let me give birth to more lives for the master." Bang one. The ruins were covered in fire and began to slowly collapse. At the door, the people from Akamar's beard were panting heavily. They had just narrowly escaped death from the ruins. "Daddy." Dixie put Khaenri'ah on the desert and called for Khaenri'ah, but the other party did not respond. Yexi came slowly, and just about to speak, she heard Dixie begging. "Yexi, save my father. He's really dying, and he must go to the city immediately. Can you use the relic guard to give him a ride?" On the desert, there were a few more moist raindrops. Dixie lowered her head, tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. She has run out of options. In fact, she really hated Dad. Who doesn't want to have a daddy who's always drinking and being lecherous, right? She doesn't even know who her mother is. I was pulled by Kuzila to tell stories since I was a child, telling those stories in bad taste, old-fashioned, and outdated. They also have to be dragged to perform and mess around with other people in the group. Every time she was so embarrassed that she couldn't open her mouth. However, when she broke into the burning file room to save people, she found out. The cane that the old man is leaning on is the toy sword she used to play with when she was performing the story. A Euro hero. She remembered what her father wanted her to say, the hero's last-minute declaration, I hereby declare victory. There will be no more dragons in the future. Thinking of all the past, Dixie felt her nose getting more and more sour. Yelette. Although the old man is not promising, he wants to sacrifice himself in the end to liberate all the people left behind by the God King. At least, she hoped that this old man could live. Yexi came to Dixie. He gently raised the girl's upturned head, and looked down at those clear and beautiful eyes. Dixie, why are you crying? Chapter 54. Aorth, Dixie, when I'm not around, you actually. Yexi stared at Dixie who was kneeling on the sand, her eyes were full of tenderness. He reached out and stroked Dixie's cheek. In those breathtaking icy blue eyes, twinkling tears were condensing little by little. Like the dewdrops on the petals in the morning, like the clearest waves of the sea rolling on the beach. Dixie, why are you crying? With his fingers, he gently wiped away the tears on the girl's pretty face. Moist moisture brushed past, revealing Dixie's slightly reddened cheeks. When she rushed into the fire just now, her body was already burned by the flames. Her hands, her cheeks, her forearms and shoulders, after feeling it carefully, Dixie only felt a burning pain all over her body. However, compared to these pains, she was more worried about her father. Yexi whispered softly, your eyes are beautiful, I don't want too many tears in them. So stop crying. Go save Khaenri'ah. Before he finished speaking, a light green fluorescent light lit up on Yi's hands. For just a moment, Dixie felt extremely cool. It was like bathing in the clear spring, the burning pain on the face was smoothed away. She remembered. After Alisha was injured yesterday, it was also because of this miraculous light that she quickly recovered. Primary treatment Yexi used this ability, and quickly healed the burns on Dixie's body. Afterwards, the light green fluorescence turned into a viscous liquid, which slowly flowed down Dixie's cheeks. It slid across the honey-colored skin, and dripped on Dixie's little hand. This made Dixie very astonished. She held the lights in both hands, only feeling the coolness in her hands. That is the analgesic effect brought about by primary treatment. As the rays of light continuously slipped into her palm like flowing water, those rays of light seemed to seep into her skin. Go and heal Khaenri'ah. Although the effect is very slow, at least it can make him recover. After hearing Yexi's words, Dixie's eyes were full of gratitude. She hastily put her hands on Khaenri'ah, and the light green fluorescence began to take effect. Soon, the scorched skin began to turn red again. This speed of healing visible to the naked eye shocked everyone around. My god! What is this? It can actually help people heal wounds. How is it possible? I know that there are healing potions, but the potions not only have side effects, but are also expensive. The most important thing is that it is impossible to get results so quickly. It's nothing short of a miracle. When a group of people were amazed, the burns on the surface of Khaenri'ah's body had begun to heal. After a while, he was back to the state where he could see his face clearly. 700 Leader? Leader, wake up. His breathing has stabilized. Great. Now the captain is safe. Don't rush to the city. Although Khaenri'ah is still in a coma, all traumas have healed. In this way, there is no danger to life. It should be that the group leader is too weak and needs some time to recuperate. Bashir gave a word of comfort, got up and came to Yexi and said, Dixie is man, thank you for saving our leader. You are our great benefactor, if you have anything to do in the future, just come and find us at Marsbeard. Hey. Bashir, what nonsense are you talking about? Dixie frowned, and just about to speak, Bashir said, Dixie, now that the case is cleared, we will not do dirty things again in the future. Don't worry, Idrisai and I will take good care of the leader. So you go back to the city, and you won't do well with us. Idrisai also nodded, we have been in the desert all the time, if you want to see the leader, just come anytime. So, follow your man. It's not what you think it is. Dixie sighed helplessly, and secretly glanced at Yehung beside him. Yexi didn't care, but asked, what's on your mind? I want to go on a night journey with Ilyusha, trying to get back to the city as soon as possible. If you want to stay and catch up with Khaenri'ah, you can go back a few days later. Dixie shook her head, I'll go with you. After finishing speaking, she turned around and said, Bashir, you can send letters to Humei's family in the city, where I am working now. We know. Seeing that Dixie was confused, Idrisai said, your job was prepared for you by the head of the group, Mr. Shizaman. What? The leader once saved Shizaman's family, in order to keep you from touching the dirty things in the desert. Master Shiza Island agreed to the leader's request. Now, Dixie finally understood. No wonder that day when I went home with Dina Zed, she said she would resign, but Shizaman reacted so violently. Seeing the unconscious Khaenri'ah, Dixie muttered, smelly old man. Bashir, you must take care of Khaenri'ah, I will contact you. After finishing speaking, Dixie hurriedly returned to Yeze's side. While it was still dark, Yexi controlled the relic guards and headed towards Kawin station with two beauties. Everyone watched the back of the ruin guard go further and further away, Kaig, disappearing into the horizon of the desert. Bashir suddenly said, Commander, Dixie has already left. Khaenri'ah, who was lying on the side in a coma, opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Captain, is this really okay? It's rare for Dixie to come back, and this may be an opportunity for you to reconcile. Khaenri'ah shook her head, after all, I'm not her biological father. I picked her up back then, but didn't give the child a good childhood. What's the use of reconciling? Compared with a failed daddy and a dependable man, it's better to let that child stay with the one he loves. Dixie is not his daughter. That year, he was drinking alone in the desert, and saw Dixie who was still a baby. Lying there, it was so small that the wind and sand would blow for a while, and Dixie could be buried in it. Although he was small, he was crying so loudly that he couldn't even drink. Then, he became a father by accident. At first, he kept it from Idrisai and Bashir, but they were all old men, and they were quickly spotted by everyone. Over the years, they have been covering up, so that Dixie didn't know. That child has the freedom and kindness we dream of. The rest of your life should not be disturbed by people like us. All the gentlemen of Ikmar's beard bowed their heads and remained silent. Kuzula laughed loudly. By the way, have you seen my son-in-law clearly? I didn't even open my eyes just now. I saw the leader. He is a strong young man. He is very smart. He should have guessed that you are awake and pretending to be asleep. Not only is his brain flexible, but his skills are also impressive. Yet, look at the ditch behind you, he didn't know what kind of move he did. Seeing it makes me want to pee my pants. Dixie will be happy if she follows him. I have this hunch. The desert will protect them. After hearing what his subordinates said, Kuzula turned around curiously. When he saw the endless gully, his eyes widened. My god, this is amazing. It's a miracle. The others were also amazed. When they escaped from the ruins, they saw that scene, and they were all stunned. Ha 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 ha, amazing. This way I can feel at ease. Everyone's happy. There is no criminal record. We are free. Go. Go back to the camp and drink. The big guys cheered when they heard Kuzra's words. Let's go. Drink. Go home. Captain, you can no longer be a hero in the future. You will be fine to drink a few more drinks tonight. A group of old men crossed their shoulders and walked towards the depths of the desert, full of laughter along the way. Night. The desert was pitch black, and the moonlight shone down, making the desert look like a sea of a euro light. Panting, Dixie hurried back towards the campfire. As soon as she got closer, she heard a crackling sound. Hey. I'm going to find a cave to rest in, you guys are so sweet. It's too much. As soon as Dixie came back, she blew up. Because they wanted to rush back to the city, they sat on the guards of the ruins and rushed back. But the sun didn't take long to set. It is easy to get lost in the desert at night. So everyone unanimously decided to rest for one night first, and then leave at dawn the next day. Dixie remembered that there was a cave nearby, which was marked by Candace, so she offered to look for it. Unexpectedly, after she found the cave, she just came back and saw the scene that made her furious. Alyosha stuck to Yexi's chest with a happy face and said, It's so dark in the desert, I'm afraid, as long as I listen to the master's heartbeat, I won't be afraid of the dark. Dixie rolled her eyes and said, You grew up in the desert, are you afraid of the dark? Okay, stop teasing her. Yexi sighed helplessly, and stretched out her hand to pinch Alyosha's face. In fact, it's nothing, just Aretha talking to him about his future plans. Today Alisha killed Miss Hill and completed her final revenge. It can be regarded as the end of the obsession of her life for more than 10 years. Afterwards, Alyosha said that she would stay by his side and help him have a baby. He also said that one is not enough, and many are needed. Women's hearts are actually easy to understand. She said so, nothing more than longing for more love and praise. Naturally, Yexi would not chill Alyosha who had such positive thoughts, so she gave her a proper pat on the head and rewarded her. After hearing Yexi's words, Alyosha let go of her hand in a sensible way. She got up and patted the sand on her clothes, came to Dixie and whispered, Dixie, I regard you as a good friend. If it wasn't for you, don't expect me to hand over my master to you, especially tonight. Dixie was a little taken aback. But seeing Alyosha's serious eyes, and the pink cheeks that were illuminated by the bonfire. Originally trying to pretend to be confused, she nodded honestly, and said softly, Thank you, I have always regarded you as my best friend. She understood how important to Alyosha was tonight. After finally getting revenge, I must be very happy and excited, and want to repay Yexi well. Alyosha sighed, Since you regard me as your best friend, don't hesitate to waste my time for nothing. Waste it. The dignified lion with a blazing mane is usually so brave in the desert, why now he only dares to be ruthless and dare not love. Do you want me to stay and help you? The master will not refuse no need. Dixie seemed to have made a decision and walked towards the bonfire. Every time she took a step, her heart was beating non-stop. She didn't know how to speak, and she always felt that her lips were stuck by something. Seeing Dixie who was walking stiffly, Alyosha couldn't help but secretly smiled. Master Yexi, I have something to say. Yexi just took out a few skewers of barbecue and was about to have a small supper, when he heard Dixie's words, he stopped his work. What's the matter, tell me. Dixie gritted her teeth and sat up straight, raised her head, and looked at Yexi. However, when her eyes met Yexi's eyes, the deep sense released by those pair of star pupils made her feel very ashamed, and she hastily lowered her head again. That's right. I think Alyosha also has the eye of God and she also displayed a very powerful swordsmanship today. Yexi nodded, I taught her, that's a reward for her, what's wrong? That's me. I also want to become stronger. Dixie's voice was as thin as a mosquito and a fly at the end, and the voice could not be heard. But Yexi heard it clearly, and he said with a playful smile, Didn't someone say that you need to use both fists to get it yourself? As soon as these words came out, Dixie felt extremely hot on her face. It was as if the burns of the afternoon fire hadn't healed yet. The more she saw Yexi's eyes, the more she couldn't bear this feeling. Finally, Dixie broke out. She was suddenly hungry, and then faltered and said, Hey, you BD, very annoying. I couldn't speak in front of the lady before. Now I regret it. A lot of things happened today, and I don't know what to do in the future. I just want to protect the people around me, and you. Looking at Dixie who was shy in front of her, Yexi laughed, Okay, Dixie, I will give you this chance. When we go back. Before Yexi could finish speaking, Dixie became restless. Right now, evening? Forced to calm down, didn't you say that this is the wild? This is the desert. I am the daughter of the desert, in the desert, it's normal. Dixie, I found out that you are double standard. I don't know what I did wrong. Anyway, I will try my best to make up for you, okay? It doesn't feel like enough. Hey. A lion with a blazing mane is still very famous. Wait a minute, you don't think it's because I didn't have time to take a bath? Dixie stopped suddenly, and sniffed everywhere on her body, but she didn't smell anything. Yexi waved his hand. How come? He knew that Dixie was the most clean. Unlike those stinky mercenaries, Dixie would take every opportunity to take a shower. After making sure that she didn't have any smell on her body, Dixie was relieved. Master, although I don't know how to explain to Miss when I go back, I will not regret my choice. Besides, I didn't do it just to become stronger, the group did this. As he said that, Dixie suddenly posted a cat and cat sticker, and rested her head on his chest. I just suddenly felt that if you were here, I would feel at ease when I stayed where I was at a loss. It's like when I heard that Kusura was going to be a hero, with you by my side, I can calm down. I don't even know what it feels like. In short, I am very nervous now, but I feel that every second is good. Listening to Yexi's heartbeat, Dixie felt extremely peaceful in her heart. That's right. She is a powerful mercenary who can protect not only herself but others as well. But she has no home, not a real safe house. As a mercenary, isn't Tian always worried? The so-called sense of security she brought to herself was nothing more than verbal bravado. These days, she is always by Yexi's side, and she can see the pampering Dinazade receives. She wanted that feeling too. At this moment, Yexi felt that the lion, which was called by outsiders, was like a cat in his arms. He could understand what Dixie wanted to express. Chapter 55. Deserts and plains are the closest places to the stars. Lying in the desert and looking up at the starry sky, I feel that the stars are falling in front of me, as if I can grasp them with my hand. Dixie, whose breathing gradually stabilized, leaned against Yexi, enjoying the aftertaste of traveling among the stars. So happy. Dixie whispered. It's cold in the desert at night, but it's very warm next to the campfire. Yexi was full of admiration. Dixie is really good, whether it is the clear sapphire eyes or the honey-colored skin. She is beautiful and healthy, and her figure is better than expected. The sense of accomplishment that can tame this fiery lion is simply indescribable. Even Yexi felt good about the tenderness at this moment. Just as he was enjoying it, an ethereal sound came from his ear. Ding, complete the mission, open branches. Hint, there are already 5 people in the branch, namely Ixia, Dinazade, Kailai, Aylayusha, and Dixia. System upgrade. Get a numerical panel. Yexi didn't expect the system to be upgraded. Just when he was wondering, a data panel appeared in front of him, which recorded all his current abilities. Physical strength, 48 thunder element power, 57 spiritual power, 3 abyss power, 11 superpowers, electromagnetic gun, forced calmness, primary healing, black flame, the number of times the electromagnetic gun can be used, 3 Xianshu, immortal breathing method swordsmanship, Kanria court swordsmanship, water breathing relic guards, 50 units. This panel intuitively shows the abilities and numerical bonuses that Yexi has gained in the past few days. He closed the data window, and then a prompt window popped up again. Complete the mission, open branches. Abyss power plus 19. Congratulations for unlocking the abyss power panel. Yexi took a look and found that this abyssal power was like a tree diagram with many branches. Different branches are a kind of ability. It seems that these abyssal powers can be used to do many things. The value of abyss force is 30, which can unlock the ability of substitute. Is it unlocked? Yexi suddenly had a question mark on his face. Substitute? It can't be the substitute in the imagination. Yexi immediately chose unlock. The next moment, the card drawing interface appeared on the screen. Click to extract, you will get a substitute. Yexi didn't expect to be able to draw cards when he came to Tivat. This has got to be a wave of addiction. He clicked the extraction button, and countless avatars began to scroll on the screen. In the end, the selection bar stopped at a stand-in card. It's number 21 of the major arcana of the tarot card. Congratulations on getting the substitute messenger, the world, the world. The world, the world. Pause for 10 seconds. Melee speed A. Can grow. Seeing this draw result, Yexi pupil earthquake. What a stand-in messenger. If it weren't for the ability of forcing calmness, he would probably stand up and cheer. Let it go, golden legend. He ignored the next rewards issued by the system and directly closed the panel. At this moment, he already has the memory of summoning a substitute. Following one of his thoughts, a phantom floating in the sky suddenly appeared in front of him. This phantom is not quite the same as the world in his memory. He is wearing a gorgeous ice blue armor and a platinum helmet. He has no appearance or expression, and his muscles are not as exaggerated as in the anime. It lacks a certain romance and dio vibe, but it's cool. This should be based on his current power, corresponding to the stand-in messenger world. Yexi felt a little offline. Everything in front of me is a bit outrageous, but the ability of this substitute can definitely be called a trump card. He let the stand-in dangle in front of Dixie, and found that Dixie's eyes were not focused, but staring at the stars in the sky. This shows that the stand-in messenger will not be seen. Yexi couldn't help complaining, this system forcibly stopped him from being a human being. He opened the system panel again. Congratulations for unlocking the Beastmaster ability. Beast Royal, after signing the contract, you can ask the contractor to do anything. Seeing this ability, Yexi couldn't help but look down at Dixie beside him. It is really a coincidence that one has the ability to tame animals just after taming a lion. These two new abilities are the rewards of the system. One is a stand-in messenger, and the other is the ability to tame animals. The former is more practical, and the latter is more tasteless. Just as he was thinking, he heard footsteps in his ears. Yexi took a look and saw that it was Aining Sheikh who had come. She tiptoed over and silently leaned against Yexi's other side. It was a bit cold outside, she wanted to curl up next to Yexi to keep warm, but she was afraid of disturbing Dixie. After all, tonight is extremely important to Dixie's life. Suddenly, Dixie let out a worried sigh on purpose. What should I do? How should I explain to Miss when I go back? Pfft. Aylayusha smiled lightly. Didn't you think about it when you were doing it, and you started to worry after finishing it? Don't worry, that lady is very gentle. She said yesterday that she wants to get along with me. Of course I know Miss is very gentle. Dixie sighed, I just thought it would be embarrassing. I went out with Master Yexi and snatched her man away. I don't even know how to face her when I go back. Alicia pondered for a moment, her eyes lit up, and she suggested, why don't you spend the night with the master together? Increase emotional exchanges. That's too shameful. Yexi was caught in the middle, listening to one sentence on the left and one sentence on the right, feeling a little headache. Hurry up and go to bed, and you have to rush back tomorrow morning. The Flower God's birthday festival is coming soon, don't you want to celebrate? Alyosha, yes. Dixie, I think you want to watch Miss Nilu dance? Master Yexi. Yexi didn't answer Dixie's question, but pinched her face with her hands. The night in the desert is very quiet, and occasionally you can hear the sound of the golden beetle pushing the sand ball. It seems that because today's battle was fierce, everyone fell into a deep sleep after a while. There are ruin guards guarding the night, even if there are any monsters, they dare not approach at all. The next day. The morning sun shines down, making people feel warm on their bodies. When Yexi woke up, she saw Dixie humming beside her, good at something. Alyosha on the side looked sour while eating lemons. He didn't understand the situation at all. Master is awake. Dixie had turned her head when she heard the words, and saw Yexi open her eyes, took out the treasure in her hand, and said triumphantly, Master Yexi, thank you for giving me the God's Eye. I saw Dixie holding two big orbs in her hand. One is her original fire element God's Eye, and the other is a green grass element. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Yexi's mind. Ding branch Dixie obtained the Eye of the Grass Element God. Fire element power plus 18 acquired Xianjia boxing, Kunjin opens the sky. Reward distribution is complete, please continue to complete the follow-up scattered leaf task. Open up the sky? Yexi was slightly taken aback. Suddenly, Dixie let out a surprised sigh. What? What? This sudden memory seems to be a kind of boxing. Inch strength? What is that? It won't be another reward from Master Yexi. Some memories appeared in Dixia's mind, and she was immediately surprised. It feels like gaining knowledge from the void. This time, Alyosha was even more sour. Master, I want it too. How can Dixie have two eyes of God? I've never seen anyone who has two eyes of God. It's not fair. She originally thought that she had a God's eye and changed her fate. Unexpectedly, Dixie has one more than her. Doesn't that mean that Dixie is stronger than her? When Dixie heard this, she immediately crossed her hips triumphantly. When the two girls were arguing, the memory of Xianjia boxing appeared in Yexi's mind. Xianjia boxing method, body training gain an inch of strength, obtain spiritual power through the Xianjia breathing method, and gather strength. Seeing this, Yexi understood. The Xianjia breathing method belongs to chi training, and the Xianjia boxing method belongs to body training. This inch of strength to open the sky is still a little bit useful for him. Thinking of this, he urged, okay, let's set off for home first, and talk slowly on the way. Home. Dixie was slightly taken aback, and said with a smile, yes, home. She has been homeless, and finally has a home. The Ye family courtyard is her home. From this moment, she is no longer a vacillating desert mercenary, but a woman with a home. On the way, Yexi taught Dixie the breathing method of Xianjia. After Dixie discovered the strange power brought by breathing, she was very surprised and went down to try it out. That shot opened the sky with an inch of strength, and actually directly punched a huge deep hole in the sand in front of him. The power of this punch startled her. If this punch hit someone's head, wouldn't it be an open skull on the spot? Alyosha was also stunned. Only Yexi nodded secretly. This is the boxing technique of an immortal. The last tablet that used Keqing was a real immortal. After realizing the power of it, Dixie smiled indescribably happily. Alyosha next to her became depressed. Alyosha, after water breathing, there are still many moves. Hearing Yexi's words, Alyosha's eyes lit up. Master, how about I accompany you tonight? Please. In fact, she said this not because of any moves, but simply because she wanted to be by Yexi's side. Just hearing Yexi say such a good reason, she followed the trend. How could Yexi refuse such an affectionate request? Dixie next to her said with her hands on her hips, you are too cunning, Alyosha. I gave it up to you last night. Aren't we best friends? That won't work, one size fits one size. Zero looking for flowers. Chatting and chatting, the desert suddenly changed again. Just like yesterday, there was blowing sand in the air, and the wind became bitter. Apparently another sandstorm. Too bad, it looks like this sandstorm is even worse than yesterday's. Fortunately, we are almost at Kawin station. At this time, the guards of the ruins had already reached the vicinity of the anti-sand wall. Finally, when the more violent sandstorm had just begun, Yexi approached the checkpoint of Kawanyi. When passing the level, it is definitely not a wise move to have such a conspicuous presence as the relic guard. Yexi put it away and walked towards the checkpoint. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he heard some messy voices coming from the other side. Miss Candace, are you going to use force? I don't want to do it. But only if you let them in. It won't work. It really won't work. Looking towards the door, I saw two guards stopping a group of people. It was a pair of children, mother and daughter, and an old man on crutches. Yexi didn't know these people, but he knew a girl with a cold face holding a shield. Like Dixie and Alyosha, she has healthy honey-colored skin, and golden leg rings are tied on her slender legs. What is worth noting is that her pupils are two completely different colors, as if they contain all kinds of amorous feelings. She is Candace, the guardian of Aru village. Just as Yexi was thinking, the old man standing behind Candace stepped forward and begged, please, let's go in. No. No entry now. The guards at the door stopped several people. Because of Yexi's high physical strength, he has heard these small disputes a long time ago. After getting closer, Dixie heard the movement over there. She looked at the checkpoint and was taken aback. Candace? Why is she here? Before she could observe the situation, the soldiers of Kawani suddenly raised their spears, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The old man begged again, the wind and sand are too strong, we still have children inside. A sandstorm is coming soon, we can't go back. The soldier shook his head when he heard the words, Miss Candace can go there, but the elderly and children cannot. Don't embarrass us. Are there still few stowaways like you? Yes, if we let you and the children go there, the boss will take us under the knife, and there is nothing we can do. The attitude of the two soldiers was very firm, ignoring the little girl's pleading eyes. Seeing this scene, Dixie and Alyosha gritted their teeth. What's wrong? Dixie explained, Candace wants to help children in the desert and go to the city to study. Master, the anti-sand wall does isolate the wind and sand, but at the same time, it also isolates us. Alyosha's eyes were full of disappointment, and she sighed, those who can enter and leave the desert are strictly controlled, and generally speaking, the elderly and children are not allowed to pass. Master Yexi, I want to help Candace. Is that okay? Dixie held up the gauntlet, and she would have rushed forward without hesitation. But now it is different. She had to listen to Yexi. Alyosha on the side pressed Dixie's shoulder and said in a low voice, don't trouble the master. If Dixie causes trouble, it will definitely affect everyone. Yexi's original intention was not to cause trouble for Jean, but he suddenly thought of something. This is a great opportunity to get a good reputation. Candace protects the largest village in the desert, which is full of desert people and the resting place of the descendants of the Red King. If he helps, Candace, who sees it, will of course show kindness. It's just an insignificant move, but it can develop a connection with the desert people and get positive praise. Then in the future, if he wins Sumeru, his prestige will naturally be high. Come on, let's go see the situation. Hearing Yexi's steady voice, Dixie and Alyosha were immediately filled with gratitude. For them, as desert citizens, seeing desert people being treated unfairly, of course they couldn't help but want to help. Yexi is not from the desert, so he can stand by and watch, but he is willing to step forward. They knew very well that it was Yexi who did this in order to take their feelings into consideration. This is Yexi's compassion and love for them. With Yexi's words, Dixie quickly moved over. Candace, what's going on? Dixie. Candace, who was just about to start, immediately calmed down when she heard the familiar call. Dixie is her good friend, and they can always meet and chat in Aru village every once in a while. As soon as she saw Dixie, Candace's gaze softened a lot. Why are you here? I haven't seen you for a long time. Sister Dixie. The little girl next to her also recognized Dixie, and ran over and hugged Dixie's leg. Let's talk about the old days later. Dixie looked at the guard and said, Audiobook, they are all my friends, do me a favor. Audiobook showed embarrassment, Dixie, your face can't be eaten by us. Just as he was talking, Yexi's voice suddenly came from the side. Then how about giving me face? Chapter 56. 9. Satal, take off your clothes. A spy from the Holy Order? Doesn't exist. Dixie is the clearest about what is shameful. She can still eat well in Kawani, and has many drinking buddies and friends. And the members of her mercenary group are also here. However, her face can be used as food for herself, but it can't help others. When Audiobook said that sentence, she was not impatient. After all, dealing with people is not all about fists. Mixing on the edge of this kind of desert will always encounter a lot of troubles, and you have to take care of each other when you come out to mix. Big deal, she promised to owe a few favors. Her blazing main lioness favor is still very valuable. If there is any trouble at that time, let her solve it. It's just a matter of cost. But before she could speak, Yes's voice came from behind her. Then how about giving me face? Audiobook heard the words and looked at Yexi. At first glance, he only felt that the handsome young man in front of him had an extraordinary bearing. At the second glance, he began to search in his memory, and found that he had never seen Yexi at all. After all, Yexi gives people a very special feeling. If you see it, you will never forget it. After thinking about it, Audiobook frowned without any impression. Just when he was about to ask who Yexi was, Yexi suddenly pulled back his clothes, revealing a shiny gemstone inside. Hey! Wait a minute. Audiobook hurried forward, pressed Yexi's clothes with his hands, and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, Audiobook immediately put on a smiling face. Oh, my lord. This can't be helped. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the gemstone in Yexi's arms, and his eyes were shining with golden light. In the small place of Kawani, in fact, there are quite a lot of treasures that I have seen. Throughout the year, some scholars from the Holy Order and explorers in the city went to the desert to search for ruins and find some treasures. Seeing people showing off gems outside every day, Audiobook is also greedy for 403. Although I can't get it, but after all the years, my vision for seeing gems has become first class. He could tell at a glance that the quality of this gemstone was extraordinary. That color is worth millions of moras. That's equivalent to his annual salary. Yexi smiled, put the emerald into Audiobook's chest pocket, and patted the big man on the shoulder. Brother guard, can we go there now? Look at what you are saying. Audiobook grinned, hurriedly nodded and bowed to get out of the way. Master, please come in. It's windy and sandy outside. If it blows you, I will be guilty. Dixie's face was dark. Audiobook, let me tell you, you are really a good material for a mercenary. The mercenaries of the Gilded Brigade regard money as their life. As long as they have money, they can do anything. Formal, there are still some bottom lines. Like Legacy of the God King, there is no bottom line. Having said that, Audiobook scratched his head and laughed. However, another guard next to him hesitated. Audiobook, is this okay? If you are. Are you stupid, boy? Audiobook waited for the newcomer to look at him, winking wildly. Don't worry, I'm half as good as you. Isn't it just a scolding from above? A little fine can be worth as much as this guy. As he spoke, he patted the wound on his chest. But, how do you fill out the registration form? Oh, is there even a need to ask? Audiobook hurriedly said, this child is the master's child, the mother is the master's wife, and the old man is the master's father-in-law. This old man made a fortune in the city and took his wife back to live in the city. What a heartwarming and touching story. If you were someone else, you would have already lost your wife and children. As he spoke, Abak asked with tears streaming down his face, can we stop such a master? No, can't. The novice was terrified, and hurriedly followed Arbeker's words and began to fill out the registration form. Abak put on a smiling face and welcomed Yexi in with a smile. Yexi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said in his heart that Abak was a talent. To him, that gemstone was nothing more than inferior goods, of little value. But a small gem can get this kind of convenience, which is naturally very cost-effective. After successfully passing Kawin station, Yexi heard a call from behind. Mr. A, the mother, daughter, and old man behind him suddenly hesitated. My lord, we can't afford these mora. What do you want us to do? I can go to your house as a servant. My mother and I will be your servants together. Old man, I can still show my strength. It's really not possible. I have a granddaughter who works in the Order Academy. Although I don't know if she still recognizes me, I will ask her to lend me some money. It's okay for the old man and the mother to say, and even the children say they want to be servants. Alayusha couldn't help but sigh with emotion that law can make people difficult to such an extent. For the desert people, mora is extremely precious. Because the desert is barren and sparsely populated, there are almost no transactions. Take Aru village as an example, there are not many mora in the whole village. In the city, someone can get a monthly salary of more than 100,000 yuan, but in the desert, even 10,000 yuan is not bad. In this case, it's not that you don't work hard to make money, but that you don't have that much money for everyone to make. In other words, no matter what they do, these people can't afford Yexi's favor. Regarding this, Candice and Dixie on the side were also speechless. All right. Yexi glanced at Candice, and did not refuse, you follow me back to the city, and I will arrange for you later. Hearing this, Candice breathed a sigh of relief. If Yexi helps a few people without any purpose, she feels a little uneasy. In the situation just now, if it wasn't for Yexi's help, these people could only return to the village. But the sandstorm is coming, and if you go back at this time, the end will definitely be a dead end. Since Yexi saved the lives of several people, of course he had to get compensation. Dixie, this master. It's my man. Oh, hi. Candice looked at Dixie suddenly, her eyes with different pupils trembled wildly. Dixie, are you serious? Dixie scratched her head and said with a smile, actually, to be precise, it's my master. I will protect him for free in the future, for the rest of my life, it's as simple as that. Is Dixia's sister getting married? The little girl next to her looked yearning. In her eyes, Dixie was a handsome and powerful sister. As the daughter of the desert, you can become a mercenary, traveling back and forth between the rainforest and the desert. She also wants to be like Dixie. Hearing this, Dixie smiled and touched the girl's head. Kalima is too young, let's talk about it when I grow up. Candice didn't expect that someone could tame the lion Dixie, and immediately stepped forward and said, Master, I am Candice the guardian of Arahi. Thank you for your help, otherwise even I would not be able to protect them in the sandstorm. If we forcibly break into Kawin Post, we will be passive and discredit Aru village. Also, Dixie has caused you trouble. Yexi nodded and introduced himself. Master Yexi, when you help the villagers of Aru village, you help me. Therefore, I owe you a favor. If you need help, please feel free to tell me. Hearing Candice's words, Yexi's eyes lit up. I do need Miss Candice's help with something. Hey? Sir, please tell me. In the next few days, Simura City will undergo major changes, and I hope Miss Candice can stay and help. Candice was slightly taken aback, although she didn't understand what the big change Yexi was talking about, but since she had made the promise, she would not go back on it. Okay, if it's a few days, I can stay. Alayusha and Dixie on the side were very curious, and they didn't understand what the big change was. Anyway, let's go back to the city together. Yexi took out 2 relic guards from the portable space. This time, everyone was startled. Hey! There are monsters. Mom! Everyone be careful. Candice raised her shield, her eyes full of vigilance. Dixie patted Candice on the shoulder and said, Relax, this is my master's means of transportation. Candice's face was full of disbelief. In the desert, it is difficult to deal with the relic guards. Unexpectedly, such a difficult monster is actually Yexi's tool. Candice was relieved when she saw Alayusha skillfully jumped onto the palm of the ruin guard. After some explanations, everyone sat on the palms of the ruin guards. The little girl Kalima exclaimed excitedly, calling it amazing. On the way, Yexi knew the purpose of the mother and daughter in the city. The mother wanted to send her daughter to an orphanage so that her daughter could go to school in the orphanage. If her daughter can't get in, she will come to the city to work for her daughter to study. My lord. Kalima can be a maid and study at the same time. Seeing the serious look of the little girl, Yexi nodded and said nothing. But he saw Dixie's slightly disappointed expression. He remembered that Dixie had always used the hard-earned money to support the orphanage. Moreover, Dixie will also help some children in the desert to smuggle into the city to learn knowledge. You must be thinking about these things right now. I plan to subsidize a sum of money to the orphanage so that Kalima and his mother can enter the orphanage. What Yexi said suddenly surprised everyone present. My lord, what you said, really? Dixie looked into Yexi's eyes with piercing eyes, full of emotion, but, I have spent such a precious gem just now. Before Dixie could finish speaking, Yexi said, in my eyes, the desert people and the rainforest people are equal. Dixie, the purpose of the wall is not to block, but to protect, isn't it? This sentence is exactly what Dixie has always been obsessed with. The anti-sand wall has always been regarded as a wall to block wind and sand. But it not only isolates the wind and sand, but also isolates the people of the desert. She helped those children in the desert, smuggled to Simuru, and gave the mora, which she had earned so hard, to the orphanage. It's because she doesn't want the anti-sand wall to be regarded as blocking, because in her eyes, The anti-sand wall is for protection. Dizzy's heart was beating incessantly at Yexai's words, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She has only one sentence on her mind. Why does Yexai know her heart? So handsome. Candice on the side had a smile on her face. Seeing Dixie's appearance and Yexai's words, desert people and rainforest people are equal, I am sure that Yexai's character is very good. She was gratified to find such a support for her good friend. Thank you, sir. The mother and daughter choked up for a while, deeply moved. Ayla Yusha leaned on Yexai's shoulder with a look of happiness. Why didn't those words move her? She understood that no matter how many women Yexai had, she would not be left out because of her identity as a desert citizen. Yexai secretly nodded in his heart. Those present, except him, are all from the desert. As long as they say something appropriate, it will naturally attract a wave of worship. As for the old man at the side, Yexai took the initiative to ask. The old man sighed, My lord, my granddaughter's name is Sidale, she works in the Holy Order Academy, and it is said that she is someone close to the sage. It's just that recently, for some reason, she cut off contact with us. Maybe, I don't want to be in the desert anymore. The old man's tone was full of disappointment. The purpose of his visit this time was just to see how Scytale was doing and whether he was still alive and healthy. Yexai was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect this old man to be Scytale's grandfather. Scytale is an important person next to the great sage Azar. Whether it is the dream reincarnation project of the Flower God's birthday festival or the canned knowledge of the gods, she should be very clear. Here comes the problem. How should these people be used? Just as he was thinking, Simura City was just around the corner. After a day, many things happened, but finally returned home. As soon as I entered the yard, I heard the chatter inside. There seems to be a sound. Is the master coming? I haven't seen the master for 2 days. I want to hug. The voices belonged to Ixia and Dinazede. Yexai pushed open the door, and saw 2 beauties happily coming out to greet her. After a few words of reassurance, Dinazede suddenly said, Master, when you were away, a female scholar from the Order Academy came. She said that she wanted to accept the commission to hire a wife with a lot of money. Her name is Sidare. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Sister Sidare. The little girl Kalima looked surprised. Although she didn't understand what the commission for a large sum of money to hire a wife was, she could understand that Sater would come. The old man on the side stayed where he was. Everyone in Aru village knew her. Only Yexai had a playful look on his face. Just now I was still thinking about how to use the current resources to make a layout, but I didn't expect this gift to come to my door. Seeing that everyone was stunned, Dinazede and Ixia looked at each other in blank dismay. But Ixia moved closer to Yexai and whispered, Master, Scytale is someone close to the great sage, I think this matter is strange. Azar has been seeing that you are not happy, Master. I think Scytale has other plans. Yexai reached out and touched Ixia's raised head, his eyes were full of appreciation. As expected of a scholar who claims to be Hibantu, 48 I's intelligence is very commendable. Guys, I need all of you to do me a favor. Hearing Yexai's words, everyone pricked up their ears. Sir, tell me. If you can use my words, the old man, just ask the master. Say it. Yexai made some general arrangements. Evening. A lonely figure came to the door of the Ye family compound. She sighed and looked back towards the grove. A few figures hiding in the woods waved to her, beckoning her to knock on the door. Scytale lowered her head. She didn't expect that, as the assistant of the great sage, she would be sent to do such a thing. Sell a euro your body, investigate intelligence for the academy, get the whereabouts of the heritage of the kingdom of Kerriya, and unlock the secret of the Kerriya people who obtained the Eye of God. That's right. She worked so hard in the academy, but at a critical moment, she was actually treated as a pawn. However, she can't refuse all of this. Otherwise, everything she owns now will be taken back. She has worked so hard to come to the teaching academy to study, and all the hard work she has put in will be in vain. Faced with such a threat, she could only nod. Seeing those people asking her to knock on the door, she had to do it. Thump thump. After a while, the door opened a crack, and Ixia poked her head out. Senior Scytale, you are here. Come in, my master has come back. This sentence made Sater feel desperate. When she came before, she was relieved to hear that Yexai was not there. If Yexai is here this time, she really cannot escape her fate. Scytale followed Ixia to the room with a heavy heart. As soon as she entered the room, she heard a voice. Sidare, take off your clothes. Chapter 57, I came here because I was greedy for my master's body. Yexai? Hearing the voice from beside her ear, Scytale suddenly raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Behind the desk, she saw a man with his back to her. That person's back looks very stylish, straight and tall, which surprised her very much. Who are you? Yexai turned around when she heard the words, looked into Sater's eyes, and said bluntly, I am Yexai, the master you will serve. You are Master Yexai. Scytale was taken aback, her eyes full of disbelief. This is completely different from what she imagined. Kanria has been destroyed for more than 500 years. The people of Kanria are already over 500 years old. It was also said in the void before that Yexai is an old monster. Suddenly, some vague memories appeared in her mind. She remembered that she seemed to have been told about Yexai by the great sage, but when she heard that she was going to sacrifice herself, she didn't listen to the follow-up at all. It's not her fault. A normal girl is suddenly asked to dedicate her body to another person, who can calm down. Don't be dazed, Sater. Yexai's steady voice brought Sater back to her senses, and she remembered what Yexai said just now. Now? Here. Seeing Yexai nodding, Scytale lowered her head. She is an innocent girl, no matter what, it is difficult to undress in front of a man she just met. However, remembering Hezid's threat, she still raised her hand. There was a rustling sound in the room. After a while, the plain gown slipped to the ground. Outerwear, lining. Floor. Sital only felt her heart beating faster, and there was only the sound of dong 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 in her ears. Whoa! That's great! An exclamation suddenly came from outside the door, and I looked over at once. But nothing was seen. Under the door and window, Dixie tightly covered Ixie's mouth, peeked inside, and saw Yexi's speechless gaze. She smiled silly, and quickly retracted her head. Don't make any noise while peeping. Otherwise you'll be discovered. Yexie sighed, I can't help it, I didn't expect Hanta to be so interesting. I really want to squeeze it. You rascal. Hey hey hey. Ixia, 20 Dizia and Dina Zede are all peeping here. Yexi was also helpless. These girls are really stupid and cute, they are also women, what is there to watch? Sometimes he really can't understand what's going on in a woman's mind, it doesn't matter if he looks at the opposite sex, he also looks at the same sex. Anyway, when a man sees a man's body, he will only feel a trademark. Unless it's just because of the guy. Sital thought it was an illusion, so she didn't care. Compared with those, what deserves more attention is the current situation. She could only cover it with her hands, facing Yexi's gaze, which made her face burn hot. She is so angry. It's not others who are angry, but yourself. If she faced this kind of humiliation before seeing Yexi, she would definitely call Yexi obscene and shameless. However, now she suddenly felt that her inner subconscious had changed. She didn't expect that Yexi looked so good. Anyway, she was a little moved by how good-looking she was. Whether it's her age, demeanor, or appearance, it's exactly what she wanted in her dream. Before doing it differently, if she was looked at by an old monster like this, she would be disgusted. However, if it is the current Yexi, it seems that it is not unacceptable. It was this strange psychological change that made her very angry with herself. Seedle, what are you doing? She felt two of herself appear above her head. One more thing, do you know shame? Sital. The other said, look. You are attracted by my figure, what are you waiting for? One is the sheep who are afraid of being eaten by wolves. The other is a sheep desperate to be eaten by wolves. Very strange. The self who was supposed to be angry at Yexi turned into a shy and blushing nympho girl. Yexi, on the other hand, didn't feel the change in Sitar's heart at all. He was just lamenting that as expected of the daughter of the desert, her skin was the same as Dixie and the others, a healthy honey color. Even if they are scholars and don't exercise often, the blood and genes left by their ancestors can keep them in perfect shape, and their body fat percentage is very good. He approached step by step, and gradually smelled a fragrance. As the assistant of the great sage, he holds a high position, and his life is very petty bourgeois. I am afraid that he uses high-end soap in his bath at night. It's kind of like an urban beauty. Seeing Yexi approaching step by step, Sitar was in a panic, like a ball of wool played by a cat. What to do? She was full of wild thoughts. Is the first time coming soon? Seedle, this is a woman's most precious moment. Repent, it's still too late. Do you want to lose your virginity for academics and work? Resist. Give him a slap and run away. Go back to that BD hazard and call him bloody. Seedle, the voice in my head is getting louder and louder. However, Sitar closed her eyes and pursed her lips. This is not a compromise of reality, but the most sincere call of the subconscious. She has been defeated by herself. However, the imaginary feeling did not come. She just felt that the void terminal next to her ear was taken off. Sital opened her eyes and saw Yexi holding her void terminal and clothes on the ground. This surprised her. Yexi put away these clothes and put them in the portable space, and took out a new set of clothes by the way. Put it on. Sital hugged her clothes with a look of bewilderment. Yexi did this because he was worried about being eavesdropped. He remembered very clearly that Dr. Fools, the executive officer, had the means to install bugs. He took a closer look just now, and there is no place on Sitar's body that can accommodate bugs. At the same time, the Holy Order, the Palace of Wisdom. The terminal that was playing the sound suddenly made a huge noise, causing Azar and the commander to unplug the void at once. Damn it, did it get discovered? Master Sage, it should be that the clothes fell on the ground and broke the bugging device. Hearing the instructor's words, Azar's face became serious. I didn't expect this Khaenri'ah man to be so anxious, he just met, and in a word, he would take off his clothes. I thought I could hear valuable news first. Humph. It's like a mindless animal. Now, we can only wait for Sitar to verbally report back the information. Yeah, family courtyard. Sital put on her clothes in a daze, feeling extremely ashamed in her heart. She remembered the act of closing her eyes and waiting, and felt ashamed, and wanted to find a crack in the ground to get in. Now, she is really angry. She couldn't help becoming angry. What the hell is this person doing? Do you want it? Why can't you wipe it off? I'm so anxious, etc. Why do I feel so lost? At this time, shouldn't it be rejoicing? I am glad that I have kept my chastity. Sitar felt like her head was going to burn out. I have never been so distracted by academics. Seedle. Hearing the call, Sitar raised her head, and suddenly found that Yexi had already sat on the chair behind the desk. At this time, he was looking at her with his fist on his cheek. This scene immediately calmed her down. Because, Yexi exuded a frightening aura. That kind of momentum is like looking down from a height, as if a king of noble blood is looking at a striker. Sital, you are a spy sent by the Holy Order. As soon as these words came out, Sital suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his heartbeat accelerated several times in an instant. The most frightening thing is that this sentence is not an interrogative sentence. She shook her head quickly. No. I'm not. Who are you? When these two words came, Sital felt a chill in his heart. She found that Yexi's gaze seems to be able to see through everything. The brilliance condensed in the eyes of that pair of stars hits the soul directly. In front of Yexi, lies are gone. Sital understands, Yexi has been doubting herself from the very beginning. I don't know anything about spies. Sidale, as a citizen of the desert, you have betrayed Lord Red King. Do you really think Lord Red King doesn't know about the conspiracy of the academy? Satal was so frightened that she backed up again and fell down on the carpet. She didn't expect to hear the word Red King here. How can this be? Even if the identity of the spy is questioned, it is still a matter between Yexi and the Holy Order. How could he have anything to do with the Desert Scarlet King? And, Yexi talked about the conspiracy of the Holy Order. It's as if Yexi knew about the upcoming dream mass production plan of the Holy Order Academy. This is absolutely impossible. Even if Yexi is a Kerriyan and rich, he's just an ordinary citizen. How could it be possible to know the secrets of the high-level members of the Holy Order? Are you running away, Satal? Are you going to help the Holy Order and commit evil deeds? Have you forgotten that you are the daughter of the desert? A series of questions that directly hit the soul caught Satal by surprise. These few questions are all her troubles recently. This feeling is really like being seen through by someone. She has been avoiding her own guilt. Assist the sage in making those plans, ignore the letters from the children in his hometown, and cut off contact with his relatives at home. No matter how she evades, these feelings of guilt are tormenting her deep in her heart. These days, she can only rely on continuous work and research, ignoring this mental torture. Unexpectedly, they were all seen through by the stranger Yexi. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Yexi is not in a hurry, the fun has just begun. He clapped his hands, come out. The next moment, the door opened, and Candace entered the room alone. Satal, long time no see. Candace. Satal's eyes widened, why are you here? You are the guardian of the village, no matter what you do, you can't come here. Is it a hallucination? Am I in a dream? Could it be? She touched her ear and suddenly remembered that the void terminal had been removed by Yexi. If it was in a dream, even if she took off the void terminal, it was just that she thought she had taken it off. Candace smiled softly, Satal, it's not a dream. Master Yexi wants me to come to the city to help, and he said that there will be some big changes in a while. Sater instantly understood what big change was talking about. The Flower God's birthday festival is coming soon, and the plan for mass production of Dreamland is about to begin. This matter, Yexi really knows. Candace stepped forward slowly, helped Satal up, and said, since you left the village and came to live in the Order Academy, you have really changed a lot. It's okay, Cedare, I see through your lies. Master Yexi, you can ask her questions, and I will judge. Oh. Yexi didn't expect Candace to be able to do this. He remembered that for lie detection, the disciplinary officer Sano should be the most powerful. Counting once or twice can make people tell the truth, just like what my mother said when I was a child. Lausisher Road Mountain, and then start counting down to 321. But he believed in Candace, so he asked, Cedare, what is the purpose of Azar sending you here? Satal was terrified. If it was revealed that he was a spy sent by Azar, what would happen to him? She believes that Yexi will definitely kill her without hesitation. Because what she came to investigate was the legacy of the kingdom of Kanria. And what about her? He is a liar who deceives feelings and money. What to do? Suddenly, her eyes lit up, she avoided the question, and replied loudly, I came here because I wanted to be Master Yexi's concubine, because Master Yexi is very handsome, I am very moved. I am greedy for his body. After saying these words, a visible color appeared on Vita's face. Ha! This made Yexi feel a little embarrassed. It was obviously an interrogation, so why did you just confess directly? He looked at Candace on the side, but 460 Candace was also at a loss. My lord, she's telling the truth. Ha! Forced to calm down, Yexi calmed down, if this sentence is not a lie, then all doubts will be groundless. Satal came here because of her, looks. In other words, it was not ordered by hazard. At this time, Candace said, Master, let me ask. Cedal, you are a spy sent by the great sage. Because you were forced, you are very reluctant. But after seeing Master Yexi, he was captured by the handsome face of the master, and then he was greedy for the master's body. Right. Ah. When Satal heard this soul-striking question, she was about to collapse. This shield girl is Tomiao's script, right? She was really wondering why Candace understood her so well. The question was so accurate. Answer my question. Satal looked ashamed and indignant, gritted her teeth and replied, no. This is a lie. Candace's eyes were very sure, she said she panicked. Evening a euro Wu Sater directly retracted her face into her clothes. I was so ashamed that I didn't even dare to show my head. She felt like she had dug a hole for herself. In the end, the lie was exposed. Not only that, but also exposed her shameful heart. What a shame to play. After I met you, I started to get hungry. How embarrassing. Just at this time, a little girl suddenly broke in from the door. Stop bullying Sister Satal. The little girl ran in all of a sudden and hugged Satal's thigh, looking very pitiful. Kalima? Why are you here too? Seeing the little girl, Ta immediately calmed down. This is the little girl. Kalima raised her head and asked with tears in her eyes, Sister Sater, have you read the letter I wrote to you? Why didn't you reply to me? I am so looking forward to Sister Sater, who can settle down in the city through studying. I also want to learn, to become the same person as Sister Cedare, and the same person as Sister Dizia. But Sister Satal suddenly stopped sending letters. I am so sad. These words directly defeated Satal's psychological defense. That's right. When she first came to the academy, she was the hope of the village and the person everyone paid attention to. The children envied her and sent her letters. But since becoming a sage's assistant, her moral sense can no longer allow her to reply. She has no face to face it. I wanted to come to the city to study with my mother, but there was a big wind and sand. If it wasn't for Master Yexi, who paid us to pass the checkpoint of Kawanzeo, I definitely wouldn't be able to see Sister Ta. Satal looked shocked, and tears filled her eyes. It is my fault. Master Yexi, I admit everything. Thank you for saving this child. Chapter 58, Cedale's repayment. Please give me a chance to show my loyalty. Satali grew up in the desert, so of course she knows how dangerous sandstorms in the desert are. She also knows that the checkpoints at Kawin Station will not allow children, women, and children in the desert to pass through. Because, that was the order she watched the great sage give. Only businessmen and adventurers are allowed to travel from the desert to the rainforest. She saw this rule, but there was nothing she could do about it. So what about being an assistant next to a sage? After all, people speak lightly. Gradually, she became numb. Powerless to change the status quo, and unable to leave the academy. She can only pretend not to see, turning a blind eye to the unequal treatment of the desert people. She started not to read the letters sent by the people in the village anymore, and she no longer communicated with the people in the village. She just hoped that everyone would forget about her. If everyone forgets that there is a person called Saitale in Aru village, she will be freed. However, now she understands. She can deceive others, but she cannot deceive herself. Seeing the little Kalima, seeing the innocent eyes, and the immature words spoken by Kalima. The sense of shame that had been buried in her heart for a long time had completely crushed her. Kalima, it's my sister's fault. Satal leaned down and hugged Kalima's small torso, and the guilt that had been accumulated for a long time turned into tears that filled her eyes. She didn't expect that she, who was wandering alone outside, still had such a small believer in the village, who had been yearning for her all the time. She felt ashamed when she thought that the future Kalima knew what she had done. Seeing this, Yexi nodded secretly inwardly, and sure enough, Saitale still had a conscience. He opened the mouth and said, Cedare, tell me about the situation in detail. Dixie and the others outside also entered the house. Sater told all about the great sage who asked her to inquire about the treasure. Then if you get the information, how do you convey it? Satal explained, in the woods outside the yard, there are several mercenaries. Azar said that I don't need to go back at night, but I have received information, so I need to find a time to leave the yard and go to the woods to report the situation. Yexi nodded and said with a smile, it seems that Hazard doesn't trust you. He can hear all the news around you through the bugging device. If what you report is different from what he heard, it means that you have betrayed the Holy Order, and I'm afraid you will end badly. What? Satal's face turned pale immediately, and she hurriedly groped her body. At this time, she suddenly discovered that her clothes had just been changed. So that's why I was asked to take off my clothes. Thinking of this, Satal blushed immediately. Just because of this incident, she is crazy about thinking about it, she is so beautiful. Yexi smiled playfully, according to my observation, there is no place on your body where you can hide a bug, unless... Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have never done that. Sater covered something, her eyes were full of shame. Yexia next to him said with a smile, that's not okay, why don't you let me check it? Saitale took several steps back at once, avoiding Ixie's gaze. She suddenly felt that this junior was terrifying. Okay, let's get down to business. Next, let's talk about the plan of the Holy Order. Hearing Yexi's words, Sater nodded and explained, I am one of the designers of the mass production of Dreamland. The so-called mass production of dreams means that on the night before the Flower God's birthday festival, all the people who wear void will enter the Dreamland. Then let everyone repeat the Flower God's birthday ceremony, and use this computing power to derive the power of a certain thing. This news shocked everyone present. Mass production dream. Miss, what are you talking about using the guys from the Han Gang's teaching academy to stop? It turns out that it is indeed a very powerful method. Ixia exclaimed from the side, if it's a dream, even if there are people who don't wear void, it's just asleep. And when they are sleeping, those who wear the void terminal will experience very, very long dreams, which may be repeated for hundreds of days. The brains of these people will condense into powerful computing power. The question is, what is that thing you are talking about? Satal took a deep breath and said, I didn't know before, but after Azar ordered me to come here, I investigated it secretly. That thing is the heart of a god. It is the most important prop in the hands of the gods. Heart of God. Everyone gasped. Could it be the little grass god? No, Lord Sayako God's heart is used to control our void, so we can't get away from it. In other words, the sage got the heart of another god. Satal shook her head, this is not news she can know, I don't know, but they used the power of the heart of God to create a new god. As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent. Obviously, everyone was frightened by the word creating gods. The god's eye is something that ordinary people dream of. With the god's eye, one will become the chosen child who is unique in 10,000. The academy skipped the research on the eye of God, and directly started to create new gods. In the eyes of everyone, this is an incredible thing. Is the great sage crazy? You want to use the power of mortals to create new gods? Even the master's country has never done such a thing. Wait a minute, when I was in Kawanzeo in the morning, Master Yexi said that there will be big changes, could it be that the master already knew about it? After listening to Dixie's words, everyone looked at Yexi. I'll explain these things later. Sitar, tell me the progress of the god-making plan. Hearing this, Satal hurriedly said, at present, the god of righteousness has been built and is somewhere in Ladu Valley. The sages are looking for the gods to fill them with knowledge and inject wisdom into the god of righteousness. And the Dream Realm mass production plan that I'm in charge of next will be used to export the power of the god's heart and inject divine power into the god of chance. Now the great sage is injecting power with the computing power of the void, and should already have 10% of the divine power. The Flower God's birthday festival is coming soon, and the divine power will be fully charged in one breath. After hearing the information from Sater, Yexi already understood. Next, stop the dream mass production plan. If the god of opportunity completes the final gathering of power, he is really not sure that he can defeat it. You know, in the original game, Nashida used her strength to force the traveler to fight countless times before barely succeeding. Without Nashida, the traveler would probably be cold. Very good. Sateri, the information you mentioned is correct whether it is known to me or unknown to me. Hearing this, Satal couldn't help but think. If she lied, what would Yexi do to her? Surely he wouldn't let her die happily. In any case, I should be doomed to die, it's nothing more than pain or pain. Thinking of this, she suddenly came to Yexi and knelt down. I've said everything I know, master, you can kill me. 11 Kill you? Why? When asked this question, Sater was a little surprised. I was sent by Azar to deceive the master. Yexi smiled. You are still useful. I want you to go back to the academy and always pay attention to the progress of the god-making project, so as to prevent Azar from starting the Dreamland mass production plan in advance. Next, you go and tell the mercenaries outside about the whereabouts of the Khaenri'ah kingdom's legacy. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a crack appeared in the air next to him. An incomparably dazzling golden light was released from inside. All the people present not only let out a gasp. Wow! In that crack, there are countless golden mora piled up. It seems that it is endless. Even people who don't love money can't take their eyes off seeing this scene. As you can see, I have a habit of carrying mora with me. You tell Hazard about it to increase your credibility so you don't come under suspicion. Satal nodded and hurriedly said, I'll go now. Wait a moment. Alayusha stopped her, and said, wait a little longer, it's not long, the master's time is long evening. For a moment Dinazade and Dixie all showed meaningful eyes. Satal blushed. Sateri, go to the next door to see your grandpa. Sater, who was still blushing, suddenly opened her eyes wide. A premonition flashed through her mind. Could it be that my grandfather is here? Could it be that he was also saved by Yexi? She hurried out of the house. Yexi also took the opportunity to tell everyone what he knew. By the way, he told his plan. Night. The door of the Ye family compound suddenly opened a small crack. Sater sneaked out of the door and looked outside. Although it was pitch black, a few figures soon appeared under the moonlight. How about it? Tell Hazard that Yexi has a storage space that can carry tens of billions of moras with him. What are you talking about? There is such a thing. I can't come out for too long, I'll go back first. Satal ignored the other party's shock and hurried back to the yard. After a while, the news was brought back to the wisdom officer. Hearing the mercenaries return, Azar frowned. So it is. No wonder he has so many moras, but he can't even find a shadow of moras at home. It seems that we must find a way to arrest him. After the mercenaries retreated, the commanding officer came out, stepped forward and said, My lord, let's finish the preparations for the Flower God's birthday festival first. Isn't it easy to get this money after we have the God of Chance? Hazard nodded upon hearing the words, then just ignore him. By the way, Lord Sage, there is news from the fools. The commandant said in a low voice, listen to them, the subordinates sent to deal with the relic guards have disappeared. It is suspected that the commandant has infiltrated other forces. Let us investigate. Humph, help the trash. Even if the relic guards locked by a force system can't be dealt with, it can only mean that they are incompetent. I asked them to investigate the identity of the Khaenri'ah people before, but there is no result yet. Hazard snorted coldly, don't worry about them, I've had enough dealing with that exile. As long as we have the God of Opportunity, we will no longer need stupid. There are so many people. Yes. Ladu Valley. Jingli Yulai Workshop. Daughtery. How much longer? I want to ascend to God. Every second I spend here makes me unbearable. Inside the huge cabin of the God of Righteousness, there came the impatient urging of stragglers. And in the hall, a man with a beak-like mask stood with his hands behind his back. He is the exile of the Holy Order, the second seat of the fools. The doctor. Daughtery smiled and said calmly, soon, it will be the Flower God's birthday festival soon, and it will be a day to inject strength into you. Hurry up, Doter. Don't make me wait too long. Daughtery left the hall, and the smile on his face turned cold instantly. When dealing with experimental mice, it is inevitable that they need to comfort their emotions when appropriate. In order for the experiment to be completed smoothly, he can endure it. This experiment, he and Harlequin have been planning for too long, and we can't let it fall short because of some small mistakes. Just at this moment, a crowd of fools knelt in front of Daughtery and reported, Master Doctor, we have carefully searched for the whereabouts of the two brothers and found that they disappeared out of thin air. It doesn't look like a defection. Oh. Daughtery asked, what about the reply from the order? My lord, the Holy Order did not cooperate with the investigation. I see. Daughtery thought about it, and said to himself, interesting, really interesting. It's okay, if there is a problem, I will come forward in person late at night. After washing up, Yexi returned to the room. Somewhat unexpectedly, he saw Sater. Logically speaking, the ones who will accompany him tonight are Alisha, whom he wanted very much yesterday, and Ixia, who has not spoiled him for a few days. Satal, get out of here. Hearing Yexi's words, Sater didn't move, but took the initiative to untie the bath towel on her body. The white high-grade silk bath towel slowly slid down her honey-colored skin, and under the moonlight, the beautiful outline glowed with a seductive luster. This is the second time she has exposed herself to Yexi's gaze. The first time was asked, but she didn't resist in her heart. But this time, it was she who actively desired it. My lord, you saved me. I have no way to repay you. This is the only way. I hope you don't dislike me. After talking to the people in the village, she realized that she had gone too far on the wrong path. She forgot her hometown, her relatives, and her roots. She feels inferior because of her desert origin, which is wrong in itself. If it wasn't for Yexi's good money, good hands, I'm afraid Grandpa and Kalima would all die in the sandstorm. And the sinner who killed them was her, Sater herself. It was Yexi who gave her a chance. It was Yexi who woke her up in time. Yexi stared at Saitail calmly without saying a word. My lord, at least give me this chance so that I can lurk into the teaching academy smoothly. This sentence really made Yexi think. I see. If you become a woman of Khaenri'ah, you will have the eyes of God. If Satal didn't, it would raise suspicions. Seidel nodded hastily upon hearing this, so, please give me a chance to repay your kindness. As she spoke, she didn't cover up shyly, but suppressed her shyness and showed a seductive figure, trying her best to get Yexi's attention. All right. Cedare, I'll give you this chance. Hearing this, Satere felt as if she was rewarded, and she lay down happily. Great Sage Oz is suspicious if the other party notices something, it is likely to startle the snake. Dream mass production plan has no feeling. Of course Yexi will not wear a void terminal, nor will anyone she knows wear it. So if Hazard starts the plan ahead of time, he will not notice it at all. After he woke up as usual, he might just have a good sleep. But those who wear the void have passed through a day that has been repeated hundreds of times, and the divine power of the God of Opportunity will also be filled. Therefore, he needs eyeliner. It is not enough to have the monitoring of the Abyss Apostle, and people around Azar must always pay attention to the project progress. That being the case, the existence of the tower cannot be ignored. After seeing Satal's hard work, Yexi approved of her eating. As a daughter of the desert, even a weak scholar can become strong. Under the moonlight, work hard again and again. Seems like never wanting to stop, wanting to be complimented by him. In her, Yexi saw the same qualities as Alyusha and Dixie. Very beautiful. Chapter 59, Nashida, I am willing to offer the whole Sumeru, and myself. Nth, Nashida, I am willing to offer the whole Sumeru, and myself. Yexi found that girls in the desert have a temperament of not admitting defeat, in various aspects. Whether it's Alyusha, Dixie, or Satere next to him, they all like to compete. Especially, this aspect after turning on a certain switch in the body. It's a pity that the wood is big and the wood is big. After repeated struggles, Satere flew into the starry sky and began to travel, enjoying the aftertaste that life has never had before. And Yexi opened the system panel to check the rewards. Complete the mission. Open branches. Physical strengthening plus 14. Congratulations on obtaining wind elemental strength adaptability, wind elemental strength plus 23. Acquire ability, walk on the wind. Abyss power plus 22. Hint, new abyss abilities can be unlocked. After a series of enhancements, Yexi's eyes fell on the new elemental power. He already has the adaptability of the wind element force. Now, not only can he use elemental power without God's eye, but he can use both. And at the same time, the ability obtained is, walking on the wind. Walking on the wind, consume wind elemental power to fly in the sky. Can actually fly in the sky. The news made Yexi's eyes light up. No one doesn't want to try to fly, and so does Yeji. However, he looked at the elemental force consumption and found that his current wind elemental force value was not enough to support long-term flight. After flying for a while, you have to come down and take a rest. However, talking is better than nothing, at least you can fly for a while. Then there is the power of the abyss. A new ability can be unlocked. He opened the abyss power panel, and then an inquiry window popped up on the panel. Do you want to unlock new abilities? After Yexi selected yes, a branch lit up in the tree diagram. Unlock the drain ability. Drain, you can absorb filthy energy such as abyssal power, taboo knowledge, and karma, and transform it into your own calendar area. Seeing this explanation, Yexi was taken aback. It can actually absorb the power of the abyss, so can it purify the abyss religious order infected with the power of the abyss? This question immediately occupied Yexi's thinking. He kind of couldn't wait to try it out. But it's too late now, let's talk about it the next day. At this time, Satere, who was on the side, finally recovered from the extreme comfort. Looking at Yexi's profile, she felt excited. This feeling is like finally being with a fantasy lover in the dream. So happy. Before she came, she still resisted in her heart. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, she felt that she had gotten her wish. But thinking of the future, she couldn't help but sigh. Master, if we successfully terminate Azar's plan, I will go back to the desert. I want to be a teacher, to teach children in the desert, so that they can also learn knowledge. Although she will miss Yexi very much when she returns to the desert, but at least this is something she can do that is not meaningful. Yexi shook his head and said, you don't have to go back. I will set up a school in the city, so that the desert people can also come to the city to go to school. If you want to be a teacher, then you will be teaching them in the city. Hearing Yexi's words, Satal looked in disbelief. Master, this will cost a lot of money? And, why do you want to do this for the people of the desert? Satal was very surprised, because everyone discriminated against the desert people, thinking that the desert people were barbaric, violent, uneducated, and extremely poor. But Yexi is willing to build a school for the desert people. In fact, Yexi has only one goal, and that is fame. If he lived peacefully in Sumi and was loved and praised by most people, he would have fewer troubles. If so, why not do it? Taking a step back, Sumi maintains peace and stability, which is also a good gift to Khaenri'ah and Suxia. If Khaenri'ah is rebuilt, Sumeru, as the kingdom above the head, will definitely provide a lot of help. With the full support of the people in the rainforest and the desert, it will be absolutely beneficial and harmless. However, of course he would not tell Satere the answer. After thinking for a while, he replied flatly, I told Alyusha and the others that in my eyes, desert people and rainforest people are equal. And you too, State Tower. 21 Hearing this, Satal's heart was pounding. It's a heart-pounding feeling. There was only one sentence left in her mind: the master has me in his heart. I am not wishful thinking and unrequited love. Master, you are so kind. I really want to give you everything. Or, let's go on. I can't, evening. He didn't expect that Satere, who is very serious in work and research, actually has a bit of potential in love, but he doesn't hate it. Who can refuse a little girl who is so greedy for herself? Not long after Yexi fell asleep, he suddenly entered the familiar white world again. When he recovered, a badminton appeared in front of him. Descent, we meet again. Yexi was already familiar with the first time and the second time. He imagined a sofa and sat down. You came to me this time, did you figure it out? Badminton turned around, her cute little face was full of disappointment. She nodded and said, I understand what you mean. I am the god of Sumeru, and I have the obligation and responsibility to guide the people of Sumeru to the right path. I have investigated the general plans of the great sages through consciousness projection. They actually colluded with fools and wanted to create a false god to replace me. This will undoubtedly bring great disaster to the people. As she spoke, Nashida covered her chest with her little hand and said, I don't know what kind of feeling this is, maybe it's just being angry. Maybe my strength and wisdom are not 1/10,000th of that of the Tree King, but I cannot tolerate the misbehavior of the sages. So, can you help me, please? Descendant. Yexi was very satisfied with what Nashida said. Before, it was because of Nashida's connivance that the regiment gave Azar and the others a chance. Otherwise, it's up to them, don't even try to confine the newborn little grass king. Now, Nashida has finally developed emotions and is no longer accommodating. That being the case, you can make a deal. So, are you ready to pay the price? Hearing Yexi's words, Nashida suddenly asked, Descent, if you get Sumeru, what will you do? As the god of Sumeru, she must know the answer. Hazard has made her aware of the danger. If Sumi is handed over to Yexi and puts Sumi in danger again, she will be desperate. Yexi nodded and replied, I can't give you the answer yet, but I will make Sumi better. Sumi is the closest country to Khaenri'ah, so for Khaenri'ah, I will make Sumi more prosperous. But one thing. Yexi stopped suddenly, looked into Naxida's eyes, and said in a deep voice, if the law of heaven is against me, then you and the whole Sumi must become my strength and help me fight against the gods. So far, Yexi's goal has not changed much. Taking advantage of the reason of spreading branches and leaves, they fumbled for fish in the matter of restoring Khaenri'ah. If you can do less, you will do less, if you cannot do it, you will not be king. Come up with some results from time to time, and deal with the abyss called Kong and the others. As for him, just enjoy life and use the system to accumulate strength. If one day, the gods in the sky wake up and want to trouble him, he will resist. It's that simple. Hearing Yexi's words, Nashida repeated it, that is to say, to get your help, you must stand against the law of heaven. That's right. Yexi said again, don't worry, I won't abandon you. After all, you are a god recognized by Sumi, and I will not hinder your work. But you just need to remember one thing, Sumi, and you are mine. It is still unrealistic to want a Kerriya to become the master of Sumi and get the support of everyone. So, he can be behind the scenes. After getting Yexi's reply, Nashida breathed a sigh of relief. She understood what Yexi was thinking. It is to be the hands-off shopkeeper and let her be a puppet agent. Such a result is perfectly acceptable. Her previous plan was to hand over Sumi to others, and then leave Sumi by herself without any further ties. At least according to Yexi's request, she can still stay in Sumeru. Thinking of this, Nashida nodded, Descent, I agree with your proposal. As long as you are willing to stop the fools and the great sages, I am willing to sacrifice the entire Sumeru. And myself. Yexi said, okay, I accept, Cuff, your request. Early the next morning. Holy Order. Satao returned to the Palace of Wisdom and came to the calendar office of the Sage Yin. Master Sage, I have completed the task you gave me. The god's eye has somehow appeared, and I don't know how it came about, and I haven't gotten any news about it. As she spoke, she showed the god's eye that she got today. It was a green eye of the grass elemental god. Azar raised his head, and saw the displeasure in Han Tele's eyes. Sitar, are you not happy that you got the eye of God? Boom Sital hammered on the desk with both fists, and said angrily, Master Sage. Are you humiliating me? Let me give my body to a stranger for free, I just feel disgusted by this kind of god's eye. Although Sital said so, her real thoughts were completely opposite. When she woke up today, she was so happy to see this god's eye that belonged to her. This time, he not only got Yexi's favor as he wished, but also got the precious god's eye. She only feels that she has earned blood. In a happy mood, she couldn't help but have another super long morning exercise, until now she is a little unsteady when walking. Hazard breathed a sigh of relief seeing Sater so angry. Sci-Tail was born in the desert, and he usually respects him a lot, and he is afraid that he will be discriminated against because of his desert background. After being assigned a spy mission by him, Sater's attitude has changed. Today's anger proves that Sater's heart has been greatly humiliated. In this way, he believed that Sci-Tail hated Yexi very much. Hee. Hazard laughed said, Sci-Tail, we will all record your contribution to the Academy of Order. The information you obtained this time is very important. When we complete the current project, we will arrest that Yexi. At that time, his life and death will be decided by you. And that huge inheritance is also yours. I remember, don't you have a project you want to research that lacks funding? It's easy to say. Hearing these words, Ta's face recovered a bit. Master Sage, I can only accept this once. There will never be another time for this kind of thing. Okay, don't worry. As Azar said, he asked suddenly, by the way, you didn't wear the same clothes yesterday, did you? It's nothing, just a random question, I will pay you on behalf of Jiaoling Academy. Hearing Azar's words, Sater sneered in his heart. He clearly wanted to inquire about the situation of the wiretapping equipment, but he pretended to ask for his health, he is worthy of being a great sage. Fortunately, she had been ordered by Yexi a long time ago, and she was prepared. The clothes were torn by that guy, that BD is very strong. I really don't know what the Koreans have been through to have so many hobbies. Oh, so that's the case, then go buy a new set of clothes, and the Holy Order will reimburse you. Azar secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The listening device was given to him by the doctor. It is said that it is a high-end product produced by Fontaine, and it is extremely difficult to find. He was also worried about being noticed, so he didn't need to ask. Seeing Setere's reaction and answer, he guessed that Yexi should have crushed the clothes when he tore them apart. Naster, you rest first, and wait for the dream mass production plan to start before you come again. Desert people are not as fragile as you think. I'm going to the research room. Satal snorted coldly, and left the top floor of the Palace of Wisdom. Hazard frowned when Setere left. The instructor at the side also came out, and said with a sneer, the people in the desert are not so fragile, I think she can't walk steadily. Master Sage, do you have any doubts? Azar thought for a moment, and finally shook his head, women in the desert are very rebellious and extremely difficult to tame. As for Sital's persecuted situation, no matter how powerful the Khaenri'ah is, it is impossible for Sital to be willing. Besides, she is the designer of the Dreamland mass production plan. Without her, the progress will be much slower. The instructor echoed, I also think there is nothing wrong with it. She didn't know about the wiretapping and reported the information truthfully. Anyway, God's birth inspection is coming soon. Complete the God-making plan first. When we have the God of opportunity, we will take away the inheritance of the Khaenri'ah people, and then send him on the road with the woman Sital. After hearing Azar's words, the instructor nodded and said, yes. Outside the city, Yexi found a Kaihokiu man and tried to use the ability of Drain. After he used his ability, the abyss power on the surface of Kaihokiu's body began to shrink. After a while, human skin was exposed. But before Yexi was happy, the skin began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Kaihokiu people also let out a painful roar. Yexi suddenly understood. Whether it's the Chuchus or the cursed Koreans, they've been alive for hundreds of years. Once the power of the abyss is stripped, the body will quickly fester and wither. In other words, the power of the abyss gave them the ability to be immortal. Without the power of the abyss, they would die immediately. But he himself was different. The system has reshaped his body, so his body is no longer the body of 500 years ago, but a brand new body. After figuring this out, Yeji gave up the idea of a euro saving people. This is not saving people, it is better to say it is killing in disguise. The path of purification is impossible. So, he gave up decisively. A few days passed by. According to last news, that yellow-haired idiot has arrived in Sumuru city. On the other hand, he is still in correspondence with Sater. In Sumuru, dark-colored birds are the most common messengers. Common pigeons are usually only eaten as poultry because they are difficult to domesticate. He used his animal taming skills to tame several pigeons that were extremely difficult to be used to deliver letters. In this way, Hanta will not be suspected. However, Sital's letters are extremely frequent. Every time I open it, it's missing Master's Day X. Or it was a nasty love story that made Ixia and Dixie next to them laugh out loud. Finally, when Yexi opened the note this time, a new message appeared on it. Dreamland mass production plan starts at 10 o'clock tonight, the owner of the Dreamland, Nilu. Chapter 60. Seeing Sital's secret letter, Yexi's eyes lit up. Dixie, go and send out the prepared letter, ready to start action. Leave it to me. Yexi. Dixie clenched her fist, feeling like it was on fire. Ever since she heard Yexi's plan, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep every day. Even after playing games with Yexi, she doesn't feel tired. She came to the yard and released the pigeons that had been prepared before. The pigeons flew to several corners of the city. Grand Bazaar. Everyone is decorating the Grand Bazaar, wanting to make the Grand Bazaar beautiful. The stall owners of several stalls surrounded Nilu, and they flattered me with every word. Tomorrow is the Flower God's birthday festival, Nilu, the business of our Grand Bazaar depends entirely on you. Yes, Nilu, you have to work hard, when the time comes, I'll give you a delicious rice round tower. By the way, where is the gemstone Master Yexi gave you? You have to wear it well, it looks so beautiful when you put it on. Master Yexi will come too. You have to behave well. Nilu was told that, and she bought it for a few days. Especially when she heard the last sentence, she immediately felt very shy. Mr. Afshan, don't be joking, how could Master Yexi like me? Several people were about to gossip, when Sheikh Zubair leaned over and urged, okay, give Nilu a little rest. When Zubair said this, Hu Shang and the others dispersed with a smile. Thanks to you, Mr. Zubair. Nilu, there is something I want to tell you. Zubair frowned and said, do you still remember what Master Yexi said before? Lord Sayaka was imprisoned by the great sages. I have already asked someone to investigate, and found that the gate of the Jingshan Palace of Lord Grass God is indeed heavily guarded. Basically, it is certain, exactly as Master Yexi guessed. I have already told everyone in the Grand Bazaar, but everyone is actually very angry about this. Well. Nilu nodded, but didn't say anything. This surprised Zubair. He thought Nilu would have a big reaction. Just at this moment, a pigeon flew to Nilu's head and circled continuously. Nilu froze for a moment, stretched out her hand, and the pigeon landed on her hand. Zuberton was startled when he saw the letter tied to the pigeon's leg. Nilu, you won't hide anything from me. Hey? No. No way. Nilu hesitated for a long time, looking flustered. Seeing this, Zubair understood that Nilu had something to hide, so he nodded and said, Nilu, no matter what you and Master Yexi plan to do, you should tell Master Yexi that everyone in the bazaar trusts him. Good. I see, Mr. Zubair. That's right, Nilu. Zubair suddenly laughed and said, Afshan is right, if you can really develop with Master Yexi, the theater will not delay your happiness. Nilu blushed and left the theater with the pigeon in her arms. She took out the letter on the pigeon's leg, unfolded it and read it, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry, Master Yexi. Among the many pigeons, one flew to Huachinguo. At this time, Taneri and Kailai had just finished patrolling the forest. Kailai, you solved 2 dead zones today, do you feel uncomfortable? Hearing Taneri's inquiry, Kailai shook his head, Master Taneri, my illness has been completely cured, and the death zone has no effect on me. I had a review with Master Yexi last night. As he spoke, Kailai's pretty face flushed slightly. Taneri sighed, unexpectedly, that Master Yexi is so powerful that he can really cure the devil scale disease, and even take away the black inflammation in your body. What an amazing character. That's right, the Master is very powerful. Kailai giggled and nodded repeatedly. However, Taneri suddenly smiled and said, that being said, Kailai should also pay attention to restraint, you go back to the city every day, the work of the forest ranger is still there, the body will not be overwhelmed, right? Claire's pretty face flushed instantly. In the past 2 days, she has indeed been looking for Yexi every day, and the frequency is very frequent, because she is too addicted. Just as he was talking, a pigeon suddenly flew over and stopped in front of Tighnari and Khaenri'ah. It's a letter from Master Yexi. Khaenri'ah hurriedly took down the letter, opened it and read it by the street light. Recently, Yexi helped him learn to read, and she learned very quickly. After reading the above content, Khaenri'ah said in a deep voice, Master, it's time to act. Tighnari nodded, okay, let's get ready. Evening. The city of Sumeru gradually returned to calm. A group of 30 people came to the street and reprimanded them in front of the shops that were still open. Curfew tonight, all go home and sleep. Stop drinking, hurry up. It's gone. Hearing the clamor at the end of the street, several mercenaries who were drinking began to curse. What's the situation? You just came back, why don't you let me have a good drink? That's right, there's a sudden curfew. Those 30-member regiments, relying on the iron rice bowl paid by the Holy Order Institute, made things difficult for us who do odd jobs everywhere, and now they don't even allow us to drink alcohol. The shop owner put away the dining table outside, sighed and said, it's probably the flower god's birthday festival tomorrow, so let's rest early today. Hearing this, everyone dispersed and went home. The flower god festival is the birthday of the little auspicious grass king. After all, it's the god's birthday, so everyone should respect it. Gathering hall. Several squads of 30 members gathered here. Lookshaw, the flag bearer, shouted in the middle of the team. Brothers, have a good holiday tonight, except for a few guards, go back to sleep. Today will be safe. Wear the void terminal, I will contact you if something happens. Hearing this, the mercenaries cheered one after another. Okay. A sudden vacation, really nice. I haven't slept well for several days, go back and make up for it. I want to spend time with my wife. Ha ha ha, you boy, don't be so weak that you can't walk when you come tomorrow. That can't be done, our waist is very strong. Hearing the discussion among his subordinates, Lookshaw urged, okay, let's go home. After a while, the 30-person group in Jesha Hall dispersed one after another. Into the night. The entire Sumeru city was peaceful, only a few mercenaries were still standing guard and dozing off. Holy order. The door suddenly opened, and a group of people came out. Follow up. Hurry up, we're about to start planning. The person who spoke was the teaching officer next to the great sage. He led the team at the front, and a dozen scholars followed closely behind in silence. Among them, there is Sital. She silently observed her surroundings, feeling a little scared in her heart. The one who walked at the end was the great sage Azar. And beside him, there was a man in ordinary clothes. Azar, show me your dream mass production plan worksheet. Oh, how could there be such a thing? Azar sneered, and said in a deep voice, you don't want to kick us out, these procedures are firmly in our minds. He never believed fools. If all the details of the project were told to the crowd of fools, it would be difficult to guarantee that they would not be abandoned. Hazard is a man with brains. However, he did not expect that his words had already made Daughtry interested in their brains. A group of people walked down from the academy, left Sumeru city, and headed towards Ladu Valley. After a while, they came to Jingli Yulai workshop. Obviously, Hazard is not the first time to come. He followed the road with ease and entered the interior of the factory. Seeing the completed body of the god of prosperity, he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. What a perfect body. This is definitely my greatest work under the guidance of Hazard. Sital raised his head secretly, and glanced in the direction Azar was looking at. Immediately, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. That is a huge mechanical armor. It was the first time she saw the so-called god. Is that the final product of the god-making project? Sital felt a little flustered. According to the plan, the last one everyone will fight against is this guy. However, just by looking at it, it feels like this god of chance is already invincible. Such a tall body, entered the city, and easily demolished Shu'er city. She thought so. Just at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the direction of the god of righteousness. You are moving too slowly. Daughtry. Sage. Immediately inject power into my body. The sound startled Sital, and the scholars beside him couldn't help shivering a few times. Because the tone of this voice reveals a madness. At this time, the man next to Hazard suddenly changed his appearance. The gown turned into a gorgeous robe, and the hat on his head turned into a beak-like mask. Don't worry, Scaramucci, they're here. The power of God's heart can be channeled tonight. Hearing Daughtry's words, the stragglers in the cabin laughed like crazy. Ha 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 ha. Daughtry stepped forward and said, okay, my sage, you can start now. I see, you go out. Azar looked at Daughtry warily, as if he was afraid that he would be watching from the side. Daughtry snorted, turned and left the hall. Seeing Daughtry leave, Azar said, okay, there is still an hour before 10 o'clock, and we will start preparing for dream mass production plan. Yes. Several scholars immediately operated the equipment they brought and made preparations. Azar took out the god's heart of the grass god and began to operate. Master Sage, I want to go to the toilet, once it starts, I'm afraid of urgency. Tisk, go quickly. Yes. Sital silently did the job at hand. Soon, time flies by. One last check, it starts in 2 minutes. After hearing Hazard's words, everyone began to review again. After a while, everyone finished the report. After Sitar finished his report, he said, Master Sage, I also want to go to the bathroom. 17 Hazard did not look back, but immersed himself in the imminent among the great work to be done. He waved his hand, then looked at the god of righteousness in front of him with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Sital secretly left the hall. 2 minutes later. Azar ordered, open dream reincarnation. Yes. The commanding officer pressed the switch, and the heart of the goddess of grass suddenly burst into an unparalleled light. Increase output power. Yes. The voice fell, and a picture appeared on a huge screen in front of the hall. That is the perspective of countless people. The dream begins. Report, all targets wearing void terminals are connected. Report, the construction of the Dream Realm has been completed, and a task has been issued to all the 30-member group, and it is forbidden to leave Samura City. Report, the first day of the Flower Gods Festival, start. Report, Eye of Dream has logged in. Report. After the report was over, everyone on the screen opened their eyes and started their day's work. It never occurred to these people that they were in a dream. It's like waking up after a good night's sleep to welcome a new day. Azar nodded with satisfaction. Well, everything went very smoothly, and started to use computing power to derive the calendar area of a the heart of God. Yes. After the words fell, Thor's God's heart burst into light. Dozens of catheters are connected to the heart of God. The next moment, thick lightning liquid flowed out from the heart of God, and crackling sounds would be made from time to time. No need to think about it, this power is very dangerous. Once contaminated, I am afraid that I will die immediately. The thunder liquid flowed down the catheter and was injected into the God of Righteousness. Suddenly, a cry of pain came from the God of Righteousness. Ah. This. The feeling of power. Ha 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 ha. Balzabu. I'm about to ascend to God. With the continuous injection of thunder pulp, the numbers on one side of the screen began to jump. 12. This is the percentage of divine power of the God of Righteousness. There was a smile on the corner of Azar's mouth. As long as the progress reaches 100, our new God will have enough power. And next, it's wisdom. Just at this moment, an exclamation suddenly came from the side. Master Sage. Satal is gone. What? Azar's complexion changed, and he hurriedly looked around. Sure enough, Sater was nowhere to be seen. The instructor was a little puzzled. Master Sage, didn't she go to the bathroom? Why haven't you come back yet? Where is she? Hazard suddenly had an ominous premonition. Not good. Cedare is a traitor. What did you say? The instructor's face changed, and he was confused by Azar. Azar slammed the test bench hard, gritted his teeth, and said, We've been tricked. That woman has been brainwashed by the Khaenri'ah people. She knows what information. Master Sage, haven't we already confirmed it? She is a desert citizen. In this case, it is impossible to have feelings for that Kerriya. I ask you, what information does she know? The instructor was taken aback, and hurriedly said, Master Sage, she knows the whole picture of the Dreamland mass production plan, the time, and the master of the Dreamland, all of them are known. Damn it. Azar turned his head and ordered, stop the plan immediately. Stop all programs. Several scholars hurriedly began to operate the machinery. However, there was an angry curse from the God of Righteous Opportunity, don't stop. Squirrels. How dare you prevent me from becoming a god? Azar frowned, the person who just left is a traitor, she may have leaked the plan. Perhaps the Dream Master Nilo already knows the whole story. If the plan is not terminated, the eyes of the dream can explain our evil deeds to all the people in the dream. Once all the people of Samura know about this plan, the consequences will be disastrous. The most important thing is that the Dream Master can close the dream at any time. In this way, we have no way to clear everyone's memory. Azar frantically explained to the stragglers and the God of Positive Opportunities. However, the skirmishers didn't listen at all. He is indulging in this infusion of power. It has nothing to do with me. Continue to maintain the dream. Hearing this, Azar was very helpless. He felt that this new god had no brains at all, and desperately needed the knowledge of God-filling. He ignored the stragglers and continued, stop all processes. However, the scholar on the side suddenly exclaimed, Master Sage. The program cannot be terminated. It's Satal. She moved her hands and feet. The dream cannot end. What? Azar was stunned for a moment. He didn't react. Why? If Satal knew the plan, it should be the Lord of Dreams. Why lock the program? 8. Chapter 61. The target is the little auspicious Grass King? The great sage panicked. Azar can't figure it out. Why was Satal, a rebellious desert woman, given her body to a Kerriya in a threatening way, but was tamed instead? It's just unbelievable. In Sater's eyes, whether he is Azar or the people of Khaenri'ah, they should be extremely hated. The instructor at the side suddenly became bewildered. Master Sage, if the woman Satal told Yexi that we coveted the inheritance of the kingdom of Khaenri'ah, then Yesheng would be completely on the opposite side of us. In this way, Satal and Yexi will definitely use this opportunity to expose our plan in the dream world. We're done. The Holy Order has never released extreme malice against Yexi before. If Sater revealed the plan, Yexi will definitely use this opportunity to ruin them. Thinking of this, the instructor suddenly panicked. However, Azar's eyes turned black with anger. Trash. I thought of this just now. The question now is, why did Satal do something to prevent us from suspending the plan? Yes. The instructor stroked his chin, thinking carefully, if it was to expose our plan, Nilu in the dream should have immediately informed everyone Sumi, and then took the initiative to end the dream. Why stop us from shutting down the void system? If the Dreamland mass production plan continues, won't the plan to infuse God's power be completed? Suddenly, Azar suddenly raised his head, because he shouted, no. Their purpose is to save Xiaojixiang. As soon as these words came out, the instructor's face sucked in a breath of cold air. It's too bad, Mr. Sage. There are no guards in Samura City now. It's an empty city. The guards of Jingshan Palace are also very weak. But, it doesn't make sense. Yexi, a foreigner, how did he know that the little auspicious Grass King was sent away by April 51? Besides, he has no reason to help the little auspicious Grass King. These problems are also what Hazard doesn't understand. Logically speaking, Yexi has no motive. But he can't bet. Once the imprisonment of the little auspicious Grass King is exposed, coupled with the god-making plan, the prestige of the Holy Order will be wiped out in Samura City, and it will be completely broken. He immediately came to the entrance of the main hall, and said to the fools beside him, call your executive officer. No, I'm already here. Daughtry slowly came out from the shadows, and said mockingly, why, what happened? Hazard frowned, he hated exiles, but he couldn't care less at this moment. There is an insider in our experimental team. The little auspicious Grass King may be rescued by someone. I must immediately suspend the dream mass production plan, and then return to the city. What we need to do now is to immediately wake up the group of 30 people and strictly protect the Jingshan Palace. Torre, who heard Hazard, didn't seem so flustered, but seemed calmer. He entered the main hall and ordered, continue to implement the plan, increase all energy output, and squeeze computing power. What did you say? Are you crazy? Our current speed is already a reasonable threshold for the human body. Increasing energy output will damage the brains of all dreamers. Several scholars stopped their operations, their eyes full of anger. Hazard also directly denied Daughtery, if you increase the energy output, everyone in Samura City will become idiots. We will never sacrifice all the residents for the god-making plan. Daughtery snorted coldly, the problem with the experimental project is because of you, and the inner ghost is also because your personnel can't handle it. This has nothing to do with us fools. Since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price. Otherwise, do you think the fools are slaves of the academy? Do as I say, and I will send out fools to guard little Grass King. Otherwise, you will all die here. As soon as these words came out, all the scholars turned pale. After all, no one wants to die. Increase energy output. Azar gritted his teeth and gave the order. Several scholars began to adjust the mechanical equipment tremblingly. Soon, the speed of changes on the side screen accelerated a lot. Everyone seems to be driving at double speed, constantly repeating the flower god's birthday festival day after day. The number on the side also quickly jumped from 12 to 13 suddenly. Azar thought of something, and said, woman. That Khaenri'ah woman. Even if they take away the little auspicious Grass King, as long as we arrest his women, we can threaten him. Where Yexi lives is in. Oh. Daughtery seemed very interested when he heard the words, nodded thoughtfully and said, interesting. After finishing speaking, he clapped his hands lightly, and a few fools entered the hall in an instant, kneeling on one knee. Master Doctor. Please order. Daughtery ordered, call all the people and divide them into 3 teams. The first team goes to the Jingshan Palace and eradicates everyone who gets close. The second team went to the Khaenri'ah's house, took his woman, and if they couldn't find it, went door to door. The third team is going to patrol the city, no matter who they encounter on the street, they will be dealt with immediately. Yes. The fools quickly left the hall and went to perform the task. Azar asked, don't you go to the Jingshan Palace yourself? Daughtery smiled, it's not necessary. For him, the whole god-making plan is nothing more than an experiment. The purpose of the experiment is twofold. First, to verify whether humans can create gods. Second, the real god and the new god are stronger and weaker. The god of grass will definitely come out, whether it is rescued by the blonde girl or taken away by the Khaenri'ah people, there is nothing wrong with it. The most important thing right now is to recharge the god of chance as much as possible. This is the purpose of him and Joker. Ledoux Valley. 3 figures escaped from Jingli Yulai workshop. Not long after traveling through the forest, the 3 of them used the eyes of the grass element god to create vines and climb up the huge tree crown. Clay, what is our next plan? Hearing Saitail's question, Khaenri'ah replied, the mission of Master and I is to rescue you smoothly, and then create as much trouble as possible for the fools. Miss Saitail, how is the situation inside the workshop? Taneri wondered what was going on inside. A few days ago, Khaenri'ah came back suddenly, conveyed Yexi's plan, and told him the god-making plan of the Holy Order. This shocked him so much. In the past, people from the Holy Order had been coming to invite him to return to the Holy Order in the name of his mentor Nafi, but he refused all of them. Because he had long felt that the Holy Order was plotting some kind of plan. However, he never expected that it would be such a crazy act for the sake of creating a god. He really wanted to know how far the great sages and the others had carried out the god creation project. Upon hearing this, Saitail briefly explained the whole plan, and told Taneri about the god of opportunity she had just seen. You mean, they have already completed the body of the god of righteousness? Well, I saw it with my own eyes. Saitail nodded, and hurriedly said, now the great sages are using the god of chance to infuse divine power. Master Yexi analyzed before that if the plan starts, the great sage guesses that we are to rescue the little grass god, and will increase the output power. If we act too slowly, not only will the god of opportunity gain a lot of divine power, but it will also cause many people in Sumi City to become fools. Hearing this, Taneri's face suddenly became a little dignified. This kind of thing that threatens the people of Samuru, he has no way to participate in it now. And the one who rescued Sumi from danger was actually a foreigner. He felt helpless for his own hindsight. What he can do now is to use all his strength to complete the task assigned by Yeze. Master, look quickly, someone has come out. On the canopy, Khaenri'ah pointed to the secret door of Jingli Yulai workshop. I saw the fools from the brigade coming out of the brigade, each of them was very fast, as if they were in a hurry to do something. Saitail lowered his voice, and said, Master expected it, these fools should go to Samura City to arrest people, we have to hold back some of them. What? Are we going to ambush? Hearing this, Taneri took out his bow and arrow, we will fight guerrilla, harass them, and then lead them to Daokang Forest. In the forest, we are most familiar with the route, and there are many crocodiles in many places, which can help us disperse our pursuit. Good. Khaenri'ah also took out his bow and arrow. In the night, the elemental power of the green grass condensed, and 2 arrows pierced through the air, directly piercing through the bodies of the 2 fools. There is an ambush. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Be alert. Don't panic, come a few people and follow me to find the ambush, and the others speed up to Samura City. A small team leader rushed towards the forest with dozens of people. Seeing the figure, Taneri fired a few more arrows, took Khaenri'ah and Saitail away from the crown of the tree, and hid in the woods. Ye family courtyard. The crowd of fools surrounded them cautiously. Several people jumped on the fence and came to the yard. A warlock Lei Ying tiptoed to the window and looked into the room. Only to find that there was no one there. They're not here. Already in hiding. The doctor said it. If you can't find it, just go door to door and search. But, Won't it be discovered? No. All Sumi people have been controlled by the void and have fallen asleep. As long as you don't take off the void terminal, you won't wake up. Hearing this, the team of fools immediately dispersed and moved towards the houses in the city. Humei's house. There were no lights in the spacious rooms. It seemed that, as usual, even the servants were lying on the bed and fast asleep. However, a voice came from the basement of a warehouse. Zero, daughter, is Master Yexi going to do something important tonight? Hush. Father, please speak softly. Oh. Shizaman hastily lowered his voice. But, he was still curious. Today my daughter suddenly came back with a few people. What to say, something big is going to happen tonight, you have to hide, and you have to take off the void. At first he thought it was his daughter who was playing around, since Dina Z was not very old after all. But when he heard that it was Yexi's order, he immediately paid attention to it. So he took his wife and Dina Z's partners and hid in this cellar. Ixia on the side explained the matter of the great sage. Hearing Ixia's narration, Shizaman and his wife were startled. The Holy Order dares to hide this kind of thing from the people. That is to say, the streets outside are full of fools now. As long as someone goes out, they will kill them. Seeing Ixia nodding, Shizaman gasped. He couldn't believe that there would be troops from other lands stepping into the territory of Sumeru City and committing murder in the streets. The lady next to her was very panicked, and asked tremblingly, is it true that Alyusha's child is still outside, and nothing will happen? Don't worry, Aretha is very powerful. Fools are not her tail. Also, she is lurking outside and can protect us. Hearing this, Shizaman and his wife breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them knew that both Ixia and Alyusha were Yexi's concubine. However, they did not have any objections to Ixia and Alisha because of their daughter. Instead, he regarded the two of them as daughters, and was very worried. Shizaman said with emotion softly, it's really worthy of Master Yexi, who can marry such a smart scholar as Ixia, and Alyusha who is very skilled. Ayexia blushed, scratched her head and said with a smile, actually, we should be lucky enough to be favored by the master. By the way, I heard that the children born to Khaenri'ah will turn into monsters. Is it true? Anyway, hiding is hiding, why not take the opportunity to chat? In fact, Shizaman still hopes to have offspring who can inherit the family business. Ayexia shook her head, the master told us that he has got rid of the curse, and the rest of the children will be healthy. Okay. Dina Zede's mother's eyes lit up, she grabbed the hands of Dina Zede and Ixia and said, then why don't you work hard, how many more children will you have? Mom, what are you talking about? Denise blushed. They have worked very hard these days, but this is not something that can be seen in a day or two. You'll have to wait at least a month for a response. Shizaman suddenly asked, I heard a letter from Kuzala, saying that Dixie knew about the desert. Dina Zede nodded, now Dixie is also a master like me, and we are so happy to be together every day. A few days ago, Dixie was a little embarrassed towards her, but after serving Yexi together, the barrier was eliminated. Shizaman nodded, that's good, so I can feel at ease. 3.1 Several people were talking quietly in the basement. And outside Humei's house. Alyusha crouched cautiously on the tree, waiting quietly. Suddenly, she found that at the end of the street in the distance, there were many figures swaying under the moonlight. Come yet. Alyusha took out the double blades, her eyes gradually became much colder. She looked towards the Holy Order and whispered, Dixie, I hope your side goes well. Outside the gate of the Holy Order. I didn't expect to enter the Holy Order in this way. Candace, do you think there are still scholars who do research without sleeping? Hearing Dixie's words, Candace shook her head. Master Yexi said that all people wearing void terminals, regardless of whether they are sleepy or not, will fall into a deep sleep because of the start of the Dream Mass Production project. That's good. Then there's no need to worry. Dixie breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the unguarded Order Academy, she felt excited, why hasn't that person come yet? I can't wait. Before the words fell, a voice came from the side. Are you the helpers introduced by Teneri? In the shadows, a figure came out from the darkness and came under the moonlight. He holds a long gun and wears a dog head helmet, which is very conspicuous. Are you the disciplinary officer Sano? I'll be waiting for you. Sorry, I was in the desert to avoid the great sage's pursuit recently, so I came a little late. Okay, stop chatting, you two, and act quickly. Dixie couldn't wait to urge, and then pushed open the door of the Holy Order. What is our mission? Hearing Sano's question, Candace replied, Master Yexi said that 2 of the sages of the Holy Order were imprisoned. The mission this time is to rescue the 2 sages. Chapter 62. A few days ago, Sano received a message from Teneri, saying that Kayla's illness was cured. The person who helped Kayla was called Yexi, who needed his help and asked him to maintain correspondence with Yexi. These days, he has been using pigeons to contact Yexi, and he has learned about the god-making plan of the great sages. He was shocked when he saw all the plans in the letter. He did find that the great sages were doing some unknown things, but he didn't expect it to be so crazy. What surprised him even more was that the Void Terminal uploaded his records, predicting all kinds of things he did. As soon as he saw the news, he immediately went to the desert to exile himself, so as not to be tracked down by the great sages are. This afternoon, he received a letter from Yexi in the desert. There is only one sentence on it. Sumi, danger, return quickly. Midnight, at the gate of the Teaching Order Academy, waiting for the end after receiving the news, he rushed back from the desert immediately. As soon as he came back, he found that Sumi City was quiet. There was no one patrolling the entire city, and the discipline officials all went to sleep. He immediately realized that it was Azar and the others who started the Dream Mass Production plan. So he rushed to the gate of the Holy Order and met people according to the instructions. Then I met Candace and Dixie. Hearing the task Candace said, Sano immediately followed. At this moment, the teaching courtyard was pitch black. The entire Holy Order was empty and there was no one there. The master said that among the 6 sages of Sumeru, 2 sages opposed the god-making plan, so they were locked up by Azar and the others. The location should be at the bottom of the Palace of Wisdom. Let's go to the Palace of Wisdom, use the mechanism inside to rescue the two sages, and then leave the academy. As Dixie spoke, she moved rapidly toward the depths. Candace and Sano followed closely. It should be the two sages of the School of Biogenesis and the School of Causes. They have been in the hospital for a long time. Sano had been entrusted by Taneri before to investigate the situation of Nafi, the sage of the Biolun sect, but found nothing. After listening to Sanyo's guess, Dixie waved her hand. I don't know the faction of your holy order, but you will find someone. Candace and I will protect you and retreat. Good. The three of them quickly entered the innermost Palace of Wisdom. Just when they were about to get on the elevator, Candace suddenly called out, be careful. Before she finished speaking, she jumped in front of Dixie, and propped up the shield in her hand with all her strength. The next moment, there was a huge slashing sound from the shield. When the huge force directly pushed Candace back a few steps. Who is it? Actually engaged in a sneak attack. Dixie was taken aback. If Candace hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been sent flying by the knife. The clerk. Sanyo saw the figure under the moonlight. It was Elhisen, the clerk of the Order Academy. Elhisen glanced at Sano and frowned. Who are you to trespass on the teaching academy? 17. Why are all the scholars tonight inexplicably falling into a coma? Could it be related to you? Sanyo snorted coldly, crossed his arms and asked, you didn't fall into a deep sleep, are you also the lackey of the great sage? It seems that you want to be my prey. Also working in the Holy Order, it is impossible for Elhisen not to know him. Now he clearly recognizes him as Daifeng disciplinary officer, but still asks him knowingly, obviously not taking him seriously. This made him feel very unhappy. Moreover, all the people wearing the void terminal have fallen into a deep sleep, and Elhisen is still awake, which shows that he is the great sage. The two pairs of eyes looked closely at each other, as if countless electric sparks burst out between them. Dixie frowned, clenched her fists and said, it's really aggressive, you two. Seeing that Dixie, who was the worst at persuading fights, was about to come up, Candace hurriedly said, stop arguing, everyone is in the same camp. Secretary Elhisen, this is a letter from Master Yexi. He knows that we will meet you in the Holy Order. Originally Elhisen planned to settle the current situation first, but he immediately calmed down when he saw the big character's knowledge of canned gods written on the note. By moonlight, he read the contents of the letter. I see, I see. No wonder the scholars of the Holy Order fell asleep one after another, and even passed out in the laboratory and corridors. It turned out to be a problem with the void terminal. My void terminal has been modified so that it is not affected. The letter uses the canned knowledge of the gods as the starting point, and describes the general content of the god-making project. Recently, he was ordered by Azar to investigate the canned knowledge of blonde travelers and gods who came to the port of Ormus. But he always felt that something was wrong, so he paid attention to it. After seeing the content of the letter, I answered all the doubts. Then we can go down and rescue the two sages. Elhisen nodded, and made room for Dixie. At this time, noisy footsteps came from the gate of the teaching courtyard. Looking around, there seems to be a figure flashing in the distance. Hurry up and save people, I'm here to cover myself. Elhisen quickly moved towards the crowd of fools. Dixie and the others took the elevator to the underground. I am more familiar with this place, follow me. With the two of them, Sano quickly found a confinement room. Outside the door, Sano called out, Mr. Nafi, are you inside? Who's out there? I'm Sano, stay away from the gate, I'll rescue you. Great disciplinary officer? You're finally here. There was an exclamation of joy from inside. Sanyo kicked the door open, and there were 5 or 6 people inside, looking sloppy and looking like they had been locked up for a long time. Seeing Sanyo, it was as if he had been reborn, and he almost cried out. Nafi, a sage of the biotheory of life, hurried forward and said, Sano, Azar and the others are carrying out a plan. It is very dangerous. I need your help. We all know that these two are helpers, let's talk about leaving the Holy Order first. It's good. Nafi did not expect that Sino had already known about the god-creating project, and he stopped talking immediately, and hurriedly asked the scholars behind to follow Sino. Everyone took the mechanism and returned upstairs. At this time, the sound of fierce fighting was heard. Brothers, come on. Everyone who is still awake must be erased. Upon hearing this, the advance team of the fools immediately raised their weapons and rushed towards Elhisen. There were also a few people with muskets, and the situation was obviously quite dangerous. Candace, you protect several sages. After speaking, Dixie rushed forward first. Candace is the guardian of Aru village, and usually escorts caravans to Aru village to do business. Combined with her proficiency with gun shields, it's perfect for the sanctuary. But Candace was very worried about Dixie, because the other party had muskets, and she could block it with a shield. It is very dangerous to be hit by a bullet. She hurriedly shouted, Dixie, be careful. It's okay, I'll help too. No one loves the Sano mask once it is worn. The tyrannical purple electric current on his body ran wildly, releasing a terrifying aura, and rushed into the crowd like a vicious dog. The next moment, the advance team of several fools were beaten into the air. Ah. Ma. I was electrocuted. Whose dog? Several fools who were beaten into the air rolled on the ground in pain. However, soon the fools' support came. Dozens of people squeezed in from the door of the Holy Order, and the situation suddenly became passive. Escort the sage to leave through the side door first, and I'll take care of it here. A few prisms floated behind Elhisen, which released green laser light and instantly eliminated the 2 debt collectors. However, Sano refused to admit defeat, and knocked down the person who was aiming the musket in the distance with a single shot from the spear. It's better for you to go first, and I'll finish it later. Elhisen frowned, and snorted coldly, hurry up, or no one will be able to leave. Before Elhisen could finish speaking, a dull breathing sound suddenly came from everyone's ears. Inch strength to open the sky. Dixie held up the gauntlet, took a deep breath according to the Xianjia breathing method Yexi gave her, and then punched towards the door. A huge gust of wind whizzed by, blowing Alhaizen's hair into a mess like a bird's nest, and Sano's mask was almost unsteady. And those dozens of idiots in front of Dixie flew upside down as if they were hit by an air cannon. Ah! The crowd of fools standing in the front row were instantly torn to pieces, blasted by the blunt hammer, and turned into blood foam. There is no pain to speak of in death, and even when death is imminent, one does not know what happened. Those stumps fell on the people behind like scattered flowers. Blood foam and minced flesh were spattered everywhere. The fools in the middle were covered in blood and their bones were broken, but they still had a breath. Seeing this crazy scene, he was so frightened that he let out a hysterical scream. What happened? Ah! Monster! That woman is a monster! What the hell is the attack? The fools were still in shock, and there were screams from behind. A few idiots in the back row were sent flying more than 10 meters by the powerful fist wind, fell out of the winding road, and fell straight down from a height of tens of meters. He fell on the rhizome of the giant Sumi tree and died on the spot. This scene frightened the fools patrolling below out of their wits and screamed. All of this is just one punch away. Alhaizen and Sano were stunned on the spot, looking back at Dixie like a machine. The road is clear, let's go. Hey? Why are you so dazed? Candace? Let's go. Dixie looked puzzled. Little did they know, she punched everyone present. The two sages and several scholars in the back almost peed their pants. Dixie, you. Forget it, let's go first. Candace pushed the few terrified scholars, and hurriedly left through the main entrance. Alhaizen and Sano looked at each other, feeling scared for a while. If there was a fight in the Wisdom Palace just now, and Dixie persuaded him to fight, he must have died without a whole body. Hey! You two! Let's go! Hearing Dixia's urging voice, Alhaizen frowned and hurriedly followed. Hello Sinyo couldn't help asking, you can't be that more man, can you? Not one level. Definitely not one level. To be able to have this kind of power with one punch, the only way to kill a group of gold-plated monsters in an instant outside the city was that day. The master of the brigade. Dixia's face was full of question marks. Hey. In the residential area of A Sumura City, fools searched from house to house. The order they received was to find Yexi's woman and take her away alive. A gorilla entered the residence, saw the ordinary residents lying on the bed, turned around and left the courtyard. Not here. Go to the next one. While speaking, several fools came to a large courtyard with high walls. Seeing this magnificent courtyard, a gorilla asked, this courtyard is the courtyard of Humei's family. When I was inquiring about information in the city, I heard that the master of this family thieves have money. Oh? Then do we still need to go in and check? Such a rich person wouldn't allow someone to hide in their house, would he? Then how about we go? Just as he was talking, an ice magician frowned. The information I got is that this lady from Humei's family is the concubine of that Kerriya. What? Wouldn't it be possible to be here? Go. Go in and see. Several fools turned into the yard. The ice warlock had just climbed up the wall when she suddenly felt a chill go down her spine. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the dark bushes outside. That feeling, like being stared at by something. However, she didn't see anything. Is it an illusion? In the yard, a gorilla soldier was lying in front of the window and looking in. As you can see, the quilt inside is bulging. It looks like they are sleeping. Nothing unusual. Isn't it here too? Why don't you tie up the parents of Xiao Ai from Kanria? It's useless. The 183 Kerriyan only wants women, and he doesn't care about those women's families. It's useless. Just as he was talking, a person suddenly exclaimed. Hey! Come and see. There seems to be light on the floor of that room. As soon as these words came out, several people gathered together and looked in through the glass. In the dark room, there was a faint light seeping from a piece of ground. It seems like a bright lamp is lit under a layer of wooden boards with gaps. Could it be that someone is hiding below? Go. Go in and have a look. A few people were about to open the door and go in. Suddenly, one of the front gorillas froze. He felt a coolness on his neck. This feeling is very strange, can't say it. He looked down and found that there was actually a thin layer of running water on his neck. The strange thing is that the flowing water is like a wave, one wave after another. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and was shocked to find that the wave actually flowed from his neck. This terrified him. He hastily stretched out his hand to his companion, wanting to speak, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth. Well. I said, what's wrong with you kid, why are you so dazed? Go in. The people behind couldn't help urging. Suddenly, a human head rolled down and fell into his arms. Subconsciously, he hugged the head. That is the head of the companion in front. In the eyes above, there is still the unspeakable horror before death. Everyone's eyes widened, stunned by this mistake. The companion who was talking and chatting just now, his head fell off. Before the screams came out, several people were shocked to find that they couldn't make a sound. The ice warlock sitting on the wall had a strange expression on his face. She found that the companions who were talking just now suddenly stopped talking, and they were still in place. What are they doing? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly heard the sound of breathing coming from her ear. At this moment, her hair stood on end. Afterwards, the ice warlock fell off the wall and died no more. Alyosha took a deep breath. This is the breathing method of the fairy family taught by Yei. The 4 types of water breathing, hit the tide. 5 types of water breathing, merciful rain in a dry sky. This is the sword technique she just used. The double blade slashed across their necks silently, which was the gentleness brought by the kind rain from the dry sky. The slashing strike brought by the tide is like a tidal wave. Wave after wave, virtually destroyed everyone's vocal organs. Logically speaking, they should not have been given such a gentle death. But in order to prevent making too much noise and attracting the attention of more fools, this is the most effective method of slashing. As for the following few moves of swordsmanship, it is the reward she got after working hard to make Yexi happy these days. Works great. After killing a few fools who invaded Humei's house, Alyosha looked worriedly at the top of the giant tree. There is the direction of Jingshan Palace. It is also a place where Yexi goes alone. Chapter 63. Knife in hand, follow me, save the god of grass, kill the virtuous dog. It's so quiet here. In a dark space of consciousness, Nashida was alone in a daze of loss. There is nothing here. No light. There is no sound. Not another consciousness. Alone and alone. She has been like this since the day she was born. Am I, a qualified god? She was talking to herself, how she longed for a voice that answered her. But, no. No one praised her, and no one criticized her. For so many years, she has been chasing after that figure, wanting to become a qualified god. For this reason, she kept learning, kept listening to the voices of the people, and kept looking for ways to save the world tree. However, she was confined to the Jingshanguan. Replaced by new gods created by sages. She can't do anything. He can only attach himself to the people, and occasionally go out to see his own Sumeru, and he can only comfort and encourage those who are weak and in distress. She can only do these trivial things. Obviously, she is the god of sewer. Why, now he has become an insignificant bystander. Being treated so unfairly made her feel a nameless flame in her heart. This feeling is anger. Should I be angry? Suddenly, what Yeji said once sounded in her ears. The descendant is right. As a god, am I too inferior? If I'm not confused, if I'm not pampering the sages, is it possible to guide Sumeru? Nashida sat on the ground and curled up. She wants to be saved, wants to leave this boundless darkness. She doesn't want to stay here any longer. But, she can't do it. This place has trapped her for 500 years. Weak to the point where I am now, I need to be rescued by others. How can you count as a qualified god like this? Now, the descendants should be working hard to fight against the sages. She didn't know how Yexi would fight the sages again. Even if she knew, she couldn't help. Whether it is her, or her Sumeru, they can only rely on others to save them. All she can do is pray. Pray for Yexi to win. This is her only chance. If her hopes are dashed, she may be imprisoned here for another 500 years. Obviously she is a god herself, but she still couldn't help praying. Let the descendant succeed. Suddenly, a voice responded to her. Nashida, open your eyes. The sound startled Nashida. She raised her head abruptly, only to find that the dark sky suddenly began to shatter like a mirror. Countless rays of light shine down from the gaps. Who is it? The next moment, those gaps became denser and denser, spreading like a spider web. Blah blah. The darkness was completely shattered and turned into countless powders, which fell like raindrops. Dazzling white light instantly filled the world. Nashida opened her eyes. What appeared in her sight was the cage of Jingshan Palace. Her small body was imprisoned in a light green seal. Nashida, the seal should have been lifted, come out. She looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yexi's gaze. The descendant. Nashida did not expect that Yexi would come back to Jingshan Palace. As Yexi said, she felt that the previous seal on her had been lifted. The remaining seals in front of her are not a problem at all for her. In just one thought, the seal slowly disappeared, and she also slowly fell to the ground. This familiar feeling made her extremely shaken. For the first time since being banned, she has put her feet on the ground with her body. However, this feeling of joy did not let her solve the doubts in her heart. Descent, this is the first meeting. If it's in reality, it's the first time. Yexi continued, call me by my name. The identity of the descendant does not need too many people to know. Hearing this, Nashida nodded, Yexi, thank you for coming to save me. During this time, I was reflecting on my mistakes. As you said, I shouldn't be so accommodating to the sages. Nashida was talking, when suddenly there were noisy footsteps outside the Jingshan Palace. Quick! This is Jingshan Palace. Master Doctor ordered that all personalities appearing nearby be killed. Surround here. A group of foolish advanced troops and guerrillas rushed up from the winding path. The number of people coming is very large, which is 1/3 of the total strength of the fools. In an instant, the Jingshan Palace was surrounded by fools in all directions. Hey, the guard at the door is dead. Could it be that someone has already entered? At the gate of Jingshan Palace, there were 2 groups of 3,000 people who fell on the ground. Seeing them, the fools reported to the team leader on the side. What are you talking about? Everyone guards the exits of the Jingshan Palace, and no mouse is allowed to be released. Yes. After receiving the order, the fools pointed their weapons at Jingshan Palace one after another. In the palace. Yexi interrupted Nashida's self-examination and said, let's put the small talk for later. Nashida, it's time to leave here, I still need your strength. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to Nashida. Hearing Yexi's words, Nashida's eyes trembled slightly, can I participate? Of course, your strength is crucial next. I will be needed too. Nashida felt a little incredulous. She was obviously locked in the conscious world just now. Still feeling sad because, as the god of Sumi, he couldn't contribute his strength. But now, not only has she left the cage of more than 500 years, but she can also participate in the plan. This is the first time she feels needed. She stretched out her hand to Yexi, and they walked towards the exit of Jingshan Palace together. Looking back at the cage behind her, she felt extremely strange inside. The feeling of getting out of the cage with one's own body is like having an extremely long dream. At this moment, even my conceptual cognition has become extremely clear. However, now does not seem to be the time to indulge in this feeling. Nashida, I'm about to run. Before she could react, there was a strong pull from her hand, which made her run. Outside the door. Hey! It seems that someone is coming out. Alert! Prepare to attack. The crowd of fools stood ready, their eyes fixed on the gate of Jingshan Palace. Suddenly. With a bang, the door burst instantly. 2 stone gates flew out like kites with broken strings. The fools around were caught off guard and were thrown flying by Shimon on the spot. Ah! The crowd of fools who were crushed below wailed, which made people shudder. After the smoke and dust at the door dissipated, two figures appeared in front of everyone. One tall, one petite. Attack. Attack quickly. Kill them. Gimme it. The advance team immediately raised their weapons and attacked Yeze and Nashida. Thunder hammer, water fat, ice fat. Tall and strong bodies rushed forward. Seeing this, Yexi immediately grabbed Nashida by the back of the neck, picking her up like a kitten. In the other hand, the palm becomes a knife. Then, a dull breathing sound came from everyone's ears. Comprehensive water breathing 3 types, flowing and dancing. Yexi thought of a move to break the game. In an instant, surging water appeared on his palm. At the same time, the Fu Hammer Vanguard raised the giant hammer. The thunder hammer bursting with the power of thunder and lightning slammed down towards the top of Yexi's head. Go to hell! A smile of success appeared on the faces of the fools. At this time, in a blink of an eye, Yexi's figure suddenly disappeared and rushed into the crowd. The speed is as fast as lightning, and ordinary people can't even catch his after-image. Only Nashida saw it. After all, it is Sumi's god. In her eyes, no matter how fast Yexi is, she can see Yexi's movements clearly. They are like fish floating in the crowd, quickly shuttling through the gaps in the crowd. And the running water in Yexi's hand meanders, like a water dragon, passing the necks of one person after another. In just an instant, Yexi came from the gate of Jingshan Palace to the end of the circle surrounded by fools. And those fools didn't react at all. Suddenly, boom boom boom, a dozen or so fools collapsed to the ground without warning. The fallen people, without exception, were sprayed with blood on their necks. This scene frightened the surrounding companions to scream again and again. Ah! What happened? What's going on? Hey, are you all right? How are you? The fools suddenly fell into a panic. In their eyes, Yexi and Naxi are like clouds in the encirclement. But just as the brothers rushed forward, Yexi suddenly disappeared. Then the brothers suddenly fell to the ground one by one, losing their vitality. When they reacted, they were already splashed with the blood of their companions. It was like seeing a ghost. The scariest thing is, they have no idea what's going on. Where are people? Where are they? The fools in front were shocked to find that the two people surrounded by them had disappeared. Where are the figures of Yexi and Nashida at the gate of Jingshan Palace? Suddenly, there was an exclamation from behind. Here. Here they are. Hearing the voice, everyone looked back. I saw a person standing on the guardrail at the edge of the road. His eyes were full of ridicule, and he was looking at them. How is it possible? How did he break out of the encirclement? The captains of several teams stood there dumbfounded. They couldn't understand what Yexi had done. However, soon someone woke up suddenly. Quick! They can't escape. Get on me. Jingshan Palace is located at the highest point of Samura City. The edge of the path at the door is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will fall from a height of hundreds of meters and be smashed into meat. And Yexi's position is obviously a dead end. Upon hearing the order, everyone charged towards Yexi again. Seeing this, Yexi threw Nashida into the air. Nashida's eyes widened. Unexpectedly Yexi threw her away. Under her feet is Samura City in the darkness. And she is in the sky at a height of 100 meters, and she is about to fall down. All the fools were dumbfounded. Why did you throw your companion down without saying a word? Farewell, everyone. Yexi smiled, lay down straight back, and fell towards the Samura City below at a high speed. They want to use Windwing, guerrillas, get your guns on. Hearing the order, the guerrillas hurried to the edge of the fence and aimed their muskets at Yexi below. And Yexi just punched them flatly. Inch strength to open the sky moment. The entire platform seemed to be hit by an air cannonball. Bang! The path exploded, and the fools standing on it suddenly lost their center of gravity and fell towards the tree. Ah! It's like dumpling in the sky. The fools fell from the air, let out a series of screams, and then fell heavily on the ground, smashed to pieces, and there was no more sound. Those fools who were lucky enough to avoid the punch watched their companions fall to their deaths, and their hearts were filled with fear. They never thought that this solid road would suddenly burst. Is this what the Kerriyan did? What a terrifying punch. How can there be such a strong person? We can't beat him, we can't beat him. This punch has such power on the road, if it hits someone, it will explode on the spot. Up in the air. Yexi used walk on the wind, came to Nashida and caught her. Tears glistened in Nashida's eyes. I'm going to be scared to death. Why don't you tell me first? As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Nashida hugged Yexi's arm tightly, trembling with fright. Seeing Nashida's terrified appearance, Yexi couldn't help laughing. I thought you could fly. How can it be? Although she is a god, she will not die from falling from a height. But this kind of experience, it is the first time for her, she will feel scared. Facts have proved that taking a leap of faith from a high place is much faster than walking down honestly. After landing smoothly, Yexi immediately went to the previously appointed place. Outside the gate of the Grand Bazaar. Dozens of relic guards are like, Zhao, life harvesters, and the fools are trembling and afraid to step forward. At this moment, the corpses of fools are everywhere. This is Yexi deployed around the Grand Bazaar, responsible for protecting the Grand Bazaar. He has shut down the missile launch system of the relic guard. This is nearly 50 relic guards. If missiles were launched in the city, then Samura City would probably be overturned. The only things they can use to attack are palm slaps and death spins. Even so, the fools still have nothing to do. It's not that they have no strength and can't defeat the guards of the ruins. If you can lure one of them out, then concentrate your firepower. So how many relic guards, they can dismantle and scrap. But the problem is, the relic guards fight in groups as if they are under control. There is no chance for them to fight together in groups. Don't say 50. Even if 4 ruin guards came over at the same time, they couldn't stand it. Sir. Withdraw. It's impossible to get in. That's right. I think that even a person with the eyes of God would not be able to fight dozens of relic guards in one go. We can't let the brothers die in vain anymore. The captain of the team sighed, the guards here are so dense, it must be an extremely important place for the Carrians. Send someone back to report to Master Doctor. Just as they were talking, a few fools suddenly discovered that the surroundings were actually lit up. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw black and white flames emerging from behind them. What's this? It's about to burn. Get out of the way. Ah! Black and white flames stained a person's body, and in an instant, the flames enveloped that person's whole body. Heart-piercing screams came from Ku. The next moment, that person was burned into coke. Seeing this scene, the fools ran away in fright. Unfortunately, the speed of the flames is faster than them. There were bursts of screams. After a while, the gate of Inbaza was covered with coke. Yexi took Nashida to the Grand Bazaar, opened the door and entered. Oh. Chapter 64. The coin-scattering girl Nilu in the dream and the yellow-haired idiot fishing for fish. At this moment, the Grand Bazaar is full of people who haven't slept yet. They are all vendors in the Grand Bazaar and helpers in the theater. Originally, they didn't know the plan. But after Nilu received the news, she found that Yexi mentioned in the message that she could leave some trustworthy people to help. She decisively told Sheikh Zubair about it. People in the Grand Bazaar know each other very well, and their feelings are like family members, and it is impossible to betray. Especially after knowing the news that King Xiaoko was grounded, they all support and trust Yexi very much. So, after hearing about Yexi's plan to rescue King Xiaoko, everyone took the initiative to stay and want to contribute. They took off the void terminal and did not fall into a deep sleep. They were all in the Grand Bazaar to protect Nilu's safety. Seeing Yexi come in, everyone focused their eyes on Yesya in unison. Master Yexi. You are back. You're here. It's terrible. There are screams outside. Sheikh Zubair has been pacing anxiously in the theater, seeing Yexi as if he saw a savior. He hurried forward and said, Master Yexi, Nilu seems to be very uncomfortable. Don't worry, it's Azar and the others who have sped up the cycle of dreams, and the god of grass will help. As Yexi said, she pushed Nashida out from behind her. At this time, Nashida was still in the fear just now, a little dazed, and tightly grasped Yexi's hand. Seeing this small, cute little grass god, all the people in the Grand Bazaar held their breath. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their eyes were full of disbelief. They knew that Yexi was going to save King Grass, but they didn't expect to bring King Grass directly to the Grand Bazaar, in front of everyone. Master Little Grass God. My god, is she the Little Grass King? She's so cute. This is our god. I actually saw the god. My life is worth it. How could the great sages have the heart to imprison Lord Grass God for 500 years? That's 500 years. BD. You must kill Azar. Lord Grass God. We will always support you. Everyone was very excited to see the gods. When Nashida came back to her senses, she saw a large group of people bowing to her, which caught her off guard. Thank you for your help. Okay, let's talk about these words when everything stabilizes. Yexi urged Nashida, you know, every minute and every second counts now. As long as the dream continues, the power of the god of chance will be injected more and more, and the people of Simur will also bear a huge burden. Okay. Nashida hurriedly followed behind Yexi, onto the stage of the theater. Seeing this scene, some people whispered. 433 Master Yexi is really extraordinary, even Lord Grass listens to him. It's full of fools outside, how did Master Yexi save Lord Grass King? Master Yexi must be very good at fighting. It's too good, on the stage. Nilu was lying on the prepared soft mat, falling into a deep sleep. However, her expression was a little sad, as if she was enduring some pain. Nashida, use your power to enter Nilu's dream and tell her to end the dream. Then let her act according to the plan, and you help her. Hearing Yexi's words, Nashida nodded, I understand, leave it to me. After finishing speaking, she put her hands together in front of her chest, and put her consciousness into Nilu's dream. Nilu didn't know how many reincarnations of dreams had passed. Her memory will be reset every day, but what she will never forget is the task that Yexi entrusted to her. Waiting for Lord Grass King. Nilu is looking forward to it. To tell the truth, she has been dancing for the god of grass, but she is afraid of seeing the god of grass. How to say? Even she gets nervous seeing someone as great as a god. Just as she was thinking, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Nilu. The sudden appearance startled her, but she recognized it immediately. The one in front of me must be the little auspicious grass king. Miss Nilu, I'm here to help you. Nashida turned her head and introduced herself to Nilu. She has possessed other people countless times to watch Nilu's dance, so she has long known this little girl who dances for herself. Hearing that Nashida admitted that she was the little grass king, even though she had prepared herself, Nilu was still very surprised. Miss Nello, what is our plan? Miss Nilu. Nashida lightly poked Nilu's cheek with her finger. Nilu reacted abruptly, and hurriedly said, Master Yexi said that we should gather everyone together, and let everyone go to the real flower god's birthday festival. Okay, I see. How to do it? Nilu was a little overwhelmed, although this was her dream, she couldn't control it. You are the master of the dream, as long as you imagine that all people appear in front of you, it will be fine. Of course, doing so requires enormous mental strength. Nilu is definitely not there, but she is there. After listening to Nashida's words, Nilu closed her eyes and began to fantasize. The next moment, Nilu appeared on a high open-air stage. And all the, people in the city came to the square below. Strange, why am I here? Didn't I just be in Bao's Hang Street? Where is this? What happened? I teleport. How is this possible? Could it be a spatial displacement? Ouch, what are you doing? My experiment. My pigeon and chicken have laid eggs again. Why did I come here suddenly at such a critical time? In the square, people were extremely surprised and chatted about it. And among the crowd, there was a yellow-haired idiot and an emergency food floating in the sky. It's strange. It's really strange. Aren't we eating beast rice xiang? Where is this? It's actually when I'm eating. Whoa. Paimon stomped his feet angrily, and looked around with his hips crossed. Yingmei frowned, her eyes full of doubts. Paimon, I always feel that we have passed the Flora Festival several times, and this time it is suddenly different from before. Hey? How many times? How come I don't feel anything? However, when you say that, traveler, I feel that the smell of Rumi xiang is very familiar. Obviously it's my first time eating. Paimon felt very strange when she was reminded like this, but thinking about it would be tiring, so she didn't want to think about it. Hey? Traveler, look quickly. Isn't that Nilou? Yingmei heard the words and looked in the direction Paimon's little finger pointed. Sure enough, the one standing on the tall stage was Nilou. At this time, Nilou said nervously, everyone. Welcome everyone to my dream. I'm Nilou from Zubair Theater. Actually, the present world is my dream. Hearing Nilou's words, the place below was suddenly in chaos. Whether it is a scholar, a businessman, or a passerby, they all sneered. Dream? How is it possible? Little girl, Sumera people don't dream. Ha ha ha, stop joking, you say this is a dream, how do you prove it? Countless people roared with laughter, thinking that Nilou was whimsical. But Yingmei was surprised when she heard this. Although she didn't know what happened, when it came to dream, she suddenly felt that it made sense. If the repetitive feeling in front of me and the memory of déjà vu were explained by dreams, it would make sense. Paimon pinched his chin, thought for a while, and soon his head hurt from thinking about it, so he got into Yingmei's arms and acted like a baby. Oh, it's too bad. Paimon didn't want to think about it anymore. Hearing these doubts, Nilou took a deep breath to calm herself down. How can I prove that this is a dream? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly said, if you don't believe me, then I will prove it for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell silent. Everyone wants to see what Nilou wants to do. I only heard Nilou say to the sky, let the sky rain Mora. Let the beautiful patty surround bloom in front of everyone. After the words fell, Nashida gave Nilou powerful spiritual power. The next moment, the rain of la 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 fell from the sky. The golden Mora glistened under the sunlight, dazzled everyone. My god. It's money. Lots and lots of money. My research funding has been secured. Hurry up and pick it up. Don't grab it. It's all mine. It's all mine. For a moment, everyone was fascinated by the shiny Mora, lying on the ground frantically picking up money. Even Paimon cheered foolishly. A lot of Mora. Wow. You can buy a lot of beast rice xiang. Traveler, let's pick it up quickly. Just as she was about to throw herself into the pile of Mora on the ground, Yingmei stretched out her arms and hugged her. Pimeng, doesn't this Huang Leu confirm what Nilou said? This is a dream, not reality. No matter how many you pick up, it's useless. Having said that, Paimon suddenly realized, that's right. Just as he was thinking, countless flowers suddenly began to bloom on the ground. It was all very bright fuchsia patty saran. The fragrance of flowers overflowed and bloomed all over the place. Some scholars reacted abruptly. No. That's impossible. Patty saran has long since ceased to exist. This kind of flower has been extinct for a long time, how could there be so many blooming suddenly? Is this really a dreamland? It's a dream. Now, more and more people came to their senses. They dropped the Mora in their hands and began to meditate. Seeing the calm down below, Nilou knew that everyone believed her words. So she said, everyone, I will let everyone end the dream in a moment. However, I hope everyone can promise me one thing. When everyone opens their eyes, it will be our annual Flower God's birthday festival. I hope everyone can come to the Grand Bazaar as soon as possible to celebrate the festival with our little grass king. Before that, we will reveal one very important thing to everyone. It's about the evil deeds of the Holy Order, everyone must come. Hearing Nilou's words, there was an uproar below. What? The evil deeds of the Holy Order? What happened? Could it be that did the court do something bad? Could it have something to do with our dreams? Wait. She just said little auspicious grass king? Together. Could it be that the Flower God's birthday ceremony tomorrow, Mr. Little Grass King will also come? I made a note. As soon as I open my eyes tomorrow, I will go to the Grand Bazaar. Everyone immediately discussed and kept this matter firmly in their hearts. And Yingmei also froze in place thoughtfully. The next moment, everyone's dreams disappeared. The dream world collapsed, and Nilou also ended the dream and fell into a deep sleep. However, he was quickly awakened by evil. The girl groaned, then opened her eyes in a daze. Seeing the faces of Yexi and Nashida in front of her, Nilou suddenly woke up. Master Yexi. And Master Zayako God. Nashida nodded lightly and said with a smile, Nilou, you did a good job, thank you for completing such a difficult task. You must know that Nilou took a great risk to enter the dream reincarnation wearing the void. Once the great sage Azar adjusts the power to the limit, Nilou is likely to become a fool. Thank you. Lord Grass God. Nilou was a little flattered, but she was very puzzled and couldn't help asking, Master Yexi, why don't we just announce the great sage's god-making plan instead of dreaming? In this way, everyone in the Yin family will know that the great sage is a bad person, right? Because in the dream, Azar can reset the memory only at night. As long as the dream is ended by her before night, even if everyone knows the truth about the god-making project, they will not forget it. Yexi smiled when he heard the words, and explained, Sateri told me that Azar can see everyone's dreams. If we tell everyone the news the great sage is a sinner, will he return to Sumera City? Nilou shook her head, I will definitely run far away and never come back. But, will the great sage come back tomorrow? Nashida said, I will come back, for them, I will not let go of a little chance. After speaking, Nashida looked at Yexi. She really admires Yexi's intelligence. The layout of this plan from beginning to end is very ingenious and takes advantage of people's hearts. It can be said that every step is within Yexi's expectation. Such a strategy surprised even the god of wisdom. Zubair asked, Master Yexi, what should we do now? Clean up. Yexi smiled and said, clean up our Sumeru for tomorrow's flower god's birthday ceremony. Good. The people in the Grand Bazaar opened the door cautiously, only to find that it was calm outside. All the fools have left Sumeru City. Hu Shang, a toy seller, came to the street, and before he had walked a few steps, he suddenly tripped over something. He looked over and was taken aback. This is a charred corpse. When everyone heard the words, they came together one after another and looked around, all of them turned pale with fright. My god! What the hell is going on here? A lot of charred corpses. Could it be Master Yexi who did this? Look over there. Hiss, did these people fall from above? You. People with poor psychological quality spit it out on the spot. On the whole street, there are broken corpses everywhere, it is shocking. Everyone couldn't help but gasped. They dare not imagine how much Yeji is. Ladu Valley. Jingli Yulai Workshop. Hearing Nilu's words on the screen, Azar frowned. Master Sage, let's go. Already, once the Sumeru people know about the god-creating plan, they will definitely die for a while. However, Hazard shook his head. No, there is still a chance. As long as we insist that it's that Kerriya who made it up, the people of Sumeru will still believe us. Hearing this, the teaching officer hurriedly asked, but, the little auspicious grass king is on their side. Has anyone seen the little auspicious grass king? Azar laughed, so what? The Koreans used mysterious powers to confuse our gods. After all, our god is not wise enough. Don't forget, he is a foreigner after all, and we are the leaders of the academy. Is it possible that the people of Sumeru will believe the words of an outsider? Chapter 65. Hazard will not give up easily. God-making plan is the crystallization of what they paid a huge price for. In order to collect the wisdom of the gods, the academy did not hesitate to use the brains of those lunatics to absorb canned knowledge. For the power of God, requisition the dreams of everyone in Sumi to increase the computing power. Right now, I finally have a chance, how can I fail? Of course he knew that Nilu didn't expose the god creation project in the dream just to let them fall into the trap. However, this is also their last chance. Most importantly, the heart of God is still in his hands. He has the initiative. Ha 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 ha. Azar laughed, without the heart of God, the little grass king has no power. How can they prove that the little grass king is Sayako? As long as everyone wakes up and uses the void terminal to transmit information, the balance of victory will still tilt towards us. That's how it is. You are worthy of being a sage. A gleam flashed in the instructor's eyes, and he couldn't help praising Azar's wisdom in his heart. Indeed. As long as you have the heart of God, you can control the void terminal. They can easily spread the word in the void. As long as the great sage is present in person, coupled with the news from the void, the people of Sumeru will not believe outsiders. Because the people of Sumeru rely too much on the void terminal. All the information entered in the void terminal will become their basic cognition. It is impossible for Yexi, who just rescued the little grass king, to gain the trust of the Sumeru people. Azar had already thought about what news to announce in the void, so he stretched out his hand to the heart of God. Suddenly, a hand firmly clamped his wrist. What do you mean? This hand clearly belonged to the exile beside him. Feeling the pain from his wrist, Hazard frowned. Daughtry looked at the numbers on the screen. 45. The god of righteousness injected 45% of his divine power. This progress made him very dissatisfied. It can only be said that Yexi's speed is too fast. Daughtry snorted coldly, and asked in a deep voice, when will Dreamland mass production plan be launched again? As you can see, the device program has been changed by someone, and it will take at least a day to fix it. Very good. Hazard's answer did not make Daughtry take back his hand. Under the mask, Daughtry's eyes were full of contempt. You did not complete the deal between us as promised. Therefore, this god of grass god's heart needs to be pledged and kept in my custody for the time being. You guys, don't you have any comments? What did you say? Azar got angry from his heart, and immediately said, don't forget, our purpose is to create gods. It is to give the new gods power and wisdom to solve the problem of the world tree. It is to guide the people of Sumeru. No no no. Daughtry waved his hand and said with a smile, my purpose is only to create gods. To be precise, his purpose was to observe this experiment. Can humans create gods? Can false gods rival grass gods? This is the purpose of the experiment. As for repairing the world tree, he didn't care, let alone guiding the Sumeru people. The world tree is a trouble for fools. If there is a problem with the world tree, the Tivat continent will fall into instability. Dead zones, desert earthquakes and sandstorms, these are all appearances. All countries will experience abnormalities due to the instability of the world tree. However, this has nothing to do with the god creation project. He knew that whether it was the god of grass defeating the false god, or the god of grass defeating the god of grass, the party that wins in the end will go to restore the world tree. Moreover, compared to the victory of the stragglers, he hopes that the god of grass will stand at the end. After all, the stragglers are not obedient, and the god of grass will definitely repair the world tree. Hearing Daughtry's words, Azar suppressed his anger and asked, as a citizen of Sumi, isn't your purpose to be better for Sumi? Subjects of Sumeru. Daughtry smiled, nodded, and said, okay, I can give you the opportunity to use the void to post a message. However, after using it, I want to keep it temporarily. Azar didn't expect that Daughtry would have lost his affiliation with Sumi long ago, and as a citizen of Sumi, he would push them to this point. He has no way, relying on several of their scholars, it is absolutely impossible to be Daughtry's opponent. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to nod, I agree that you hold the heart of God temporarily and give it to me. This time, Daughtry was very straightforward. Azar uploaded the prepared language to the void terminal, as long as everyone wakes up, they will get this message. After the operation, Azar whispered, you fools don't need to go, otherwise the people see you, and the Holy Order has no way to explain it. After finishing speaking, Azar left the Jingli Yulai workshop with the instructor and others. Watching their leaving backs, Daughtry looked playful. As soon as he waved, a debt collector of fools appeared in the shadows. Doctor, what are your orders? Take a team and follow me. Yes. Daughtry looked at the heart of grass god in his hand, thoughtful. For him, it is very simple to complete the plan. He can use his own means to transform the heart of God. Through the void, change the subconsciousness of everyone in Sumi to achieve the purpose of control. Then, he used the brains of these sages to extract canned knowledge and obtain all the processes of the dream mass production plan. In this way, it can be said to be a breeze to guide the power of Thor's heart through computing power. The reason why he didn't do this is that he suddenly became interested. He wanted to go to Samura City with his own eyes to watch today's good show. In the past, it was all a good thing for that yellow-haired girl to spoil the fools. This time it was replaced by someone else. He thought it necessary to find out. The sun and the moon changed, and a ray of morning light far from the horizon shone on the tops of the giant trees in Samura City. Samura City. With the crowing of the CK, countless people woke up from their sleep. They opened their eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, the memory of the dream came to mind. Honey, listen to me. I had a dream last night. You won't believe it. Are you dreaming too? Me too. Teacher, I actually had a dream last night. The girl in the dream wanted me to participate in the flower god's birthplace. Unbelievable. This thing is actually true. Teacher, could it be that you also? Are you dreaming? I dreamed of the dancer at the Zubair Theater. She said that today the god of grass is coming back to participate in the flower god's birthday ceremony. What? You dreamed about this too? My god. Everyone's dream is the same. Could it be that this thing is true? I remember that girl said that the evil deeds of the Holy Order will be announced. Could it be that the Academy has done something shameful behind our backs? Go. Go to the Grand Bazaar. My god. What happened here? How come there are so many rockfalls? Hey. Look at the top. There is a big hole in the entrance of Jingshan Palace. What the hell happened last night? Could it be that something big happened? There appeared to be signs of a fight in the street, but it has been cleaned up. I heard that there are traces of fighting in the prison courtyard. No matter, go to the Grand Bazaar first. When the sun shines on the land of Samuru, the people of Samuru took to the streets one after another. They discussed with each other and headed towards the Grand Bazaar unanimously. At this time, suddenly everyone's void terminal received a message. Announcement. Announcement to all Samuru people. Last night, the Khaenri'ahs attacked Lord Grass God's Jingshan Palace, causing trouble in Samura City. Master Grass God was robbed and kidnapped, and some Sumerians were brainwashed by Khaenri'ah people. Now order all the 30-member group and the disciplinary officer to go to the Grand Bazaar to arrest the accomplice Nilu and the people accompanying her. Officially issued a wanted order to arrest all relevant people who have contacts with Khaenri'ah people. All personnel please be alert. Special announcement. As soon as this news appeared, many people stopped in their tracks. People on the road were stunned, and they couldn't help asking each other. What's the situation? Does it mean that we were deceived? What the hell happened? Why am I so confused? Who to trust? Kerriya? It's the Yexi who paid a lot of money to hire his wife. He must be a bad person. If it is said that these are all caused by foreigners, then I will definitely stand on the side of the sage. That's right, you dare to attack the Jingshan Palace and rob Lord Grass God. Anyway, it is said that the god of grass is here, why not join in the fun? It would be a good thing if we can meet the god of grass. Look, the 30 and the disciplinary officers are here. Just as everyone was discussing, suddenly a group of people rushed over from the distance of Baoshang Street. They are all regular troops from the Jesha Hall and the Order Academy. Seeing them, the pedestrians on the road hurriedly got out of the way, and then followed, wanting to see the excitement. On the side of the road, a yellow-haired idiot with a white-haired floating object looked towards the Grand Bazaar. Traveler, there seems to be a Kerriya mentioned in the void just now. I remember your brother, he is fighting for Khaenri'ah now, maybe this Master Yexi will know about your brother. Yingmei nodded, let's go to the Grand Bazaar, it will be bad if the 30 people group and the others hurt Nilu. Paimon is also worried. Paimon folded his small arms and sighed, it's really strange, this time we came to Samuru, we were not wanted. Besides, along the way, I always feel that there is nothing unusual about Sumi. This feeling is very wrong. I think that Master Yexi may be our companion. As people who have been wanted by many countries, they have already regarded the wanted people as friends by default. As long as you are also wanted, then we are good partners. After speaking, Yingmei led Payman and headed towards the Grand Bazaar. At this moment in the Grand Bazaar, the scene is very tense. Ask for flowers. Luksha, the flag officer of the 30-member regiment, had already arrived at the theater, and the disciplinary officials also hurried over and surrounded the theater. In the distance, all the Sumi people came to see the excitement. Sheikh Zubair, and Nilu. You are under arrest. Follow us back to the Holy Order. On the stage, Luksha led his men, ready to step forward to arrest people. And the vendors in the Grand Bazaar and the helpers in the theater all kept Nilu in the middle. Although they were not the opponents of the mercenaries of the 30 regiment, they did not flinch in the slightest. The two sides immediately tensed up. Nilu didn't panic, but was very surprised in her heart. Because everything that happened in front of him was exactly the same as what Yesye said. Not long ago, Yexi had already told her what would happen today, it was as if she had predicted the future. At this moment, she only needs to follow the tasks assigned to her by Yexi and execute them bit by bit. She bravely said, Mr. Banner Officer, at least wait until we have announced the God-creating plan of the Holy Order, before you make a judgment. As soon as the words came out, everyone was taken aback. What? God-making plan? Hey! Did you hear that? The Academy is making gods. Ridiculous. This is absolutely impossible. How can humans create gods? Moreover, we already have Lord Grass God. Nonsense. Let that carrion come out and bring them back. When the scene was in chaos, Nilu once again said a big thing. For a long time, our little grass god has been imprisoned by the great sage in the Jingshan Palace. I guess everyone doesn't know about this matter. 0. It was mentioned in the void that the Jingshan Palace was destroyed, but it was actually done by Master Yexi in order to save Lord Sayako. The news you have heard is all misleading by hazard. The exposure of this news once again attracted a controversy. For a while, the people in the Grand Bazaar were in a mess. Prison Grass God? Are you kidding me? How can a mortal have this ability? The Holy Order dares to do such a thing. Do they have evidence? There was a voice of doubt in the audience. Obviously, there is no evidence for what Nilu said. Ruksha also lost patience and ordered arrests. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the backstage of the Grand Bazaar. Master Little Grass God is here. In an instant, the entire Grand Bazaar fell silent. Those who questioned or ridiculed also shut their mouths and looked in the direction of the stage. That is the Little Auspicious Grass King. For 500 years, few people have been able to see the Little Auspicious Grass King himself. It can be said that there are only a handful of human beings who have seen gods for generations. Everyone wants to see what the god looks like. Even the 30 members group and the disciplinary officer suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the backstage. I saw the backstage door of the theater slowly opened, and 10 cute figures of younger sisters slowly walked out from inside. She was wearing a green cloak and a white flower skirt, looking like a holy elf. That immature appearance and pointed ears immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lord Grass God. Is this our god? She is so small. So small. She is so small, can she guide Sumeru? Sure enough, she can't be compared with Lord Tree King. After years of brainwashing by the Holy Order, the people of Sumeru have long regarded Nashida as an existing god. Among the roots, the one that everyone loves more is the king of the Great Mercy Tree. Therefore, even if I saw the gods at this moment, I was just surprised. Many people even doubt whether such a young god can possess the wisdom that a god possesses. However, even if everyone sees the god of grass like this, the respect they deserve is not what they should have. The flag officer Luksha hastily bowed to salute, and greeted him actively. Luksha, the flag officer of the 30-member regiment, see you, Lord Sayako. Nashida nodded, and said softly, people of Sumeru, it's just as Nilu said. Over the years, the great sage Azur has transformed the meditation device left by the king of the Great Mercy Tree and imprisoned me in the Jingshan Palace. Because of this, I have never been able to meet with you. Now, everyone in Yinbaka was shocked. You know, this is what the grass god himself said. How can the gods deceive people? At this moment, even the flag officer of the 30-person regiment on the stage froze in place. He just acts according to the instructions in the void. But now, he couldn't tell which side was right. Just at this moment, a voice of order suddenly came from outside. Luksha, arrest them all. That's not Master Grass God. Don't be fooled. The voice fell slowly, and everyone looked towards the door. I saw the great sage Azar and a group of scholars came to the bus in person. The person who spoke was Azar himself. Seeing Azar, Sano in the corner of the theater frowned, and the dog head mask had already been put on. He didn't expect that, as yet I expected, Hazard came to this court in person. Chapter 66. The Great Sage, the crime of disobedience to the gods. Death penalty. As soon as Hazard came forward, he immediately became the focus of the audience. Right now, it is the god of Sumeru who personally revealed the guilt of the Holy Order, and Azar is the key figure in the matter. Everyone wanted to see him confront him in person. It's just that when Hazard came out and said something, the people in the Grand Bazaar were shaken again. Is this little grass god a fake? How come? She looks unusual, shouldn't she be a counterfeit? Thinking about it carefully, we have never met the grass god, only sages have contact with the grass god. If the great sage says it's a counterfeit, it's very likely it is. I really don't know who to trust anymore. On one side is the highly respected great sage of the Holy Order, and on the other side is the so-called grass god who looks very holy. All of a sudden, whether they were scholars, adventurers, merchants, or city dwellers, they all fell into chaos. Among the crowd, yellow-haired idiots and emergency food were also confused. Traveler, I think that person is the little auspicious grass king. Paimon looked at Ying with burning eyes, and pointed his little finger at Nashida on the stage, as if he decided to be her if he didn't care about it. Such words are simply unconvincing. Ying Mei helped her forward helplessly, although she really wanted to complain about Paimon's shabby choice, but she also agreed with Paimon's conjecture. Nashida on the stage is small, but looks very extraordinary. She and Paimon have traveled through so many countries and already have a wealth of experience. A person who can have Nashida's appearance and characteristics, even if he doesn't have the heart of God, must have the eyes of God. The pointy ears with Kelly's eyes, and the eyes full of wisdom. Compared with the great sage who looks very ordinary in dress, it is obviously more eye-catching. Traveler, if there is danger in a while, we must protect her. Ying's 740 sister nodded seriously when she heard the words, okay. At this moment, the group of 30 and the disciplinary officer on the stage froze in place, at a loss for what to do. Azar came to the stage of the theater with several sages from the Order Academy. Luksha, what are you still doing? Immediately arrest this evil gang of Karyans and put them in the cells of the Order Academy. Seeing that not only Azar was there, but also Kawaja, the sage of the Knowledge Theory School, he nodded immediately. There are several sages present, so he naturally listens to the sages. After all, the 30 is the mercenaries of the Holy Order. So, Luksha raised the scimitar in his hand. Just when Ying Mei, who was off the field, couldn't help but want to jump out to save others. Xiaobai suddenly said, Luksha, don't you understand? The sages of the Holy Order betrayed Lord Sayako. Now that Lord Grass King is in front of you, how dare you surrender to your own god? Thesa Euro. Seeing that Luksha hesitated again, Azar snorted coldly, what do you have to prove that she is the little auspicious grass king? This sentence is also a question that everyone present wants to know the answer to. If it is the god of grass, you can always prove it, right? And Hazard is confident. He knew that without the heart of God, the gods would have no power. This matter is the message left by the previous sages. When the sages found the little auspicious grass king, the little grass king was just like a child in terms of intelligence and strength. Seeing the current situation, Nashida, who was guarded by the crowd, came to the crowd and said, if you want to witness the power of the gods with your own eyes, then, fine. As a god, I will answer everyone's wishes. I saw Nashida put her two little hands together in front of her body, praying towards the sky. Immediately, infinite green light diffused from her petite body. Incomparably bright, incomparably dazzling, like a shining star, blooming a desirable light. This scene made everyone present couldn't help being amazed. Dreamlike images appeared on the stage. It was a gorgeous palace, and the whole stage glowed with powerful vitality. Numerous flowers bloomed at Nashida's feet, and the green grass began to spread from her feet. All of a sudden, this hall of Maya expanded again. The entire Grand Bazaar was shrouded in it. However, it didn't stop there. The endless lawns and flowers spread across the land, and the Grand Bazaar was instantly filled with the scent of flowers. Not only the Grand Bazaar, but the entire Sumeru city was shrouded in the Temple of Maya. Those people outside the city who didn't care about this matter were also stunned by this sudden change. The ground of the entire Sumeru city was actually completely covered by fresh grass. Even the towering giant tree in Sumeru city unexpectedly began to grow upwards, spreading its branches and spreading kings. In the sky, hundreds of birds flapped their wings from the forest and flew towards Sumeru city. It was like hearing a call, flying around the giant Sumeru tree. Many of them flew to the Grand Bazaar and stopped beside Nashida, chattering non-stop. It's Lanero. Whoa. It's not a fairy tale. It's true. There are so many. Wait for me. Innocent children are running around on the grass excitedly. The adults couldn't see the Lanero mentioned by the children at all, but they were also looking around in a hurry. The whole Grand Bazaar is full of vitality, birds singing and flowers fragrant, just like being in an oasis. At this moment, everyone heard a whisper in their ears. This is the Palace of Wisdom. This voice seemed to come from the sky, but it was extremely gentle, making people feel warm. When everyone looked at Nashida, they saw that Nashida was holding Lanero and smiling happily. Small tufting sparrows are flying around her, and lush grass is growing under her feet. Holy and wonderful. Master Tree King, you are back. The Lanarus threw themselves into Nashida's arms. Nashida smiled and said, it's not the Tree King, it's her successor, Fire. At this moment, all the people in the Grand Bazaar were deeply shocked. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle. Ah, what a great power. Is this the power of the little Grass King? Lord Grass God. Great God. I sincerely pray for you. I have witnessed miracles. My God. Without exception, they all believed Nashida's words. Who can do such miraculous things except the real gods? For a moment, the excitement in the hearts of the people of Sumi could not be increased. All of them bowed down to salute the little grass god on the stage. Even Nilu, who was beside Nashida, was stunned, her eyes full of admiration. The vendors in the Grand Bazaar and the helpers in the theater all bowed down in awe. No. It's impossible. Azar looked at the vibrant scenery all around, his eyes full of disbelief. Why? Why doesn't the little grass king still have such a powerful power without the heart of God? Suddenly, he understood. The gods do not have power because they have the heart of God. The heart of God is just a part of the power of the gods. Look Shah, why are you still in a daze? Who is the person you should protect, don't you know? Hearing Zubair's reprimand, everyone in the 30-member group and the disciplinary officer suddenly came back to their senses. They immediately turned their heads and pointed their weapons at Azar and the scholars behind him. Although they were employed by Azar, how could they, as the people of Sumeru, be enemies of their own gods? Look Shah. The Grass King's wisdom is not mature enough. She was just deceived by that Kerriya. They were all bewitched by the Koreans. I am the great sage, you must obey my orders. At this time, in the backstage of the theater, Yezai pushed the dazed sage Nafi. Are you stunned after seeing the power of the grass god? It's time for you to play. Nafi came back to his senses suddenly, his heart was full of shock. He never thought that Nashida would burst out with such terrifying power. For a long time, he thought that the little auspicious grass king had no power, and even his wisdom was far inferior to that of the great compassion tree king. Now he understands. He was wrong. The growth of gods is incomparably rapid. Even though she was confined in the Jingshan Palace, Nashida's hard work in the past 500 years has far surpassed those sages. Yet Xi is very satisfied with the current result. Let Nashida take this opportunity to show her strength, and the people of Sumeru can realize that the little auspicious grass master is also a great god who is not weaker than the big compassion tree. At this time, Azar was still quibbling, trying to win over the 30 and the disciplinary officer. However, Nafi came out from the backstage and said, enough Hazard. You have no chance. Nafi. It's you. Azar's face suddenly changed. He never expected that Yexi not only rescued the little auspicious grass king, but also Nafi. At that time, when he proposed to launch the god-making project, he was blocked by the Nafi faction. In a fit of anger, he ordered people to put him in confinement. Only very few people know about this matter, how could a foreigner like Yexi know? The instructor next to him and the other sages also turned pale. If there is still a chance for them to quibble here, then the appearance of Nafi will undoubtedly ruin all their possibilities. Seeing Nafi, the directors and students of the adolescent school in the audience were very surprised. It's the sage Nafi. Where did the sage go recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Mr. Nafi. What the hell are you doing? Hearing the voice below, Nafi turned to the people of Sumeru and said loudly, everyone, I am Nafi, the sage of the School of Life Theory. I want to sue the great sage Azar, the instructor, and the knowledge sage Kawaja and others. They betrayed the holy order, betrayed the god of grass, and attempted to create a new god to replace Lord Zayako. Because of my objection, they grounded me at the bottom of the Palace of Wisdom. This kind of betrayal will definitely be severely punished. This time, Hazard was completely panicked. He immediately ordered the gilded brigade behind him, you escort me away immediately. After finishing speaking, he hurriedly fled towards the exit of the Grand Bazaar. He never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly. Originally thought that Yexi and Sai Tele only knew about rescuing the god of grass and dream mass production plan. The appearance of Nafi was beyond his expectation. Just as the 30-member regiment and the Gilded Brigade were fighting, suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in the sky. The monocle of the great sage Azar immediately flew to the wall and fell to pieces. I saw in front of Azar, a man with a long gun and a dog head mask appeared. It really made me see a funny scene, Hazard. The familiar voice came, which surprised Azar. Sino. Aren't you in the desert? Azar backed away in fright. He knew that Sano's methods were very powerful, and it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Sano's hands. Seeing Sino, those disciplinary officials were also very surprised. Great disciplinary officer. Where did Lord Sino go recently? Great, Lord Sino is back. Seeing Sino, the people of Sumer completely put their position on the opposite side of the great sage. Not only a sage from the Holy Order came out to testify, but even the disciplinary officer appeared. Such power is enough to show that Azar and others have betrayed the Holy Order and become enemies of the Holy Order. As a great sage, Azar actually confines the gods and puts other sages and scholars under house arrest. This crime cannot be punished. That's right. Although I don't know the truth about the god-making plan. But Azar must be judged. We trust the Holy Order and the 6 sages so much, we never thought that you would do such a thing. Lord God, please judge the sinner. Block the Holy Order and thoroughly investigate all those related to the god-making plan. They will pay the price for betraying the gods. In Sumeru, our gods are only Lord Tree King and Lord Grass King. There is no need for new gods. Judgment. 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 For a moment, the crowd was furious, and everyone understood the guilt of the great sage. At this moment, everyone is clamoring for a trial. Hazard must be punished severely. Sano held the spear in front of Azar, and said in a deep voice, Azar, you have committed a felony against the gods. You once said that the power of the disciplinary officer comes from the Holy Order, and I have no position to judge you. Nowadays, how about in the name of the gods? Master Grass God said that those who betray the Sumeru god will be sentenced to death. As he spoke, he raised his spear and stabbed Hazard straight in the head. Seeing this scene, the timid person has already closed his eyes. And Hazard screamed in fright, ah! Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp crashing sound from the Grand Bazaar. I saw that Sano's long spear was stopped in front of Hazard. Sano looked up, and was shocked to find a man with a bird beak mask in front of him. The appearance of this person surprised him. Because, he didn't notice the other party's approach at all. In other words, this person is a very powerful master. Fools, executor. Hearing Sano's voice, the people around fell into a panic. Fools? Why are fools here? Asterisk 2.4 Damn it, did Hazard still collude with the crowd? Unforgivable. Colluding with foreign forces and betraying God Sumeru. Azar, this BD. Seeing Daughtery's appearance, the yellow-haired idiots and emergency food in the crowd immediately became alert. Traveler. Fools. It's these bad guys again, they are indeed wreaking havoc in Sumi. We have to teach him a lesson. Yingmei nodded, staring fixedly at Daughtery beside Sano. However, Daughtery, who became the focus of the audience, did not panic at all. On the contrary, he let go of Sano's spear, clapped his hands with a smile and said, very exciting trial session. Relax, I'm just here to recover tools. Although Lord Sage has committed a felony, you cannot kill him, because he is still useful to me. These words immediately made Sanyo feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He could feel that if Daughtery wanted to take Hazard and the others away, he might not be able to stop them with his strength. On the other side, seeing Daughtery, Hazard felt like a savior. That's right, I know the process of dream mass production. Fools need to protect us. Daughtery smiled contemptuously, Hazard, you are not capable of completing our deal. I want to extract some useful things from your minds. This means that Daughtery will use the machine to absorb the memory in their brains. Once the memory is absorbed, people will go completely crazy. This sentence is undoubtedly a death sentence. Hearing this, Azardan was completely ashamed. Whether it is in the hands of Sano or in the hands of fools, he will inevitably die. After Daughtery finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Nashida on the stage. God of wisdom, the meeting came sooner than I expected. Then, if I take them away, you have no objection. Chapter 67. Dr. Judgment. Daughtery's words made the people of Sumeru very angry. They didn't know how powerful the executive officer of the fools was, but they just felt that with the gods here, they felt that they were not afraid of anything. As a result, abuse came from the crowd. Azar is a sinner who was sentenced to death by Grass God. What right do you have to take him away? That's right. What's so great about the executive officers of fools? Do you know what occasion this is? How dare you take away Sumi's most important criminal in front of Lord Grass God? Don't you take Lord Grass God seriously? This is Sumeru. Go back to your solstice. Fools, get out of here. If Lord Grass gets angry, you will never return, among the crowd. The emergency food floating in the sky also had their waists akimbo. This executive officer is too much. Didn't you see how powerful the Grass God was just now? When I was in Deizuma, Ms. was cut off by General Thunder. Traveler, let's go out and teach him a lesson. Anyway, the god of grass can back him up. Yingmei hurriedly stopped Payman. Wait a minute, we can't take the initiative to go out and cause trouble. She was worried that God of Grass would not want to conflict with Ben, and if she went out to cause a fight, God of Grass would be unhappy instead. In fact, as Yingmei thought, Nashida was trying to find a way to avoid this conflict. Just now her Maya temple was too shocking, it made the whole Sumeru city bloom everywhere, not only let everyone see her power, but also gave the people a strong self-confidence. However, in fact, the executive officer of the fools is very powerful, far from being able to defeat her now. That would be troublesome. It took a lot of effort for the people of Sumeru to see her power. Now if Daughtery steals the limelight and takes the great sage Azar away in a grandiose manner, the prestige that has just been established will be wiped out. Even, her prestige will plummet. A mere executive officer of fools actually took away the prisoner in front of the god of grass, and the god of grass is still helpless, such a god is too weak. If the people have this idea, she will completely lose the hearts of the people. But the problem is that it is impossible to force Hazard to stay. With the strength of the disciplinary officer Sano and the clerk El Hyzen lurking in the crowd, it is impossible to be the opponent of the executive officers of the fools. Now she's stuck on a tiger. The most important thing is that when she and Yexi were predicting the direction of today's development, although they predicted that there would be executive officers coming to save the fools, they did not expect that the people who came would be so powerful. Hehehe. Dottery sneered a few times indifferently, and said, since the god of wisdom remains silent, I will take them away. As soon as these words came out, the people became anxious immediately. Presumptuous. Fools, you are too arrogant. Lord Grass God. Make this executive officer pay for his recklessness. Kill him. Never let him leave Samura City alive. God, send down the punishment. Seeing everyone's gazes, Nashida clenched her fists tightly. She only had one last solution in her mind. That is to let the other party leave on the grounds of for the safety of the people in the Grand Bazaar. Even so, this reason is only a last resort, and it will still disappoint the public. No way, if Dottery brought a lot of fools here, then the condition of not hurting everyone is still credible. But right now, the only person who came was Dottery, and he didn't seem too strong. Letting the other party go like this will definitely disappoint the public. Seeing Nashida's frown on the stage, Dottery showed a smile. Of course he did it on purpose. At this moment, in the Grand Bazaar, there are many of his subordinates. It was just to make the god of grass ride a tiger and lose the hearts of the people again, so he would take the initiative to show up alone. This is also when Nashida used the Mu Temple just now. He saw through Nashida's plan to take this opportunity to replace the Great Mercy Tree King in people's minds. So he thought of this trick, which made Nashida completely fall to the bottom. Gods who lose their faith will lose their power, and he wants to test this idea. This is a new experiment. Nashida's petite body sighed, and her clenched fists were helplessly loosened. She didn't have anything to trade in her hands, and in the face of absolute power, she could only surrender. It seems that if you want to catch up with that person's wisdom, there is still a long, long way to go. Just when she was about to let Dottery go. Suddenly, a change occurred. The drooping head of the great sage Azar was like a watermelon that had been blown up. It exploded and shattered without warning, and Duopin beside him was covered in Azar's blood. This sudden scene made everyone froze in place. Hiss, what happened? What's going on? Hazard just died. Ah! So much blood. You. But how did he die? I didn't even see him. Yes, what kind of attack? I didn't hear any sound. Could it be the power of Lord Grass God? How is it possible, Lord Grass God? She looks so gentle. My god. This is too scary. All of a sudden, the whole Grand Bazaar boiled. Both the Commandant and the Sage Kawaja opened their eyes wide, scared out of their wits. Dottery was extremely shocked at the moment. He has absolutely no idea what's going on. The most frightening thing is that he didn't see the whole process of the blood splashing towards him. In other words, Hazard's head burst instantly, and blood was all over his body instantly. All the processes in the middle seemed to be non-existent. Who is it? At this moment, no matter how calm he is, he can't help but feel fear. He has many slices, and there is no such thing as destruction. However, each slice is an individual with its own desires and private thoughts. As far as he is concerned, he is afraid of death. He is very clear that this kind of method is absolutely impossible to be done by the little auspicious Grass King. Who the hell? Hearing Dottery's questioning voice, the audience fell silent again. Those ordinary people think that it is the handwriting of Master Grass God. But the scholars of the Holy Order, as well as the Gilded Brigade and Sainyo, they all know it very well. This is definitely not the method of the Grass God. Otherwise, just when Lookshaw, the flag officer of the 30-member group, threatened Nilu and Grass God, Zishan had already made a move. Appear in front of me immediately. Otherwise. With a wave of Dottery's hand, dozens of foolish dead handlers appeared in the empty space of the Grand Bazaar. They have been hiding around the Grand Bazaar. Azar's sudden death just now, they almost couldn't help but show up. Seeing so many fools suddenly appearing, the scene suddenly fell into panic. There are so many people. Is the Winter Kingdom trying to start a war? It's so dangerous, why don't we evacuate quickly? Don't be afraid, the Grass God is here. It's no wonder that the executive officers of the fools dare to show off their power in front of Lord Grass God, so they brought so many people. The dead handlers who showed their stature were immediately on standby, their eyes fixed on their surroundings. Seeing that no one responded to him, Dottery frowned under the mask of the bird's beak. Kill a few mice and force him to show up. Yes. Hearing Dottery's order, a dead handler locked his eyes on the crowd. Suddenly, the instructor's head exploded. No warning, no warning. Dottery subconsciously took half a step back, his heart filled with horror again. He wanted to see clearly what happened just now. Who in the end appeared suddenly and killed Azar and the instructor. But he didn't see anything. He was completely unaware of the opponents and what weapons they used. Protect these scholars, their brains are still useful. Hearing this, debt management people immediately moved closer to the knowledge theory scholar Cavalet. However, the answer to them was continuous splashing of blood. Don't wait for debt handlers to come to academics. In an instant, including Kawaja, the rest of the scholars all died suddenly. All the people around Azar became corpses lying on the ground. Quiet. There was a deathly silence. This is not an execution ground. Even if they committed a felony, as Azar's accomplices, they should choose a day to deal with it. But in an instant, all blood spattered on the spot in this way. Too bloody, too violent. As a result, Yinjia didn't feel the pleasure of executing a sage. Instead, I feel depressed, even fearful. Who the hell is so cruel? Dottery's face was extremely gloomy. The purpose of his coming here is naturally to take a few people back and continue to complete the dream mass production plan. Now, everyone involved is dead. It will be very troublesome to start this plan again. This made him extremely unhappy. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the grand bazaar where needles could be heard. Click. Click. The shoes made a hollow, muffled sound as they walked on the wooden floor. For a moment, everyone looked towards the theater. Footsteps gradually approached. Finally, in the direction of the backstage door, a figure slowly appeared. Sure enough, it's you, Aurelian. Dottery snorted coldly. Although he had known about Yexai's existence for a long time, he didn't expect Yexai to be so strong. He couldn't see through what method Yexai used to kill Hazard. Hearing Dottery's voice, the people of Sumeru exclaimed again and again. What? He's the Kerriyan. Master Yexai? That's him. Didn't you say that he is an old monster? How could he be so handsome? Ah, if I had known earlier, I would have accepted the commission to hire a wife with a lot of money. No wonder people who marry Master Yexai say yes, if I can do it, I'll do it without Mora. In the crowd, many girls have become nympho. Emergency Food pointed to Yexai and said, Traveler, after the matter is over, go to him and ask about your brother's whereabouts. It's just that he did the terrible thing just now. He can't be an enemy. Yingmei shook her head when she heard this, because she didn't know the answer to Paymon's question. Yexai immediately became the focus of the audience. After noticing the gazes of these people, Yexai ignored them. Instead, he looked at Dottery. You finally showed up, Doctor. As soon as these words came out, a bad premonition flashed in Dottery's heart. This sentence gave him the feeling that Yexai had expected him to come. Could this be a pre-planned layout? How can this be? He didn't appear many times in Sumeru, and he was always in contact with Hazard and the others. Logically speaking, Yexai didn't even know he existed. How could it be possible to deliberately arrange it in order to attract him to show up? Suddenly, he thought of the two fools who disappeared some time ago. That night, two fools went to the academy to destroy the guards of the ruins, but their whereabouts were unknown. He thought that these two people had already encountered an accident, and it was probably caused by other forces in the Holy Order, such as the disciplinary officer. If it was taken away by Yexai, and his information was obtained through interrogation, then everything makes sense. However, even so, it surprised him. In other words, the current layout was not designed to bring Hazard back from the very beginning. It's to let Hazard come back at the same time, let him follow. Yexai not only counted Hazard's thoughts, but even guessed his whims. Kerriya, do you know me well? If you don't know yourself very well, it is impossible for the other party to predict his interest. Yexai didn't answer this question, but said to himself, Dottery, you have two crimes on your head. First, you tricked Khaenri'ah, who was suffering from the devil's scale disease, and used her as an experiment, injecting the devil's residue into her body, and making the evil spirit of the testitis snake possess her body. As her master, I will help her get justice. Oh, Dottery suddenly realized when he heard the words, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hee, so that's what you were talking about indeed. I remember that was a long time ago. At that time, I was a missionary and gathered a group of believers to do human experiments. It's just that, the Khaenri'ah you mentioned, I don't know what experimental subject it is. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly became restless. Especially the scholars of the Holy Order, the sage Nafi and his students. Ridiculous. How to use human body for experiments. It's a defilement and an insult to life. You're insulting the notion of life. Executor of fools, the knowledge you pursue is full of evil, and you will pay the price. For scholars of the School of Biosciences, biology and medicine are sacred, and all research must be based on the foundation of respect for life. Experiments on living human bodies are unforgivable at any time. Not to mention the situation against the wishes of the experimenter. What makes them most angry is Dottery's frivolous attitude now. Among the crowd, the girls were all excited and whispering. Master Yexai is so domineering, I like it so much. Did he do this to avenge his own woman? Obviously this happened many years ago, he has to come forward to defend it, so envious of that girl named Khaenri'ah. Ah, I can't do it, my asterisk is already in a mess. I want a man like this too. Dottery smiled and asked, I'm curious about the second crime you mentioned, let's talk about it. Yexai said, secondly, the little auspicious Grass King asked me to solve Sumi's troubles, and you are the biggest pusher behind the scenes. Hearing this, there was another commotion among the crowd. Lord Grass God asks Master Yexai to solve the trouble. I remembered. The little dancer at the Zubair Theatre said just now that Master Yexai rescued Lord Grass God from Jingshan Palace. No wonder. It turns out that Master Yexai has been secretly helping us. Even Lord Grass wants Master Yexai to help. How powerful is Master Yexai? So, the execution of Azar and the others just now was done by Master Yexai. It's terrible. After hearing Yexai finish speaking, Dottery smiled calmly. He didn't take Yexai seriously at all. For him, the purpose of the trip really failed. There is no tool that can take Azar and others away and lose the Dreamland mass production plan. However, both of the hearts of gods are in his hands, and the conditions for continuing to create gods are all established. In the worst case, he made some void equipment and used the experimental body to carry out the dream mass production plan. As for the process, it just takes time to study. Next, he just needs to get out of here. And no matter how strong Yexai is, it is impossible to keep him. Thinking of this, Torre asked playfully, so, do you want to try me on these two charges? Carry on. Chapter 68. Dottery has nothing to worry about, he still has many whole cards. And this, Yexai also knows. Doctor, the second seat of executive officers of fools. To be able to rank so high, his strength is naturally no small matter, and it is very likely that he can be comparable to a god. Therefore, he was not surprised to see Dottery being so contemptuous. As for Dottery's question, Yexai answered very calmly, whether it is using human body for experiments, or using the holy order to create a new god, your crime is to choose Super Azar. So, your punishment, of course, is the death penalty. Are you satisfied with the result? Ha 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 ha. Dottery laughed, I remember that things like trials should be the hallmark of Fontaine. Unexpectedly, I will be judged by a Kerriya in Sumeru. It's ridiculous. As he spoke, he waved his hand. It's okay, I said something off topic. You're right, I did a lot of things. I am a scholar, and my curiosity about everything in the world is an innate instinct. And in order to confirm the inferences I draw, it is natural to need various experiments. Oh, of course, these experiments are for gaining more knowledge. You know, on the way to seek knowledge, you always need to overcome some difficulties. If no one volunteers to offer himself, then the search for knowledge will become extremely difficult. So, for the sake of research, how can the things I do be counted as crimes? It should be a contribution and should be celebrated. Hearing this, Genevieve couldn't help yelling, what nonsense. No matter how advanced knowledge is, it cannot cross the bottom line of morality. Your conclusion has already violated the original intention of a scholar. You are not worthy to call yourself a scholar. Other scholars in the Holy Order also echoed. Dottery crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. Sages, you cannot deny that this kind of direct experiment will speed up the acquisition of knowledge. That's all. It's sad that my academic achievements have never been appreciated in my homeland. As he said that, Dottery looked at Yexi on the stage, and said calmly, so, are you planning to kill me with the method just now? If that's the case, I think it's more appropriate for you to watch me leave. As he spoke, he took out a chess piece glowing with green light from behind him. Seeing this chess piece, Nashida frowned immediately. That's her god's heart. Suddenly, a red light burst out from the heart of God. At the same time, the people in the Grand Bazaar who were talking about it suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes turned red. Like a puppet, it froze in place. After doing all this, Dottery smiled. As you can see, I slightly modified the void terminal and controlled all the Sumeru people. It's really quiet. Well, it's time for me to go, Kerriya. If you attack me, I will use the heart of God to bury these puppets with you. Seeing this situation, those who did not have a void all panicked. Why, how could this happen? The heart of God will actually fall into the hands of fools and executives. Azar, the sinner. Master Grass God's heart must be taken back. Forget it, at least Azar is dead, and it is also a good thing that the people of Sumeru no longer rely on the void terminal. But, Master Nafi, if you don't get back the heart of God, the God-making plan may start again. Damn fools. Hearing that everyone in the theater was aggrieved, Nilu was full of guilt. If I had known, I would have reminded everyone in the dream to take off the void as soon as possible. Nilu, don't blame yourself. Even if you tell everyone in your dream, people outside Sumeru City can't get rid of the control. Nashida crossed her hips and looked confidently at Yeze. Trust him. With his means, it is easy to get back the heart of God. For a moment, everyone looked at Yexi. Hearing the words in his ear, Yexi was slightly taken aback. I always feel that Nashida seems to know his ability. However, now is not the time to care about this matter. Dottery, you can't get away. Dottery, who was surrounded by fools, was slightly taken aback, and looked back at Yexi. Suddenly, he felt his body freeze, and the next moment, the god's heart in his hand disappeared. Oh, doctor. Your hand. Fire. It's flames. Get some water. Dottery was startled, and hurriedly looked at his arm. I saw a black flame burning in his hand. The snake of black flame. Dottery was very puzzled by the change in front of him, but he didn't have time to think too much. He knew that the power of black flame was terrifying. Once it burns, it is like a tarsus, which will completely burn people into coke. And it spreads very fast. Without thinking too much, Dottery chopped off his palm with a single knife. The dropped palm landed on the ground, and instantly turned black and withered. Seeing this scene, Nafi couldn't help being overjoyed. However, what surprised him was that after seeing Dottery's arm, no blood flowed out. Simply incredible. It actually destroyed one of my palms. Dottery frowned, looked at Yexi again, and found that the god's heart that was originally in his hand had actually appeared in Yexi's hand. He couldn't figure it out. How the hell is this done? The production of the slices consumes a lot of resources. Kerriya, you will pay for this hand. Yexi acted as if she had never heard of it, and threw the heart of God to Nashida who was beside her. After receiving the heart of God, Nashida immediately released the control over everyone. Now, the people of Sumeru came back to their senses. What just happened? I feel like I'm frozen. How strange. Is it an illusion? I seem to see the executive officer of the fools take out a shiny chess piece, and then don't know anything. Wait a minute, look. The executive's hand is broken. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless eyes fell on Dottery. I saw him covering his arms, his face extremely ugly. Who did it? It's amazing. It must be Master Yexi. It's too strong. Well done. How dare he disobey the gods? He deserves it. Master Yexi is right. Death penalty. Death. 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 The crowd raised their fists and shouted. It was difficult for Dottery to calm down this time. This time it can be said that he lost everything. For a whim, such powerful tools as the Great Sage and others were lost. Even the key item of the God-making project, the Heart of God, was taken away. For this, he also lost a palm. Such a price, in exchange for only information about Yexi. Deficit. What a shame. Suddenly, various voices came from his mind. You useless thing. Is this the me when I was young? It's really not enough to succeed. I feel ashamed when I think that I will be so stupid in the future. What face do you have to go back to your hometown? The task that Her Majesty Empress entrusted to you, have you completed it yet? These voices all come from his eyes in time dimension. Here's a mockery of other slices. Although I feel angry, I can't deny their reprimand. Without the heart of Grass God, there is no way to use computing power to derive the power of Thor's heart. He must take back the Grass God's heart. Even if the God-making project is put aside, the Nanhuang's order is to bring the heart of the Grass God and the heart of the Thunder God back to the guest. If you lose the heart of the Grass God, Sumeru's mission will be a complete failure. Thinking of this, Dottery has changed his mind about leaving. He must fight. In an instant, the evil eyes on Dottery's chest burst into dazzling light. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire Grand Bazaar. Those people who were still laughing at Dottery were suddenly frightened by this dangerous breath, and their souls trembled. The yellow-haired idiots and emergency food in the crowd turned pale with fright. Wow! What kind of power is this? He is stronger than a lady. Peimen hurriedly shrank behind Yingmei, too frightened to open his eyes. Yingmei couldn't help sighing, is this the doctor who is the second executive officer of the fools? It's scary. Just when everyone in the Grand Bazaar was panicking, an incredible scene happened. I saw Dottery's severed arm suddenly burst into black flames again. Dottery was taken aback. No, it's impossible. The same thing happened 5 times in front of me, and I didn't see any flaws at all. Kerriya, what have you done? Before he finished speaking, Dottery completely chopped off his entire left arm. The flames instantly devoured his flesh and bones. Seeing this scene, the people of Samura burst into cheers. What a powerful method. I can't see how Master Yexi attacks at all. Unbelievable. With this kind of power, even gods can be defeated. Master Yexi is so strong. I can't help but see it. I really want to be by Master Yexi's side every night. Dottery's aura is very powerful, which makes everyone feel palpitations. However, Yexi's powerful power has made countless girls feel adored. The most incredible thing is that everyone has no idea how Yexi launched the attack. Because in their eyes, Yexi never moved at all. Without even blinking. Nilu, Sano, and El Hasten, they were also horrified. Nilu even wondered if it was done by her mind. However, of all the people present, only one person knew what happened. That is Nashida. Dottery fell silent. However, his silence represented complete anger. He felt that he was being played. Black Flame is not an instant death attack, there will be a delay, as long as the speed is fast enough, it can completely save life. So the question is, why don't you directly launch a death attack when you have time to use Black Flame? Then, there is only one possibility. The other person is enjoying this feeling. Playing with his feelings. How did it start? Dottery thought quickly in his heart, anticipating countless possibilities. He felt that he seemed to be close to the truth. At this time, Yexi's voice suddenly came from his ear. Du Torre. Yexi stretched out, he raised his hand, and in his palm, a black and white flame that seemed to have no temperature sprang out. This is the power of the Black Flame Snake. Years ago, you gave Khaenri'ah the power through various tortures. In these years, in order not to be eroded by the Black Flame Snake, she has to be tortured by the Devil Scale disease, and also has to worry about the Black Flame. Today, I will use the Black Flame you gave me to burn you little by little. Before he finished speaking, Ye looked at Dottery. The world. A dull voice came, and the whole world turned grey and white. Everyone stopped. Breathing stops, heartbeat stops, thinking stops. The birds freeze in the air, the flames stop burning, and the waves of the flowing water stop shaking. The fallen leaves stay in the air, the fish jump out of the water splashes and the swimming fish are not moving. 1 second passed, 2 seconds pass, a phantom in blue armor appeared in the sky. He quickly came to Dottery, and attached the flame in his hand to Dottery's other arm. 3 seconds pass, Su Ying floated back unhurriedly, and returned to Yexi's side. 4 seconds pass, Nashida on the side opened her eyes, and there was still charm in her eyes. That's right. She can see. Time stopped flowing and everything stopped. Even Dottery has become the dark background board in the picture. Only Yexi, and Naxipa's eyes have color. Nashida could see and think, but she couldn't move at all. Whether it is twisting the body, or blinking and turning the head, there is no way to do it. She could only keep her eyes wide open, watching the phantom in the air do anything to Dottery at will. Even though she had seen it several times just now, she still felt extremely shocked at this moment. She didn't expect that Yeji actually had the calendar area to control time. Moreover, what is that phantom in the sky? At this moment, her heart is extremely confused, and at the same time she is very grateful. Fortunately, Yexi was on her side. 5 seconds pass, Yexi can pause for 10 seconds. However, there is no need at this moment. Time flow swish, the world is in color again. People who are half-breathed continue to breathe. The bird continued to flap its wings. The fish jumping out of the water will fall into the pool, and the falling leaves will die with the wind. And on Dottery's right hand, black flames were already burning. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. Dottery looked at the burning flame in his hand, his eyes flickered. He didn't have his arms cut off again, because he knew that no matter how many times, Yexi could put him to death. Even if he tries his best to escape now, his fate, Jianzhao, will not change in any way. He put away the terrifying aura he released, and returned to calm in an instant. It seems that he has become a harmless scholar. He smiled and said, I see. Let the black flame I left behind to destroy myself. This is a very interesting torture plan. The fools on the side turned pale with fright. Master Doctor, your hand. Think of a way. My lord, let me help you. Master Doctor. Dottery casually killed the yelling subordinates beside him, and looked up at Yexi on the stage. Yexi, you are a great surprise, you have brought us too many surprises. Since I can't be your opponent, then let another me find a way to defeat you. You have to remember that you have hindered the plan of the fools and hindered the progress of Queen's Hutu. You will pay the price. Most definitely. After speaking, Dottery put his hands on his chest, and the raging fire instantly engulfed his body. Afterwards, it turned into a mass of scorched corpses and completely lost its vitality. Seeing this scene, Yexi sneered, this guy is really cheap. However, Dottery has other slices, and it will be a torture one by one. Master Doctor. Dottery was burned to ashes, and the dead handlers lost their backbone in one fell swoop. Sinyo reacted immediately and rushed into the crowd of fools. Elhisen, who had been dormant for a long time, also came out, easily disarming them. After a while, all the fools were captured. Seeing this, Nashida breathed a sigh of relief. The current farce is finally over. The crowd of Sumeru suddenly cheered. Master Yexi is too strong. It's over. It's over. Long live the god of grass. Ha ha ha, the executive officer of the fools is dead, and he paid the price. When everyone cheers. Among the crowd, an invisible dead handler escaped from the Grand Bazaar in a panic. Chapter 69. Paimon, the three of us are killing each other. The doctor's slice in Sumeru is dead. Our plan in Sumeru has completely failed. To the Winter Palace. Harlequin Pierrot reported Sumi's situation to the Queen of Winter. Hearing this news, the Empress on the throne frowned. Where is Deo wife's god's heart? I gave you permission to use it, stop the loss immediately. Your Majesty, I have issued an order to Scaramucci, asking him to return to 2 immediately with Thor's heart. The Queen nodded, with a slightly puzzled expression on her face. Who is it that can kill Dottery's slices? Is there any investigation? This. Pierrot explained, the slice in Sumeru is a slice of his heyday, presumably the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Anyway, he will come back and explain in front of Her Majesty the Empress immediately. Before the words were finished, dull footsteps came from outside the door. Afterwards, Dottery, who had just died from Yexi's black flame, appeared in the hall. Of course, here's another slice of him. See Her Majesty the Empress. Dottery, what happened to Sumeru? Hearing Pierrot's questioning, Dottery said calmly, a spoiler from Khaenri'ah appeared in the plan, and the opponent's methods are unpredictable. You mean Khaenri'ah? There was a little surprise in Pierrot's eyes. He is the lord of the Fool's Harlequin now, but 500 years ago, he was the court mage of Kerriya. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the surviving people in Tivat, he is the one who knows Khaenri'ah best. Dottery waved his hand, and a screen appeared in the palace. What appeared on the screen was Yexi's face. This person. Could it be? Pierrot narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a touch of surprise on the exposed half of his old face. Oh? Pierrot, you know him. Hearing this, Pierrot nodded. Even though his appearance has changed slightly, he should be Wang Ji, the nobleman of Khaenri'ah back then. It's just, why can't there be any signs of curse on him? I need to look into that. The Queen of Winter lost her patience, and ordered, Dottery, the progress of the plan cannot be changed. I can give you time to get it back for Sumi's god's heart. Yes, but... Dottery seemed hesitant to speak, and Taguchi said, I'm afraid there will be problems with Thor's heart. My lord, Scaramucci probably won't obey orders anymore. Sumeru. Ladu Valley, Jinglioli Workshop. A dead handler hurried back and told his companions what happened in Sumeru City. What? You said Master Doctor. I'm going to report to Lord Skirmisher. 450 inside the hall. The stragglers had already lost their patience waiting. Master Soldier, Master Doctor, he was killed by that Kerriya. What should we do? What did you say? Hearing this news, the stragglers were furious. Dottery. Damn Dottery. You kept me waiting for so long, and you dare to break the agreement. The most powerful slice is the second seat of executive officers among fools, and it's so weak. Simply ridiculous. At this moment, a voice came from his mind. Scaramucci, immediately returned to Winter with the heart of God. The stragglers couldn't help laughing. Pierrot, how dare you order the gods? I have ascended to God. Dottery, let me do what you can't do. The huge mecha head cabin slowly opened, and the stragglers with hoses on their backs opened their eyes, which were filled with purple lightning. As if they heard the call, the thunder god's heart in the hall turned into a beam of light and flew to the skirmisher's hands. Master Skirmisher. What about us? What should we do? Seeing the stragglers appearing, the fools below were full of confusion. They are all subordinates of the doctor. Now that the doctor died suddenly, they can only follow the instructions of the stragglers. However, the fools did not wait for an answer. What they did wait for was the huge palm of the god of opportunity. Boom, the palm fell, and in an instant, one of the fools was turned into a meat paste. Scatterers. The straggler standing at the cabin door sneered, for me, it is really a long-standing title. The moment I got the power of God, I have evolved into a god. Looking back at this body, the existence named Guobeng is so small. So ugly. Ha 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 ha, a euro laughter came, and the stragglers who held the staring heart in their hands returned to the king of Ben. The hatch on the head of the god of righteousness closed instantly, and the Guyu above his head burst into a terrifying thunder. Carrion. Little auspicious grass king. Sumi. All of this will be the first harvest I will get from ascending the throne of God today. The god of righteousness raised his head, and the entire huge body was moving slowly. As its arm left its fixed position, the hose gradually tightened, and finally broke completely. The viscous lightning slurry remaining in the tube fell down, releasing extremely terrifying power immediately. The moment the huge stone floor of the main hall came into contact with the thunderbolt, it instantly crumbled. Rumble. The gigantic boulder fell violently, and a huge space appeared on the lower floor of the workshop. The upper body of the god of righteousness released a vertical electric current, aiming at the lower waist below. The current is involved, producing a huge suction force. In the end, the waist of the body merged into one, combining the upper and lower body together. Because of the powerful divine power of the skirmishers, the entire fuselage completely left the ground and floated in the air. The fools outside heard the loud noise and rushed to the main hall, and were immediately terrified by the terrifying scene before them. My god! What the hell is this? The god creation project that the doctor said, could it be it? This is unbelievable. I heard that gods are the size of normal people. How can this be so huge? With it, what are we afraid of? Sir Soldier! Lead us into Sumeru, and smash the Khaenri'ah who killed Master Doctor into pieces. Boom, a flame shot out from the god of righteousness, burning several fools to ashes on the spot. What the skirmisher at this moment hates the most is that others continue to call him scattering. Because, he has become a god. The god of righteousness raised his head, and shot out fiery flames towards the ceiling. In an instant, the mountains and giant rocks above were completely pierced, exposing the clear sky outside. Sumi, welcome your new god. After the voice fell, the god of righteousness slowly rose towards the sky. The huge hose behind it was only tightened for a moment before it broke completely. When the false god saw the sun, his true face was revealed. The earth trembled, and everything in the rainforest felt panic. Sumeru City. Everyone is reveling in the death of the great sage Azar and the foolish executives. As Sano escorted the fools away, the crowd of the Grand Bazaar surrounded Nashida and Yexi, left the Grand Bazaar and came to the streets of Sumeru City. Outside the Grand Bazaar, many people still don't know the truth. But soon, there were people in the Grand Bazaar who witnessed everything and explained what had just happened to the people around them. Hearing what happened, countless people were amazed. Thank you Master Yexi for helping us save Lord Grass God. If there is no Master Yexi, Sumi will be in danger. Master Yexi, you are Sumi's great benefactor. I actually met Lord Grass God. I'm so excited. It was Master Yexi and Lord Grass God who saved Sumeru. At this moment, both Yexi and Nashida have become the focus of the people of Sumeru City. The yellow-haired idiots and emergency food in the crowd also followed the people out of the small bazaar. Traveler, let's take advantage of this moment to meet King Xiaoko and that Master Yexi. Otherwise, there may be no chance in the future. Yingmei nodded, and then approached Nashida who was surrounded in the middle from the gap in the crowd. But at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and in the rainforest in the distance, a flame shot straight into the sky. Rumble. For a time, everyone was a little untenable. The younger sister who had just walked beside Nashida couldn't stand still and fell into a warm embrace. In an instant, a reassuring smell hit her face, making her feel very comfortable. When she raised her head, her gaze was immediately attracted by the other party's star pupils. The person in front of him was Yexi. Are you okay? Yingmei was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly shook her head. Actually, I have something I want to tell you, Master Yexi. She just came to Sumeru, and she hasn't gotten used to this kind of address yet. Yexi nodded slightly. Is it about your brother's whereabouts? Yingmei didn't expect Yexi to know that she, Cad, wanted to ask about her brother's whereabouts before she said it. This shows that Yexi must know a lot of things. She nodded hurriedly, and just about to ask, the loud noise from outside the city attracted everyone's attention. In the direction of Ledogu, the ground suddenly began to sink, and a huge mecha giant slowly rose from the ground. My god! What's that? What a big machine! Where did it come from? Why did it come out of the ground? Wait a minute. This can't be the new god created by Azar and the others. As soon as these words came out, Yishi caused countless panics. Because this mech is too huge. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the whole body of the god of Genji came out of the Jinglio workshop. Seeing this giant, everyone was shocked. It's too big. It's almost as big as our giant tree. Unbelievable. How could humans create such a thing? This is definitely the highest work of the Holy Order. Look. Its feet have left the ground and are floating in the sky. I can't figure it out, this body must be very heavy, how did it float in the sky? Could it be that this guy has really surpassed the human level and become a god? The scene was suddenly chaotic, and many people fled in fright. Facing the terrifying aura of the fool executives, they were afraid, but they were not able to run away. But seeing the body of the god of righteousness, many people felt extremely frightened. This is a kind of psychology of giant phobia. Even if the opponent is not threatening, seeing a giant will be very frightening at this time. A deafening voice came from the direction of the god of prosperity. Tiny bug, surrender to me. The voice came slowly, and suddenly, a terrifying thunder light erupted from the body of the god of positivity. The light shines directly on the grass near Sumeru City. Boom boom boom. The ground was suddenly blown up and dust flew up, and a deep giant pit appeared. At this scene, everyone gasped in fright. Everyone couldn't help thinking, if this lightning strike landed in the city, most of the people present would have died in an instant. The scholars turned their attention to Nashida. Master Grass God, what should we do? Unbeatable. Impossible to beat. If the lightning strike just now fell on the giant tree, our giant tree would be pierced. Oh my god, Sumi has just escaped from the crisis, how come he fell into a new crisis? It's over. It's not easy for Sumi to have a god again, and now it's all over. People can't help but fall into despair. Even people with the eyes of gods in every corner of the city cast their eyes on the god of positive opportunity. Sino left those fools behind and quickly turned back. El Hasan's face was serious, thinking about a solution in his mind. Obviously, in the face of such a crisis, it is necessary to gather all the strength of Sumeru. Otherwise, Sumeru will be gone. Tenri, Dixie, Candace. Seeing this huge monster, I felt lingering fear. Yexi and Nashida looked at each other. They had long anticipated the appearance of the god of righteousness. To be honest, Yeji didn't know how much ability the Dreamland Crystal production plan last night injected into the god of positive opportunities. But judging from the current situation, the situation is already very dangerous. The most important thing is that Sumi has no means of defense. Look at Liu's combat power, not to mention Ningguang's Qunyu Pavilion nuclear deterrence, but the power of those immortals, immortal beasts, immortal cultivators, and the final machine. If the god of righteous opportunity is in Liu, he might not know how he died. Even Deo wife and Mond are covered by a sword that never dies and a bard who fishes. And what about Sumi? If you insist, the Red King technology in the desert can be used on the stage, but those things are out of control at all. Yet Xi dared to say that without him, the immediate solution would be to let those who have the eyes of God bite the bullet. Or, let the radishes in the forest rush to act cute. Nashida stretched out her small hand, and countless green lights appeared in the palm of her hand, and then she observed the situation of the god of righteousness. He does have the power of a god in his body, but it is far from reaching the level of a god. After hearing what Nashida said, Yet Xi nodded and was about to make a move, when suddenly he heard a firm voice from his arms. I want to fight together. Yingmei broke free from Yet Xi's arms, stood firm, and took out a Wu Feng sword. Although the equipment is cheap, her eyes are very firm. You forget about. However, Yet Xi couldn't refuse, so Yingmei whispered, after defeating this guy, I will trouble you to tell me about my brother. Paimon on the side also crossed his high. Chapter 70. Defeat the God of Opportunity. Possess the power of a god. 1 second he was talking about beating Yingmei, the god of righteousness, and the next second he fell into Yexai's arms with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Everyone in Zamura City fell silent after seeing this scene. Yexai was also speechless. What is food addiction? It is a miracle that this yellow-haired idiot can survive till now. Just as I was thinking, I heard a deafening sound coming from my ear. Are you the Kerriyan who killed Doter? Humph, like a bug. Before the words were finished, an extremely dangerous bolt of lightning came. Yexai dodged the lightning with a dodge backwards. Fortunately, he was not surrounded by the giant trees of Zamura City, otherwise the trees behind him would suffer if he moved away. Nilu, this guy is in your hands. Yexai casually threw Yingmei out. At this time, he wanted to say something to Kong, I lost your sister. Nilu hurried forward and immediately hugged the fallen Yingmei, and Peiman also followed Yingmei's side in a hurry. Zizi patted Ling's face. Traveler, wake up. Wake up. At this moment, Yexai no longer had worries in his hands, so he looked at the god of opportunity in the distance. Scattered soldiers, next I will educate you for your mother. Don't call me that name. Boom! A flash of lightning flashed past again, easily dodged by Yexai. At this moment, when the skirmishers heard that name, they felt extremely angry. The crowd of ants, do you only know how to dodge like a bug? The god of righteousness pressed towards Zamura City. Along the way, the whole pig was frozen by solid ice. Seeing this scene, the people in the city were terrified. Here he comes. He's coming. My god, he has used 3 elemental powers. Fire elemental power, thunder elemental power, and ice elemental power, how strong is he? Go. Don't stand there. For a time, the people fled in despair. Only the group of 30 and the disciplinary officer were still protecting Nashida. Seeing this, Yexai realized that he couldn't mess around here, otherwise it would affect many people. So he stepped on the wind and flew to a higher sky. The god of righteousness suddenly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at Yexai's side. Give it to me, destroy. A huge fireball came to Yexai in an instant. The skirmisher couldn't help sneering. His move time of judgment is to tear apart the space, and he is caught off guard by one. Even if Yexai can dodge again, it is impossible to predict this move. Because the speed is too fast. Impossible to react. At this moment, Ixia, who was watching the battle below, couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Oops, danger. What to do with Dixie? The master may not be the opponent of this false god. Hearing this, Dixie also looked solemn. She had seen Yexai's power before, at the gate of the headquarters of the legacy of the God King. If she used that move, it would definitely cause damage to the god of righteousness. But the problem is, the opponent's pursuit is too fast. Don't look at his huge and clumsy body, but the speed of releasing power is not slow at all. Moreover, this teleportation skill is too sudden, it is almost impossible to dodge. The current fireball will be fatal. For a moment, everyone couldn't help holding their breath. Alyosha had already started to pray in her heart. Only Nashida didn't panic at all. She knew that the god of chance had no chance of winning this battle. High above the sky, feeling the heat of the fireball, Yeji directly summoned a substitute. The world. The world starts. In an instant, the whole world turned grey and white. Yexai turned his head and found that the fireball was already very close to him, which was a bit dangerous. 1 second passed, he walked on the wind, left the fireball, and came to the god of righteousness. In this world where time is suspended, everything is so peaceful. Nashida stared at Yexai in the sky, still feeling terrified in her heart. However, she was also very curious, how Yexai planned to defeat the god of chance. She had already heard Yexai talk about the origin of the stragglers yesterday. The body design of the god of righteousness is very exquisite, not only has the body of the ultimate concept of the scrapper itself as a mechanical doll. There is also a steady stream of energy delivery from the heart of God. The Holy Order and the sages don't know how much power they have contributed to this. From a technical point of view, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the crystallization of human wisdom. Even if Yexai can pause time, facing such a powerful work of the Holy Order Academy, it is probably not an easy task. Nashida thought so. 2 seconds pass. Yexai leisurely came to the back of the god of chance's neck, and slowly took out a mora. Seeing this shiny mora, Nashida was even more puzzled. Yesterday, she had seen how powerful Yexai was. Using your hands as knives, you kill random people among fools. Jumping down from a high place, he turned around and unleashed a powerful punch. There is also the black flame that was used to burn Dottery to death just now. She thought Yexai would use one of these 3 powers. Unexpectedly, Yexai would take out a mora at this time. What is this for? 3 seconds pass, Yexai threw mora into the air. In the grey and white world, mora still shines brightly. Railgun crackling electric currents burst out of Yexai's body, and purple elemental force surrounded his body. Fall as mora flips. Time flow swish. The whole world instantly regained its color. And mora just came to the right position. With a flick of Yexai's fingertip. Boom! A purple lightning shot out from Yexai's fingertips in an instant. At this moment, the god of righteousness suddenly made a defensive posture. However, the speed of the super electromagnetic gun is too fast. Emola was accelerated to Mach 3 in an instant, and before the god of chance turned around, the light penetrated the back of the god of chance. This is impossible. What kind of trick is that? Why can't I move? The straggler let out a terrified roar, and the inertia generated by Mora's passing through immediately caused the body of the god of positivity to slam into the ground fiercely. Boom boom boom. The mech knelt on the ground, causing a violent vibration, and the water in the Tianarm pool splashed everywhere. Seeing this scene, Nashida was taken aback. She didn't expect Yexai to have a new hole card. Moreover, only one Mora was used, and such a huge god of chance was beaten like this. On the hard body, there is already a slime-sized hollow. This kind of power is like a god. The people of the entire Samura city were stunned. El-Hasan also opened his eyes wide. From his perspective, Yexi was almost hit by a fireball and burned to ashes. But in an instant, he suddenly shifted, came to the back of the god of positive opportunity, and released a powerful and terrifying blow. It's a fight between gods. El-Hasan couldn't help sighing. He really wanted to go up and help, but this was already a battle between gods. Even if he passed, he was just tickling the god of positive opportunity. All eyes are on Yexi. Yexia breathed a sigh of relief. Master is amazing. How did you do that trick just now? Dixie and Alyosha beside them also shook their heads. How many cards does this guy Yexi have? I've only seen the electromagnetic gun of the master, but I don't know the trick of teleportation. While talking, Candace pointed to the distance. It's not over yet. That machine can still move. In the distance, the god of positive opportunity stood up slowly. Although there was a big hole in his body, he obviously still had the strength to fight. High above. Yexi was a little concerned about the straggler's reaction and words. Just now, the god of opportunity suddenly turned around to defend, as if he still retained his ability to think when time was suspended just now. Could it be that the stragglers can see it? To be able to see every move of the world in the space-time where time is suspended? He has to verify this. Damn. This body's divine power is not yet full. It's still not enough, the strength is still not enough. Otherwise, how could I be so weak? The god of chance turned around, and before he could launch an attack, Yexi used the power of his substitute again. The world once again fell into grey and white. 1 second passed Yexi came before the god of chance. Big. The stand-in punched out, and the face of the god of positivity was instantly distorted. Would big. After several consecutive punches, the mask was completely scrapped, revealing the body of the skirmisher sitting in the cabin. 2 seconds passed. Yexi looked into the eyes of the stragglers, only to see that those eyes were already full of fear. That's right. Skirmishers can see. At the moment he was filled with fear. He didn't understand what happened. Why can't he move? Why only Yexi can move? He doesn't understand and can't accept it. It was hard to get the heart of God, and it was hard to get the power of God. Now he was beaten helplessly by a Kerriya. Why on earth? 3 seconds passed. Yexi suddenly understood. Just now Nashida confessed that when she was in the Grand Bazaar, she saw a frozen space. At this moment, the stragglers, like Nashida, also saw the suspended world. The answer is just around the corner. Only those who have the power of gods can see the true face of the world. In other words, Nashida, Morux, Barbados, and Balzabe, they can all see it too. However, judging from the performance of the skirmishers, when the time is suspended, the gods can only keep thinking and cannot move. And if he guessed right, the stragglers would no longer have the ability to see through the world after all their divine power was exhausted. 4 seconds pass after thinking about this. Yexi stretched out his hand to strangle the straggler by the throat, and pulled him out of the cabin with a little force. His physical strength has already reached the entry-level level of a fairy, and this kind of thing is easy. With a little force, he tore off all the hoses behind the skirmishers. The stragglers were full of fear at the moment. He was terrified. But, he can't talk, he can't move, he can't do anything. Zero looking for flowers. I can only watch helplessly as Yexi drags him out, pulls him out of the god of positive opportunity that he finally got. Lost. From now on, he has already lost. Losing the mecha of the god of righteousness, he turned back into that weak puppet. 5 seconds passed. Yexi stopped. He suddenly wanted to see the reaction of the skirmishers. So, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Time flows. Snap, the world returned to color again. The stragglers, whose hearts had long been shrouded in fear, suddenly let out a startled and furious roar. No. How is this possible? Let go of me. You ants. I am a god. I am a true god. How did I lose in your hands? The stragglers struggled in the air while trying to break Yexi's hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, that hand was like iron tongs, tightly strangling his neck. Seeing the stragglers' reaction, Yexi couldn't help laughing. It turns out that this stinky kid also knows how to be afraid. He said, don't be afraid, I will send you back to your mother. Lady Peo, trust me. I'll tell you a truth about Tatara 500 years ago. As soon as these words came out, the stragglers were shocked. He didn't expect that Ye would know about Tarashao. This made him calm down all of a sudden. He wants to know, what is the truth that Yexi said. At this time, the people in Sumi city were all stunned when they saw this scene. What happened? I don't know. Why did Master Yexi win all of a sudden? It's too fast. It's only a few seconds, what happened in the middle, although I don't know how Master Yexi did it, but the crisis seems to be resolved. Everyone immediately talked and walked out of the house bravely. And those scholars of the Holy Order Academy suddenly remembered something and reacted abruptly. Wait a minute, if this huge machine is the new god created by Azar, wouldn't Master Yexi who defeated the new god have the power to rival a god? Hiss, too powerful. With a mortal body equal to a god. Scholars are full of shock. And those Sumi masses are still in shock. In the eyes of everyone, just now Yexi knocked the god of positive opportunity to the ground. As soon as the god of chance stood up and turned his head, the next second the stragglers fell into Yexi's hands without warning. No one knows what's going on. Everything is so incredible. It was as if they had all lost their memories. How can this be? Sino was full of horror, he felt that his brain could no longer keep up with his thinking. He used to be a scholar of the Holy Order Academy, a very bright genius, but he was completely unpredictable. Al-Hisan on the side suddenly said, it's time. What? That Master Yexi seems to be able to manipulate time. Just now, he has been observing the foolish executives who died in the Grand Bazaar. Combined with what happened now, he came up with an idea that made him feel terrible. That is time. When Senyo heard the words, he was struck by lightning immediately, as if he had suddenly realized. Yes, if it is time, it can make sense, Yexi stretched out his hand to the thunder god triple seal on the forehead of the god of positive opportunity, and the next moment, a dazzling purple light burst out from inside. A heart of God is suspended in it, shining brightly. The straggler opened his eyes wide, and his mind went blank. No. Etc. Only that. Only the heart of God. The stragglers stretched out their hands towards the heart of God, and the fear in their eyes turned into Yuan Chu. For him, the heart of God is an important thing to fill his vacancy. From the moment he was created by Lei Movie, it was to serve as a container for this heart of God. But Lei Movie was not satisfied, so he abandoned him. 500 years have passed, and now he is finally complete and must not be lost. That's mine. Give it back to me. Yexi ignored the scattered soldiers, and waved his hand at the heart of God, and the heart of God fell into his hands. The god of righteousness lost its luster and became a machine that lost its power. At the same time, the stragglers seemed to lose their souls all of a sudden, and fell into a coma in despair. Yexi shook the puppet in his hand, and the other party didn't even respond, not to mention his bad mouth. So he slowly flew back to Samura City with the stragglers, and then casually threw them by Naxida's side. I found you a son, do you want it? Nashida? Just kidding. Anyway, that's the end of the farce. Hearing Yexi's words, the group of 30 people and discipline officers around them breathed a sigh of relief. Nilu asked cautiously, Master Yexi, what should we do next? Of course it's the Flower God's birthday festival. As soon as this remark came out, the audience boiled up, and cheers resounded throughout Samura City. Wide. Chapter 71. The rich man, you have so many slices, one dies and one funeral is held? Is it because of the wind of money? I can't get over it. To the Winter Palace. On a huge screen, a picture from Samura was played. The god of righteous opportunity was instantly killed, and the sixth seat of the executive officer of the majestic fools was pinched by the neck and rubbed on the ground. This scene was like Chi Kyokuo's slap in the face, making the face of the Queen Winter on the throne extremely gloomy. Especially seeing Deo wife's god heart falling into Yexi's hands, her complexion became even colder. Daughtery, the task I gave you, you have completely failed. Thesa euro Daughtery lowered his head, having said that, but... Before he could quibble, the Queen's cold voice suppressed her anger again, not only did you not bring back Sumi's god's heart, you also sent out Deo wife's god's heart. Hearing the reprimand, Daughtery hurriedly said, Your Excellency, it was he who failed, not me. Enough, no need to quibble. The Queen gritted her teeth, and finally sighed, I will send Erekino to Samura to bring back the two hearts of gods. Go to Fontaine, and don't cause me any more trouble. Yes. Daughtery hurriedly nodded to accept the order, and at the same time he was relieved. He thought that he was about to face the wrath of Her Majesty the Empress, but luckily all was well. At this moment, Pierrot on the side frowned and said, My lord, Daughtery should be punished for delaying the progress of the mission. Before, whether it was Mond or Liu, the plan went very smoothly. It's just that Dao's wife, Ms. died unexpectedly, which caused a lot of trauma to the fools. In any case, the Yin family worked hard to complete the tasks assigned by Queen's Hutu. But now Daughtery's plan failed, which not only made Sumi's plan that he had prepared for many years go bankrupt, but also made Madame S' efforts go to waste and sacrifice in vain. Moreover, 483 greatly delayed the progress of the task. If not punished, the other executives will never be convinced. Discipline. Empress Jidong was furious, and asked in a cold tone, how to punish? Punish Jin. This guy doesn't know how many slices there are. What's the use of chopping one up? Well, my lady queen is right. Pierrot immediately shut his mouth. Although his proposal was really stupid, and Wang's temper seems to have changed recently. In short, don't mess with it, or you will be scolded. At his age, he couldn't stand the toss. The Queen of Solstice Winter snorted coldly, and said, You should study this Kerriya well first, and don't make him an enemy until you figure it out. If you don't even know his methods, anyone who goes there will be courting death. After finishing speaking, Queen's Hutu turned and left. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Mr. Coordinator, you seem to have a lot of opinions on me just now. Daughtery got up slowly, his eyes full of displeasure. Obviously this time God-making project also had the share of this bad old man, but in the end he failed. To pay him a fortune in front of his face. It's just so hot. Pierrot coughed dryly, and said righteously, Daughtery, your failure shames the fools. Not only did the God-making plan fail, but even the two hearts of gods were left in a foreign land, shouldn't you be punished? Daughtery sneered a few times, Pierrot, I will never forget your act of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. Before the words fell, Daughtery suddenly exploded and passed by Pierrot. Although his strongest slice has died in Sumi, the rest of the slices are not bad. Pierrot was taken aback, and when he recovered, he found Daughtery holding a handful of his hair in his hands. Mr. Commander, I don't mind spending effort to make a few slices that belong to you. Brat. Pierrot frowned, and couldn't help saying angrily, You young man, you don't talk about martial arts. Come on, lie. Come on, sneak attack. I am an old man in Kerriya. I advise you to drink rat tail and reflect on yourself. While speaking, Pierrot left the palace cursing. Over the years, he has done his best for the fools, but the curse of immortality is constantly eroding his body. Even if he possesses the mightiest strength among the fools, he can't hold on after a few bursts. After all, he is no match for these young people. Seeing Pierrot leave, Daughtery snorted and threw the few hairs on the ground. The guy who relies on the old to sell the old. He looked back at the big screen in the air and thought about it. At this time, several people entered the hall one after another. Upon closer inspection, these people actually look very similar to Daughtery. Either young or old. Some looked sanctimonious, some looked sloppy. Anyway, they were all slices of doter. It's all slice number 1 pots. Damn it. I'm only halfway through my experiment and I'm coming back. Number 3, what does Her Majesty the Empress say? Damn it. That carrion. Killed our strongest slice 1. Waste, what's the use of anger? Quiet me. Kill him. That Yexi must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to solve the hatred in my heart. Everyone, as a missionary, I must say a few words. Shut up, I don't have time to listen to your ramblings here. The hall was suddenly filled with noisy arguments. Slice number 3, who had just quarreled with Pierrot, knocked on the table angrily, and said in a deep voice, "Shut up. The purpose of my calling you here is to crack that Yexi's method. It's not here to quarrel." A teenage-looking daughtry frowned. Even though he was a boy, Shin looked unexpectedly calm. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Number 3, I have watched the battle at Zamura Grand Bazaar 13 times, and I have also watched the battle between Yexi and the God of Righteousness just now. This Yexi's method is really powerful, making people unpredictable." Another youth in his 20s sliced a euro, his face full of sarcasm. "Listening to what you say is like listening to what you say. Why are you pretending to be mature, you brat? Shut up, old 8. Let Xiao Ten continue talking." Daughtry, the young man marked number 8, licked the chocolate syrup left at the corner of his mouth, and turned his back angrily. The young Zaishi turned on the broadcast at 10 o'clock, and a picture appeared on the screen. I saw that the god of positive opportunity was hit by the super electromagnetic gun, fell from the air fiercely, and hit the ground. It turned its head suddenly, a change occurred, and the stragglers were defeated. Xiao Ten said, "Look, everyone, the moment the god of chance turned around, Yexi was still in the sky, very far away. In the next second, Scaramucci fell into Yexi's hands, and the head compartment of the god of prosperity was completely destroyed. So, let's make up what happened in it." It seemed that because Xiao Ten's speech made sense, all the slicers fell silent. Slice number 3 also began to think seriously. Xiao Ten continued, "First, Yexi used his flying ability to come before the god of righteousness. Then used violence to open the hatch. Yexi pulled Scaramucci out from the cabin door and grabbed him by the throat. The position here is the picture we see now. Attention, everything in the middle." The god of opportunity did not respond, and let it do what it did. Hearing this, number 3 said in a deep voice, "Perhaps, it's not that the god of righteousness has no reaction, but that it can't do anything." "Yes, but the crux of the problem is not here." Xiao Shi crossed his hands, put them in front of his eyes, and said calmly, "The question is, where did the time generated during this process go?" As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone is doter, and they all have very bright minds. Almost instantly, everyone reacted. "It's time. That Yexi can stop time. Hiss, the authority to control time, his strength is invincible, and we have no way to defeat him. Woohoo, we want revenge. We want revenge for the dead number 1. Guys, as a missionary, I have." "Shut up, since you know that Yexi can pause time, if you want to defeat him, you have to take advantage of it. That's right, kill him before he pauses time." At this time, number 3 interrupted the chattering discussion. "My Lady Queen issued an order to go to Fontaine to complete the recovery of the god's heart, and it is servant to go to Sumi to accept the follow-up work. We just need to tell Irekano about Yexi's control of time power, and don't worry about the rest." Hearing this, the scene was once again in chaos. Some were clamoring for revenge, while others were arguing about who should go to Fontaine. At this time, several people came outside the hall. As soon as the door was opened, a sound came from outside. "Daughtry, what did you call us here for? You. Why are there so many slices?" Rich man originally wanted to complain, but when he saw so many dotors, big and small, there, he stopped talking. Along with him, there are also the mayor rooster and servant. Slice number 3 frowned, "Pantalone, what are you doing here?" Obviously you called us here, you said you have something important to do. Do you know how busy the mayor's job is? Do Torre." Rooster Puccinero leaned on the scepter with both hands, and his eyes were full of displeasure. Pantalone, the rich man, squinted his eyes and smiled teasingly, "Mr. Mayor, is your work really busy? The more you have stored in the Bank of Northland is increasing day by day. Enough, if you two don't want to stay here, you can leave." Irekano, servant, patted the snowflakes falling on his shoulder displeased, his eyes full of disdain. At this time, Slice number 3 understood the situation, took the lead and said, "You two, I didn't notify you to come here. It's me. I called them here, woo woo woo." Among the slices, a daughtry with tears on his face raised his hand and stood out from it. "Pantalone, I called you here to gather everyone and hold a funeral for our daughtry. The demise of the number 1 slice is an extremely sad thing for us. Woo 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 woo. He is so wise, so powerful, and he must not die in vain." While talking, he wiping away tears, it seemed that she was extremely sad in her heart. However, the rich man and rooster beside him looked at him speechlessly. After a stalemate for a long time, the rich man compromised. "Okay, then everyone present, for the first slice of our daughtry, a moment of silence. Is that all right?" The crying slice quickly shook his head, "Oh no, I mean, it should have the highest standard funeral like Rosalind." Roll. Pantalone's eyes widened, and he grabbed daughtry's neckline with one hand. "Do you know that Rosalind's funeral costs a lot?" The whole bedroom is with her. The cost of building materials, land, custom coffins, and later maintenance of the palace, do you know how much more it is? UFG sliced a euro so many slices, I'll do it for you once you die. You think my Mora was blown by a strong wind? Do you know that I still have that BD Ajax? Rich man sudden attack, so frightened that the crybaby slice retreated again and again. My god, no violence, no violence. Obviously his power is much stronger than the rich man who has no force at all. But when it comes to Mora, rich man's eyes look terrifying like a vampire's, which makes him frightened from the bottom of his heart. He could only turn his gaze to Rooster beside him. Noticing the tearful eyes, Puccinera, Rooster, frowned and said, "What do you see me doing?" Khaenri'ah, when Rosalind died, did you say so? In my opinion, the sacrifice of number 1 slice is also worthy of a half-day stoppage. Before he finished speaking, Khaenri'ah's scolding came, impossible, don't even think about it. If you are worthy of half a day, then everyone won't have to work. Do you want to paralyze all countries? Alas, the crying slice hid behind slice 3 in fright, and couldn't help crying again. Number 3 avoids the crybaby, wipes the teardrops on his shoulder with his hands in disgust, and looks at it, servant. Arekino, Her Majesty's order. Go to Sumeru and get back the 2 hearts of God. Hearing this, Arekino frowned, humph, do you want me to take care of you? Since it is the Queen's order, I will go. After finishing speaking, Arekino turned around and was about to leave, but Dottery behind him suddenly said, try not to provoke that Yichao. He has the authority to manipulate time. 1.6 What? As soon as these words came out, several people couldn't help being surprised. It's really enviable to be able to control time. Time is money. Arekino, I think your trip may not be smooth, and the drama will repeat the same mistakes. Hearing the 2 people's words, Arekino snorted, I don't need you rich businessmen and politicians who are hiding in the solstice of winter to talk about my affairs, just keep your mouth shut. After all, Arekino left the Winter Palace without looking back. Sumeru City. The whole city is enveloped in a lively atmosphere. The citizens of the city came to the streets one after another and looked out of the city. In the green grassland, a float loaded with flowers slowly drove over from outside the city. Countless small animals in the forest surround the floats. There are squirrels in the forest and chirping sparrows. They hold the flowers on the side of the road, gently put them on the float, and follow closely behind the float. And in the middle of the flowers in the float, sat a beautiful little girl, her smile was as bright as the sun. The float was bouncing and bouncing, Nashida opened her eyes. She said her birthday is today. Master Grass God is here. Everyone of Sumeru. We haven't celebrated the Grass God's birthday for 500 years. This time we must make up for our God. Come on, let's cheer. Cheer to our little auspicious Grass King. All of a sudden, joyful voices came from Sumeru City. The annual Flower God's Birthday Festival has not been seriously celebrated for 500 years. What is the meaning of the Flower God's Birthday Festival without gods? It's like celebrating a birthday, the person who celebrated the birthday is not here, how can the Yin family have the interest to celebrate the birthday of someone who is not there? This year is different. This year, the people of Sumeru ushered in the first Flower God's Birthday Festival with the participation of gods in 500 years. Chapter 72. Nashida, today is a birthday and a wedding. The float full of flowers, under the attention of all the people, slowly drove into Sumeru City. Yexi, dressed as a flower knight, came to the float and stepped onto it. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is here. Nashida grinned when she heard the words, and passed her hand over. This scene appeared countless times in her dreams, but it never came true. In her dream, on the day she was born, a Knight of Flowers would come to welcome her. She will sit on a beautiful float, escorted by the Flower Knight, to participate in the Flower God's Birthday Festival, and then play happily with the people. However, in reality, she was only discovered by a sage, and then brought back to the academy. Since then, he was imprisoned in the Jingshan Palace and never came out again. Today, her dream came true. Yexi stepped forward and took Naxida's hand, then raised it up, and waved to the crowd in the city. At this moment, the people of Sumeru who surrounded the street burst into cheers. The Knight of Flowers is back with Lord Grass. Wait a minute. Take a look. The Knight of Flowers is Master Yexi. That's right, that's right. I didn't expect the arrangement of the academy to be so appropriate. No one is more suitable to be the Knight of Flowers than Lord Yexi. Yet, not only rescued the God of Grass who was imprisoned by Azar for 500 years, but also helped us kill the executive officers of the Fools, and defeated that huge machine. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, must be Master Yexi the most suitable. In fact, this strange outfit made Yexi feel very awkward. Especially the fluffy fake mustache and weird pointy hat. But both Dixie and Khaenri'ah said they were very beautiful, so Yexi accepted it. The car started to parade in Sumeru City, along the street, heading towards the Grand Bazaar. Amidst the commotion among the people, there were already many children queuing up on the side of the road. Ferris! 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 They jumped up and down excitedly, shouting the name of the Flower Knight in unison, and then pushed Yexi on the float. Yexi threw out the candy that Ixia had prepared for him. I got Yalta candy. Ferris, Ferris, I want candy too. I want me too. The float drove very slowly, and Yexi gave the candy directly into the children's hands. 20 afterwards, the children ran away happily. Naxida smiled and waved to the people on the street, and said softly, thank you for helping me celebrate my birthday, I am so happy. You saved Sumeru as promised, and I will keep my promise, dedicate everything to you, and give birth to a new life for you. So, today is both my birthday and my wedding. Yexi nodded and said, then enjoy today. In fact, the main reason why he became the Flower Knight was naturally to show his face in front of people. What he did today can be said to be very eye-catching. Freed the god imprisoned for 500 years from the Holy Order. The conspiracy of the great sage Azar was crushed. Killed the executive officer doctor of the fools who invaded Sumi. Defeated the product of the god-making project. The god of opportunity. He has now shown people a strong side, and the next step is to show his people-friendly side and eliminate the sense of distance from the people. Let everyone think that he is an easygoing and powerful person. Dressed up as the Flower Knight Ferris, guarding Naxida's side, you don't need to think about it, the Sumerians will definitely remember the name Yexi thoroughly. Moreover, no matter men, women, old or young, when the name Yexi is mentioned, an impression of strength, wisdom and closeness to the people will be created in the heart. In this way, his status in Sumeru will be as high as God of Grass. In the future, he will become a highly respected existence in Sumeru. The fact is just as Yexi expected, now the name Yexi is known to everyone in Sumeru. The Gate of the Holy Order. Since Hazard's death, the oratory will face a reshuffle. At this time, the sage Nafi and several scholars were on the heights of the Holy Order, looking at the floats on Baoshang Street. The scholars had tears in their eyes and were extremely moved in their hearts. Great. This scene is so beautiful. I never imagined that I would be lucky enough to see this scene in my life. I've never seen Lord Grass God, and finally I have the opportunity to take a look from such a distance. Master Tree King has passed away for 500 years. Lord Grass God has disappeared for another 500 years. Now Sumi finally has a god to guide him. Sumi will definitely get better and better. I think we must keep Master Yexi. That's right. Master Yexi's power is comparable to that of a god. If Master Yexi stays in Sumeru all the time, we will have two gods. Led by the wise little auspicious Grass King, and guarded by the powerful Lord Yexi. Sumi will definitely get better. The inflection point has finally come. Sumi will become stronger again. Is Tivat the only country with two gods? Just think about it and get excited. 11 The scholars of the Holy Order all thought so. Grand Bazaar. As Yexi and Nashida entered the gate of the Grand Bazaar together, a shout came from inside. Lord Grass God and Master Yexi are here. For a while, the Grand Bazaar boiled. Nashida took Yexi's hand, and walked to the stage of Zubair Theatre step by step, and slowly sat down. My fellow citizens, I am the manager of the Zubair Theatre, Sheikh Zubair. Thank you very much for coming to the Zubair Theatre to celebrate the birthday of the great Sumeru god Little Auspicious Grass King. Next, let's invite our stars of Zubair, Nilu, and Lord Westgrass to present the dance of the Flower God. On the stage, Sheikh Zubair's face was red and he was very excited. He never thought that there would be such a day in the Grand Bazaar. Actually let the gods come to watch in person. This is simply an honor. There were already endless cheers from the audience, and everyone was tiptoeing to see Aunt Naxi and Yexi. Just at this moment, a beautiful little dancer appeared on the stage. She was wearing a sea blue dance dress and skirt, with a beautiful black double-horned crown on her head, and she looked like a flora back then. Her appearance made everyone's eyes turn to the stage. Wow, that jewel on her dress is so pretty. I heard from the vendor in the Grand Bazaar that the jewel was given to Miss Nilu by young Master Yet. What? A gift? This gem needs a lot of mora. It's not a day or two for Master Yexi to spend a lot of money. Not to mention, Master Yexi really has vision, that gem really matches Nilu too, the why people off the stage are discussing with each other. At this time, Nilu was very nervous. She has danced the dance of the flower god many times, but this is the first time she has danced directly to the god of grass. She was worried that the god of grass would not like her dance. Suddenly, she suddenly remembered something. Since this dance was for Nashida, of course her eyes should always be on Nashida. However, she did not dare to look directly at the gods. Just being watched makes me nervous, let alone staring at a god. If this continues, she may not be able to dance the whole dance at all. If the body is too stiff due to tension in the middle, it will be over. Just when she was at a loss, she suddenly saw Yehung beside Nashida. Yes. Just look at Master Yexi. Thinking of this, she shifted her gaze to Yexi. Sure enough, I didn't feel nervous all of a sudden. She breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, I've been waiting for a long time, Yinjia. Let me present the dance of the flower god to the gods. The voice fell, and the dance music sounded slowly. With the rhythm of the music, Nilu danced. The graceful figure made the audience below praise again and again. What a beautiful dance. It is said that when the flower god celebrated the Tree King's birthday, he also danced this dance. Humph, that BDSR said that art and dance in Sumeru are frivolous and nihilistic things. This is simply an insult to art. That's right, if Hazard didn't allow it, I would have come to the theatre to watch performances every day. My god, this dance is too beautiful, a euro a euro a euro a euro. There were voices of praise from all around. However, Yexi, who was watching the dance, felt more and more that Nilu was looking at her. He remembered very clearly that when Nilu performed a dance for a person, her eyes would meet with that person. But at this moment, his feeling is exactly the same as the last time he watched Nilu dance. That soft waist, beautiful snow-white legs, and sometimes bold and sometimes shy eyes are simply breathtaking. How could this be a dance dedicated to the god of grass? It was clearly dedicated to myself. What is this girl thinking? Although a little unexpected, Yexi was quickly attracted by Nilu's forgetful dance. He could see that Nilu's eyes were shining with happiness and happiness. This expression is even more beautiful and moving. Yes. Nilu feels extremely happy now. After the tension disappeared, she slowly noticed the audience in the audience. There are really many. She participated in the Flora Festival more than once. In my memory, at the very beginning, there were quite a few spectators in the Grand Bazaar. But later, people gradually stopped coming. Year after year, until the last time, there were almost only 1 or 2 spectators left in the Grand Bazaar, and the rest were peddlers from the Grand Bazaar to support. The originally grand performance has become like a self-admired one, only one of them watched it. Not long ago, the stage of the Grand Bazaar was broken, and the ceiling looked like it was about to fall down at any moment. At that time, she really thought that this year's Flower God Festival would be a complete failure. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yexi appeared miraculously, like a savior. 10 million moras were donated in one breath and donated to the Grand Bazaar, so that everyone in the theatre had a living security at once and repaired the theatre. Then, Yexi rescued the little auspicious Grass King and saved the whole Sumi. It's all like a dream. Looking at the unprecedented lively scene in the audience, Nilu's heart was filled with happiness. At this moment, Dina Zed, Alayusha, and Dixie. Yexi's wives were watching the dance not far away. Even Elhisan and Sano were secretly guarding the order of the scene while admiring the beautiful dance of Flora. Gradually, a dance ended. Nilu slowly bowed to Nashida. Nashida smiled. She clapped her little hands and praised, Nilu, the dance is very beautiful, I like it very much. Actually, when I was confined in the Jingshan Palace, I would also use the void to attach to other people's bodies and leave the Jingshan Palace. So, I also came to see the flower god's birthday ceremony. I haven't missed any of your floor dances, I'm very happy. As soon as these words came out, Nilou's little head went blank. She thought Nashida was seeing her dance for the first time. Hearing what Nashida said about never being absent, she felt extremely moved. Her dance was actually recognized by the gods. And the god of grass has been silently watching her. Thank you grass god for your liking. At this time, the audience was also in an uproar. Did you hear that? Even the grass god praised Nilou. It turns out that Lord Grass God also came to see the flower god's birthday festival in the past. I've decided. I will never be absent when the Zubair Theatre opens. Miss Nilou is so beautiful. I want to watch Miss Nilou dance every day. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Zubair in the background was so excited that he almost cried. Just because of Nashida's praise, the Grand Bazaar will be very lively in the future. As long as the flow of customers continues, the vendors in the theatre and the Grand Bazaar will get better and better. He felt that he had finally got his head out. Keqing and Nashida stayed in the Grand Bazaar for a long time, celebrating the flower god's birthday with the people of Sumeru. Amidst everyone's laughter, the flower god's birthday ceremony came to an end. It was getting late. The sun falling in the west dyed 497 clouds in the sky red. Nashida got on the float, and under the watchful eye of the Sumeru people, she drove slowly to her residence, Jingshan Palace. The noisy streets gradually returned to the calm of the past. Night. Ye family courtyard. Dinazade placed fruits on the table while explaining, this is called the seven fresh table, which is the custom of the flower god's birthday festival. There are tree king holy body mushrooms, moon lotus, rose, sunset fruit. Dixie listened very carefully. On the other side, several girls chatted secretly. Who's coming to bed tonight? Me. I can't wait any longer. Master is really strong today. I'm so excited. But Alicia, you have already served me last time, so it's K's last turn. K'Li blushed, his face was full of embarrassment. Ayexia said with a smirk on her face, why don't you let Keela and I be together tonight? I haven't pinched little Keela for a long time. No. I have been lurking in the teaching academy for so long, and it has been a long time since I have been with Master Yayun. Oh. Speaking of which, I haven't slept with Senior Satal yet. Ayexia looked at Saitail's chest, and she was so frightened that she hid behind Alicia. While the girls were arguing, a petite figure suddenly appeared in the yard. Her appearance immediately attracted everyone present. Lord Grass God? Why are you here? Didn't you go back to Jingshan Palace? Is there something to do with Master Yexi? Master is taking a bath. The person in the yard is Nashida. Seeing her appearance, the girls were all shocked. Especially Dinazade, she has always been a fan of Zifeng Nashida. When she was a child, she suffered from the devil scale disease a lot. If it wasn't for the little grass king, she might have given up on herself. It's a pity that today Yexi was worried about her safety, so she stayed at Humei's house with Dixie and the others. Just now, when the flower god's birthday ceremony was held, I took a long look at Nashida in the Grand Bazaar. I didn't expect to meet so close when I just got home. Nashida smiled softly, I'm here to fulfill the agreement with Yexi, everyone can call me Naxishi in private. Agreement. Ayexia on the side couldn't help exclaiming, could it be that the agreement between Lord Grass God and the Master is? Well, yes, so I will be one of everyone from now on. Hearing Naxida's answer, the girls were stunned in surprise. No way. You are a god. Oh my god, Master, he actually wants to bring Mr. Grass God into the harem. So, from now on, Lord Grass God and I will be family members. Suddenly. This fellow Yexi, won't even the gods let go. Dixie helplessly supported her forehead, sighed and continued, this guy is really powerful. Ayexia feels sorry for her good friend Layla, it seems that Layla has to wait for a few more days. Chapter 73. Nashida, you know intensification and super intensification. Night. When Yexi returned to the room, she saw that Nashida had already appeared in the room. Under the moonlight, she sat quietly beside the bed, her little feet couldn't reach the ground, and she hung in the air. A pair of big pupils are a little hollow, as if thinking about something, in a daze. I've come to fulfill my promise, come and hide. Well a euro Yexi nodded, feeling very weird inside. That small and cute appearance is simply unstoppable. If you put Nashida on the street, who would imagine that under such a soft and cute appearance, there is a heart that has been observing the world for 500 years? What's wrong? Nashida stretched out her hands, with a look of wanting to hug, her eyes full of innocence. This made Yexi feel that it was a punishment, but it was too much. Suddenly, Nashida's eyes lit up, as if she understood something. She took out the god's heart of the grass element, and said, Yexi, lend me the thunder god's heart you got today Yexi reached out and took out the thunder elemental god heart from the portable space. Although he didn't know what Nashida wanted to do, he still threw it casually. Nashida held the two hearts of God in her hands, and then used the power of God. The two hearts of gods bloomed with light green and purple dazzling light, echoing each other, shining brightly in the dark room. Afterwards, Nashida's little hand was released lightly, and the two hearts of gods were suspended in the air. Crackling lightning bolts, like spider silk, drilled out from Thor's heart. The heart of the grass god bloomed with brighter fluorescence. Next moment, there was a poof. The room was filled with heat waves all of a sudden, and Nashida, who was sitting quietly at the side just now, was suddenly enveloped by Baifu. As the white mist dissipated, the original petite and lovely figure suddenly became slim. No matter in figure or shape, they all have the appearance of a girl, just like Ayexia and K'Li. It seemed to be due to the body of a god, the white and shiny skin seemed to have a faint fluorescence under the moonlight. Taking a closer look, even Nashida's eyes became shy, with the shyness of a girl. Those pointed ears give people the feeling that she is an elf who came out of the forest. Her clothes were also changed, replaced with a bright white silk lining, even so, it still couldn't cover up the perfect white and flawless outline. The slender waist is extremely soft, the fair legs are delicate and smooth, and the pink toes are very playful and lovely. Nashida smiled and said, this is an intensified reaction, how about it? Yexi took a deep breath, nodded again and exclaimed, you understand the intensification reaction, you understand it too well. Wait a minute, you can be even more hungry. Nashida used the power of God again, mobilizing 2 hearts of God. Suddenly, there was another wave of heat in the room. Puff white mist enveloped the entire room. When the mist dissipated again, the girl under the moonlight directly turned into a charming fairy. If a girl like Khaenri'ah is an elf holding a bow and arrow in a Western fantasy movie, then Nashida at this moment is a mature tree fairy in the Japanese fantasy world anime. The long hair in the light green shawl was directly scattered on the quilt, and the eyes that were a little shy just now were already rippling like autumn water. The long eyelashes and those beautiful eyes are simply captivating. On the cheeks that can be broken by blows, there is a touch of pink that makes people think. Even the clothes have changed from linings to shirts with slightly open necklines. The buttons were unbuttoned one by one, and under the snow-white collarbone, the proud fruit drew an intriguing gully. The waist is still as slender as before, but under the shirt, there is a faint outline of the vest line. Originally, he could not even step on the ground, but now he has become extremely slender. It can be summed up in 2 words, attractive. It is hard to imagine that Nashida has become such a big sister. It's a hypersensitivity reaction, are you satisfied? Yexi directly gave a thumbs up, and took out a sign from behind, which said 100 points. At this moment, he was very sure and certain that he wanted to take the heart of Thor as his own. Originally, he was thinking about whether to return this god's heart, which was of no use to him. After all, if he holds this heart of God, he will definitely be surrounded by people and make trouble. There is no need to invite harassment from fools for a useless pawn. But seeing the reaction of Nashida's intensification and super-intensification, he made a decision. He doesn't care about the hearts of other gods, but he must have the hearts of gods of Deizuma and Sumi. Artifact. Nashida giggled and said, then what are you waiting for? This state can't last long. Yexi called him a good guy, and gave a super-intensified reaction, even his personality changed so much. The night is getting dark. Looking up at the starry sky beyond the skylight, Yexi let out a long sigh of relief, and heard Nashida's voice. Descent, I have one more thing that I need your help with. The most important puzzle has not yet been answered, and the world tree has not yet been saved. With the power of another god's heart, maybe we can interpret the last memory of King Dissishu. Regarding this point, Yexi nodded without hesitation, now Sumi belongs to me, so I will naturally solve the disaster that Sumi faces. The damage to the world tree naturally needs to be repaired. Otherwise, there will be dead zones in the forest every 3 days, and there will be sandstorms and earthquakes in the desert, and there is no way for the people of Sumeru to find peace. After the world tree is settled, these patients will be solved. Even if Nashida didn't say it, he would go. Hearing Yexi's answer, Nashida felt relieved. As long as there is Yexi's help, things will become much easier. Otherwise, if she was the only one, she wouldn't know how to deal with an accident. Speaking of the memory of King Dissishu, Yexi wanted to do an experiment. Now, among the abilities given to him by the system, there is a method called Drain. Use Drain to absorb energy such as abyssal power and forbidden knowledge. So, is it possible to use Drain to absorb the taboo knowledge in the world tree? In this way, Yunsei Shucho doesn't need to let the world completely forget her. This will be confirmed tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, a translucent panel popped up in front of him. At the same time, an ethereal reminder sound came from my mind. Ding, complete the mission, open branches. Physical strengthening plus 10, spiritual power plus 9, wind element power plus 10, for longer flight, abyss power plus 17, hint, new abyss abilities can be unlocked. Seeing this, Yexi was overjoyed. Not long after that, the new abyssal power can be unlocked again. In fact, among the rewards given by the system, nothing is more attractive to him now than the new ability brought by the power of the abyss. These rewards can always give him unexpected surprises. He opened the abyss power panel, and then an inquiry window popped up on the panel. Do you want to unlock new abilities? After Yexi selects yes, the third tree branch lights up in the tree diagram. Congratulations on unlocking Abyss Core. Abyssal Core, inject abyssal power into the abyssal core, and use the abyssal power to construct things that you can completely understand. Hint, this ability is related to abyss power and spiritual power. The stronger the two powers, the stronger the function and efficiency of the abyss core. Seeing this explanation, Yexi was taken aback. Why is this ability so similar to the hairsker of law next door? Before he could figure it out, Yexi sensed the existence of the core of the abyss. As if an extra eye suddenly appeared, he could clearly sense the existence of the core. It is a cube, suspended in the air, constantly changing its appearance. It turns into a prism for a while, and a pyramid for a while, with different shapes, and the changing appearance is like breathing. This new ability cheered Yexi up. With this ability, there are so many things that can be explored. You can make weapons, make production tools, and make buildings. This ability came just in time. After becoming the top existence of the Sumeru pyramid, his next life will be very comfortable. Once people are free, they want to find something to do. Isn't this a coincidence? He has to think carefully about the next direction. The next day, the first rays of golden morning light shone from the distant sky. Many colorful birds came to the yard, chirping to remind the people in the yard that it was time to get up. Dixie yawned and pushed Dinazede aside. Miss, it's dawn. Next door, as soon as Sater opened her eyes, she realized that something was wrong with her body. When she lifted the quilt and looked, she found that somewhere in herself was being harassed by salty trotters. And when she turned her head, she saw a Yehu had crawled into her bed at some point. At this time, Ixia was dreaming while moving her hands. Ah! I'm not clean, woo woo woo. As for Khaenri'ah, he returned to Huachinguo early in the morning and started his work as a ranger. As for Alicia, she was doing morning exercises in the yard, practicing the use of water elemental power. Master bedroom. Yexi opened his eyes, with some dark circles on his face. Yes. He didn't sleep well last night. After obtaining the ability of Abyss Core, he has been thinking about the next development direction. Fortunately, he already had an idea. At this time, Nashida on the side opened his eyes. At this moment, her body returned to the state of a girl. Based on a night of groping, Yexi came to a conclusion. The effect of super-intensification lasts for a short time, but the effect of intensification will be slightly longer. Good morning, Adventist. Saying that, it was a green kiss in the morning. Like the rain and dew in the forest, the warm translation is extremely warm. Yexi said in his heart, Nashida is amazing, 1 is worth 3. Just at this moment, Nashida suddenly let out an exclamation. The descendant. Why, how come there are 3 hearts of gods, evening? He turned his head abruptly, and saw 3 chess pieces appearing in Nashida's hand. The next moment, an ethereal reminder sounded in my mind. Ding branch god of wisdom buyer obtained the heart of the rock elemental god. Reward distribution is complete, please continue to complete the follow-up scattered leaf task, evening straight away. Huh? Can you even express the heart of God? This system is too badass. Does this make sense? How is this possible? Nashida couldn't imagine what happened before her eyes, her little face was full of disbelief. This god's heart is an item given by the heavenly law to the 7 rulers of the world, and there are only 7 of them in total. How could there be more out of thin air? Could it be that this rock elemental god's heart belongs to Lai's rock king? But, why did the god's heart of the rock king Daijun appear here? Descendant, what the hell is going on? I am dizzy. Yexi was also a little confused. Forced to calm down after using the ability, Yexi's heart became much calmer. He explained, you can think of this as my special ability. Whether it's Ixia or Alicia, they can all get the god's eye from me. Even Dixie and Khaenri'ah now have 2 god's eyes with different attributes. It's just that I didn't expect that this kind of power can even possess the heart of a god. Yexi's explanation made Nashida's face full of shock. You said, you can give people the eye of God. How can you have such power? She had never heard of this ability. Not to mention allowing people who already have the eye of God to have 2. This has never happened before. Because it is the authority of the gods to release the eyes of gods. If Yexi has this kind of authority, doesn't it prove that Yexi already has the same personality as a god? Even so, what about the current situation? This is the heart of God. Not the eye of God. Issuing the eye of God is the authority of the 7 rulers of the world. Release the heart of God, that is the authority of the throne in the sky. She couldn't figure it out. Yexi stretched out his hand to hold the god's heart of the rock element, and suddenly had a question, Nashida, if I remember correctly, the god's heart of the rock element can create Mora. Well, Morux, the demon god of rock in Liu, is the only demon god in Tivat who has the right to mint coins. Then can I create Mora at will? Nashida nodded, and said, theoretically, it is true, but how Mora was made, only Morux knows about this matter. Although you have the heart of God, if you don't have a method, you can't make it. Yexi smiled, what about this? After finishing speaking, he summoned the core of the abyss. A black cube appeared in front of Yexi. It is suspended in the air, constantly changing its shape. Seeing, the money is good, to abyss core, Nashida's face turned pale immediately. Because, she felt an extremely dangerous force on this unknown object. Dark, powerful, scary. Yexi imagined the appearance of Mora in his mind, and then injected the power of the abyss into the core. The next moment, the heart of the rock element god released a dazzling golden light. Blah blah. There was a clear sound of emola colliding, and the bed was immediately filled with golden emola, and it seemed that there were at least tens of millions of them. How could this happen? Nashida couldn't help but exclaimed, no, this is not right. Only Morux knows the method of making Mora, and he has mastered the core technology. Even so, when the Golden House makes Mora, it requires extremely cumbersome processes. How could it be possible to easily produce a finished Mora like you? What happened in just a few minutes in the early morning has completely stunned this new god of wisdom. 5. He didn't expect that the first time he used Abyss Core to do something, it was actually used to make money. Most importantly, this ability is surprisingly easy to use. With the heart of the rock elemental god and the core of the abyss, he will never lack Mora again. He even felt that he could create his own golden house in Sumeru. Liu Golden House branch. Thinking of this, he immediately felt better. Let's go and have breakfast. When we are ready, we will go to the consciousness of King Dixie to find out. By the way, solve the world tree problem as soon as possible. After all, Yexi changed her clothes and went to wash up. Although Nashida was very surprised in her heart, she still had no way to draw a conclusion on the answer to this question with her current wisdom. Or, go to find King Dixie and let King Dixie answer. Or, just go see the world tree. The world tree records the entire Tivat, and she feels that if she sees the world tree, through her power, she may be able to find Dalu. With such a plan, Nashida stopped thinking about it. Chapter 74. The way to save King Dixie. Full order, when Nashida, who looked like a girl, walked out of the room, all the girls in the yard gathered their eyes. Who is it? What a beautiful young lady. Where is Lord Grass God? Why did she come out of the master's room? Facing a large circle of questions, Nashida smiled and said, I am Nashida at. This answer left everyone dumbfounded. Nashida explained the functions of the heart of the grass element god and the heart of the thunder element god, as well as the reactions of intensification and super-intensification. This immediately made Ixia very excited. Lord Grass God, can I do it? I want to grow bigger too. That's not allowed. Nashida shook her head, because my body is the physique of a god, it can resist the erosion of such elemental forces. If you come into contact with 2 elemental forces, you will be injured. After listening to Nashida's words, Dixie folded her arms. Why do you want to try this? It hurts to be hit by the elemental force of thunder. Once in the desert, I was hit by a Kaihokia who used the power of the thunder element, and it hurt me for several days. Ixia sighed. Because in this circle of people, only she and Khaenri'ah are a little short in stature. You know, the competition between women is very cruel, and the figure is the only criterion for judging. Seeing Dixia's indifferent appearance, her teeth itch. Of course Dixia doesn't care, her figure is the best. Ayexia is very envious of the excellent genes of the desert people. No matter how much she enjoys the food, she will not gain weight, and her figure will be very plump. People in the rainforest are not good enough. If they don't exercise well, they won't be able to develop good-looking lines at all. The other side. Yexi is healing the yellow-haired idiot. Since Yingmei was slapped unconscious by the god of righteousness, Yingmei has been paralyzed on the bed. In order to facilitate treatment, Yexi took her back home. The emergency food looked worried. Master Yexi, is the traveler feeling better? Much better. It's just that there is a fracture, and I need to lie down for a while to take care of my body. Although he has the ability of primary healing, this ability mainly deals with skin trauma. Burns, scalds, knife wounds, etc., these are easy to talk about. If it hurts the bone, the effect will be worse. The so-called 100 days of injury to the bones, if an ordinary person has an injury to the bone, it will take 3 months to heal. With primary treatment, no matter what, I still have to rest for half a month. Paimon, so you care about me so much, woo woo woo. Seeing Paimon's anxious look, Yingmei was very moved. Paimon nodded, traveler, you need to get better soon. I'm almost starving to death. If you don't make a commission, our more will be spent. Puff Yexi lives in Bungbu. Yingmei's complexion suddenly became gloomy, she gritted her teeth and said, I remember, we still have hundreds of thousands of Emola deposits. Yes. Paimon nodded, in order to save money, I don't dare to eat too much in one meal now, and I can eat 3 servings of beast rice yang at most. Hey? Traveler. You. Why are you standing up? Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Master Yexi save me. Paimon's face turned pale with fright, and he hid behind Yexi. Fortunately, Yingmei was not in good health yet, and she lay back in pain as soon as she got up. Seeing them like this, Yexi casually took out a bag. There are 10 million moras here, you should use them first. Both Paimon and Yingmei were taken aback. Now that Yexi has mastered the coinage method, he naturally doesn't care about moras affairs. It's like owning an entire desert without flattening the sand. He said, anyway, you are also Kong's blood relatives, so you are welcome. Wow. Then Paimon is welcome. Paimon picked up the mora bag, with a flattering expression on his face, Master Yexi, you are so generous. Paimon wants to hang out with you. Paimon. Yingmei gritted her teeth for a while, and Paimon shut her mouth in fright. Master Yexi, my brother. Let's talk about it when I get back, I still have some things to deal with. Yexi interrupted Yingmei's topic, after all, it would be troublesome to explain. There are too many things to do today, not only to see King Dissishu, but also to restore the world tree. In addition, the Order Academy has undergone tremendous changes this time, and people are still needed to sit in charge. Hearing this, Yingmei could only nod her head. After breakfast, Yexi told Dixie and Alayusha about today's itinerary. Going to the consciousness space left by King Dissishu is to put consciousness into it, so the body itself is in a state of sleep. He asked Dixie and Alayusha to stay on guard to prevent accidents. Don't worry, Alayusha and I are by the side, no one can get close to you and Nashida. Protecting you is my promise to you. Dixie patted her chest, and Alayusha nodded accordingly. Hearing this, Nashida activated the power of God's heart. Green light bloomed under Nashida's feet, and Thor's heart released a bright light. The next moment, a canned knowledge-like, Kakth, prop appeared in the air. The props continuously exude golden brilliance, looking like the Sunday this is that God, the last memory. Dixie couldn't help but marvel, what a warm light. Alayusha also nodded in agreement, although I am a desert citizen, I can still feel the tenderness of the Lord of the Great Mercy Tree. Yexi, close your eyes and follow me. After listening to Nashida's words, Yexi followed suit. The next moment, he and Nashida both fell asleep. Seeing this, Dixie stepped forward and poked Yexi's face. I really fell asleep, and I didn't respond at 10 o'clock. Dixie, don't move around, what if the master wakes up? Oh, ha 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 ha. 11 at the same time. In consciousness space. Yexi followed Nashida to a cave. A path leads into the distance. There are bright flowers blooming on both sides of the path, but the grass on the ground is all dead. The surrounding life seemed to be withering, and the air smelled of corruption. Seeing this scene, Nashida's small face was full of worry, why is the remaining consciousness of King Dissishu so severely polluted? It's the pollution of forbidden knowledge. Yexi said, taking a deep breath. I don't know why, but he feels that he is here, but he feels very comfortable. Probably because he has the power of the abyss in his body, he will feel friendly to the environment here. Forbidden knowledge. Nashida seemed to understand. Thousands of years ago, the Red King of the desert came into contact with taboo knowledge, which caused the desert to be seriously polluted. It was King Dissishu who came forward and helped King Qi, and was able to control the taboo knowledge. At that time, the price paid was huge. Not only did King Qi sacrifice himself, but King Dissishu overdrawn all his strength. Right now, the consciousness of King Dissishu is polluted. It is very likely that there was a second pollution of taboo knowledge during the Khaenri'ah catastrophe 500 years ago. Moreover, the pollution this time is even more serious, and it may have endangered the world tree. Thinking of this, Nashida was very disappointed. Perhaps, the death of King Dissishu is related to taboo knowledge. It is likely that he gave his life in the confrontation of taboo knowledge. Yexi nodded, your guess is good. I remember that 500 years ago, when the gods descended on Kerriya, there was no king of the Great Mercy Tree among them. At that time, King Dissishu did not come to restore the world tree. It should be that taboo knowledge hurts the world tree, so she has to stay. Hearing Yexi's words, Nashida sighed sadly. She felt the breath here with her heart, felt the pain of King Dissishu. There's madness, chaos, and misery everywhere. Did she persist in fighting against the pollution of taboo knowledge under such circumstances until she died? Yexi reached out and touched Nashida's head. Let's go, the answer is ahead. In fact, he knew the so-called answer. The Great Mercy Tree King is the incarnation of the World Tree. 500 years ago, she fought against the pollution of taboo knowledge in Sumeru. In order to get rid of taboo knowledge, she created the Void System, borrowing people's dreams. Using the power of all people, forbidden knowledge is eliminated. However, when she came back to her senses, she realized that the taboo knowledge had polluted herself. To restore the World Tree, she must completely erase herself from the World Tree. Yet Xi came this time to prevent this from happening and to find other ways to erase taboo knowledge. Nashida, if you can find the direction, tell me. Probably over there. Nashida's little finger pointed to a direction in the distance. Yet Xi held Nashida in one hand and used walk on the wind. Hey? Be careful. We are all in the state of the conscious body here, if we don't pay attention, we may be destroyed. After listening to Nashida's prompt, Yet Xi didn't care. The taboo knowledge here makes him feel very comfortable, how could he go crazy? After a while, Yet Xi brought Nashida to the foot of the World Tree. Here is the last pure land in this space of consciousness. The huge root system of the World Tree is entwined on the ground, and pink grass grows on the ground. And among the bushes, another shuttlecock is standing. That is the Great Mercy Tree King. Nashida looked in the direction Yet Xi was pointing at and opened her eyes wide. How could it be exactly like me? Nashida was very surprised, and hurried to the front and asked, are you the king of the Great Mercy Tree? King Dixie turned his head and nodded lightly, well, it's me. Does this look, surprise you? The Tree King smiled softly and explained, this is where the World Tree and the Earth looked like back then, but it is also a space of consciousness after all. Because you and I have the same essence, we also appear to be exactly the same. Essentially the same. Nashida was full of doubts and incomprehensions. For her, King Dixie has always been the god she longs for. From the moment she was born, she was compared with the Tree King and regarded as a substitute for the Tree King. She knows the grievance and pain in it best. The Tree King is too wise, she is so wise and great, compared to the Tree King, she is not worth mentioning at all. As a newborn grass, she can only chase after the big tree desperately. For 500 years, she was confined in the Jingshan Palace, forgotten and rejected by people, but she never gave up her studies. She must catch up with King Dixie and become a god like King Dixie. She has been working hard towards this goal all along. But, at this moment, she saw the Dixie King, but found that the Dixie King was exactly the same as herself, which made her unacceptable. As the Great Mercy Tree King, I am the incarnation of the World Tree. And you are the purest branch off the World Tree. It's like, even if the tree dies, the branches will one day take root and grow up, continuing life in another form. So, you are me, and I am you. Hearing this definite answer, Nashida lowered her head. She has been chasing after King Dixie, but in the end she discovered that the person she was chasing after was herself. Suddenly, she felt so sad. In this way, can it be, one day I will become a great god like you? King Dixie said with a smile, although you and I have the same nature, our destiny must be different. It's like when a branch grows into a new big tree, it can't be exactly the same as the original one. Because of this, you will no longer be me. Hearing this, Nashida's eyes were full of disappointment. The other side. Yet Xi didn't interrupt the conversation between the two of them, but calmed down and felt the taboo knowledge around her. This is the space of consciousness, polluted by taboo knowledge, is the spirit of King Dixie. But the Great Mercy Tree King is the incarnation of the World Tree, and she is a part of the World Tree. Therefore, taboo knowledge corrodes the spirit of the Great Mercy Tree King, and it will spread to the World Tree itself through the method of spillover. Even though the Tree King is dead, her remaining consciousness has been protecting the World Tree, preventing these spillover taboo knowledge from spreading outward. However, her strength is already quite weak, even if she tried her best, the taboo knowledge still spread unavoidably. This caused the World Tree to be polluted again, causing dead zones in the rainforest, sandstorms, and earthquakes in the desert. There are only two ways to completely solve the pollution of taboo knowledge. First, eliminate the taboo knowledge in the consciousness space of King Dixie. Second, completely wipe out the Great Mercy Tree King directly. The purpose of Yet Xi's trip is to find the possibility of the first method. He activated the drain ability. Then, a system beep sounded in my mind. Ding identified a lot of taboo knowledge and is absorbing it. Hint, this is the world of consciousness, the absorption efficiency is insufficient, and the time it takes is extremely long. Hearing this prompt, Yet Xi was overjoyed. He thought that this ability could only absorb taboo knowledge in the real world, but he didn't expect that it could even be used in the consciousness space. This means that he can clear away the taboo knowledge in the consciousness space of King Dixie. It's just, very inefficient. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be cleared. Just at this moment, Nashida's choking sound came from Yet Xi's ear. Wait, that's not right. No, that's not right. Yet Xi turned around, and heard the gentle praise of King Dixie. Do you understand what that means? It seems that you are really smart. The Great Mercy Tree King smiled and said, as you can imagine, all the knowledge and memories of this world exist in the World Tree. Erasing me from the World Tree, is equivalent to that I have never existed in this world. But, this is the only way to really save the World Tree. Hearing the words of King Dixie, Nashida kept shaking her head, people love you so much, everyone misses you all the time, me too. How could I just forget you? Is there really no other way? The Great Mercy Tree King lowered his head, with a forced smile on his face, you are the god of wisdom, buyer. You should know that there is no other way than this. Nashida's small face was full of sadness, but, this is too cruel. Both of them lowered their heads, both being gods of wisdom, they both knew that there was no other way to do this. But at this moment, Yet Xi's voice suddenly came from beside him. I see. Has such a simple question stumped the two gods of wisdom? Hearing Yet Xi's words, the two badminton looked over in surprise. Descent, do you think you have a way? Chapter 75. Resurrection of the Great Mercy Tree King? The eyes of the two gods of wisdom gathered. Nashida seems to have grasped the last straw. She trusts Yet Xi very much, because Yexi can always do many incredible things. And the Great Mercy Tree King took a good look at Yexi. Adventus, these 3 words are especially harsh in her ears. Because the descendants who appeared in Tivat before have extraordinary status. Just now, she had been explaining to Nashida what happened 500 years ago, so she didn't pay attention to Yexi. Now that she took a closer look, she discovered that Yexi was actually a Khaenri'ah Asian. It's just that it looks like Khaenri'ah, but it feels a little different. She immediately looked up Yexi's identity in the World Tree. In the World Tree, all the information about all the people in Tivat are recorded. However, she was surprised to find that all the information about Yexi in the world had been blurred out. In other words, Yexi, as an aboriginal Tivat, has become an outsider in another world. How can this be? Yexi saw that the 2 of them were so confused, so he said, the way to eradicate taboo knowledge is not the only answer to eradicate the Great Compassion Tree. If you don't delete it, but absorb the taboo knowledge, the matter can be perfectly resolved. As soon as these words came out, both Nashida and King Dixie were taken aback. Absorbed? Is this possible? Nashida has never fought against taboo knowledge, so she has no experience, and can only look at the King of the Great Mercy Tree. But King Dixie shook his head and explained, although this is indeed a very effective method, it is impossible for taboo knowledge to be absorbed. We don't have a container to store these taboo knowledge, and there is no way to completely strip the taboo knowledge. Forbidden knowledge is like brightly colored dye, once stained, there is no way to wash it off. Whether it was the cataclysm in the desert thousands of years ago or the catastrophe in Khaenri'ah 500 years ago, her idea is to clear the taboo knowledge through cleaning. As for the idea of a euro absorption, in fact, Chi Wang once thought of it. Concentrate taboo knowledge into some human beings or living beings. This method would cause those containers to be killed on the spot, and it was very inhumane, so she rejected it. After listening to the words of King Dixie, Nashida's original hope was shattered again. However, Yexi smiled without saying a word, and stretched out his hand. Draw facing the direction polluted by taboo knowledge, he launched the ability to absorb. Soon, some black mist was sucked by him. The mist directly entered his body, and then disappeared. Why, how could this happen? The face of King Dixie was full of astonishment. Yexi not only strips taboo knowledge from the consciousness space, but also absorbs it into the body without any adverse reactions. Surprised, Nashida leaned over to examine it carefully. It stands to reason that if one is polluted by taboo knowledge, one will suffer from the magic scale disease, and one will go crazy on the spot. But Yexi absorbed so much taboo knowledge in one breath, and there was no change in his body. It's unbelievable. Ding detected the mental fluctuations of the Great Mercy Tree King. Hint, let the Great Mercy Tree King have violent emotional fluctuations such as surprise, sadness, continuous excitement, and comfort, which will increase the degree of fusion between the host's consciousness space and the Great Mercy Tree King's consciousness space. 1. The higher the degree of fusion, the higher the efficiency of drawing. Current fusion degree, 0.23%. Hearing the system prompt, Yexi's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, there is a way to improve the efficiency of drain. However, what method should be used to make a god of wisdom who has ruled Sumeru for thousands of years produce such strong emotional fluctuations? The descendant. When he came back to his senses, Yexi realized that Nashida was calling him. Obviously, the 2 gods were shocked by what he just showed, and were waiting for his explanation. Yexi coughed dryly and continued, as you can see, I have the ability to absorb forbidden knowledge, and I can transform forbidden knowledge into the power I want. When the Great Mercy Tree King heard this, his heart was filled with horror. He can transform the foreign taboo knowledge into his own energy. Is this the power brought by the descendant? It's really amazing. Adventist, your power emperor is simply a surprise. She was already in despair, but she didn't expect Seven to miraculously descend from the sky like a savior. However, Yexi shook his head, don't be too optimistic. Judging from my current absorption efficiency, the absorption of taboo knowledge is not as fast as the spread of taboo knowledge. 0. Looking for flowers. Taboo knowledge is like constantly regenerating cells. Even if he absorbs part of it, the black mist will quickly make up for it. If the efficiency is not improved, no matter how much effort he wastes, it will only delay the progress of taboo knowledge polluting the world tree. Hearing this, both Nashida and King Dixie bowed their heads. They all ignored this crucial issue. I thought that as long as it can be cleared, the trouble of taboo knowledge can be solved, but taboo knowledge is also a very difficult opponent. You don't have to worry. Yexi explained, currently, the efficiency is not high because your and my spiritual integration is poor. When our consciousness space is integrated, it will be easy to clean up these taboo knowledge. If you want to improve the degree of fusion, you need to stay with me, King Dixie. 0. But I'm dead. The Great Mercy Tree King sighed, this is just my last remnant of consciousness, there is no way I can be by your side. That's right. Regardless of whether her existence is deleted or not, she is already a lost god. It is nothing more than whether everyone still has the memory of King Dixie in their minds. As the demon god who has guarded Sumeru for thousands of years, even if she dies, she hopes that the forest will remember her forever. Just remember she was here. Of course, if there is really no other way, she will delete herself without hesitation and restore the stability of the world tree. Nashida also knew about this matter. In any case, it is an undeniable fact that King Dixie has passed away. At this moment, Yexi said, it's not easy? Wouldn't it be good to bring back the king of the Great Mercy Tree? As soon as these words came out, the 2 gods of wisdom were shocked. Reviving a god is even more difficult than creating a god. Think about it carefully, is there really no way to revive the Tree King? What Yexi said made Dixie King's eyes shine, you mean? That's right. Yexi looked at Nashida and said with a smile, it's the same as when she was created. Break off a new branch and attach your consciousness to it. With Nashida's current strength, it must be easy, right? Nashida's eyes were full of light, she nodded hurriedly, spoon. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.